We back, boys. We back with another live stream. What is up? A very good night to everyone. How is everybody doing? Scammer, अरे वो टाइम थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट राइट हो गया था भाई. 2:35 को मैं 3:35 किया गलती से. हेलोज ऑन टाइम स्ट्रीमर कह दे. हाँ भाई हम लोग लेकिन ये मैच क्यों देख रहे हैं? ये मैच की जगह पे हम लोग एक्चुअल में सोच सकते हैं इट्स गोना बी अ क्लीन 2-0. मेरे हिसाब से. कौन कौन है? कौन कौन है भाई? सेन क्रू ठीक है. रिस्टार्ट क्या रिस्टार्ट? टू 0 कौन? सेन क्रू मेन लाइनअप पे. लास्ट टाइम पता है ना क्या हुआ था? हाँ क्रू के एकेडमी टीम आई थी और वो लोग ने अच्छा किया था. MC लोविन कोच बन गया. वो कौन है? कल जॉब पे जाना और आपका वॉच पार्टी नहीं खत्म हो रही है. कल तो जी का मैच है. व्हाट आफ्टर VCS है? एंजॉयमेंट पार्टी. लव फ्रॉम यूएसए. बंक्स बाय. लव यू मेरे जान कटे. ये बंक्स बाय का ट्विन ब्रदर है क्या? आप सोते कब बेन स्टोक्स? युवक नहीं आ रहा रखेगा कुछ. मेरे को वॉइस दिखा क्या मेरे को? नहीं फेड था वो. ओ नहीं वॉइस है. और तो फक ठीक है. लोटस में अच्छा है. भाई सेन का कॉम्प अच्छा है. क्या कॉम्प है? दोनों का कॉम्प. सेन का कॉम्प अच्छा है. मैं डॉक्टर बन गया फाइनली. कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस. गेम साउंड. Oh shit.
All right, folks, it's time for our first pistol round of stage 1. So let's go ahead and send it over to two esports legends. Here's Rivington and Van Silly.
And we're about ready to get into this match. It's been long enough. Let's get into it. It's going to be Sentinels and crew, but it's going to be a completely different setup. Coaching staff alike, players along the line. We get to learn a lot about these teams here right now.
I've been dying for this week to start. We're like a week behind everybody else for all the other regions. Now we get to kick things off with a brand new Sentinels, a brand new crew
week
that,
China का खत्म होने आया भाई.
The longest of time since the off season, but we haven't had a chance to watch them yet. So a lot of big question marks. I think the biggest one as well is how is Victor going to perform for Sentinels so far?
मेरा एग्जाम था खत्म ऑलरेडी. MBBS का लास्ट एग्जाम था. Congratulations.
How Victor's playing, how John's back in the shot calling spot with maybe Jonah P in the mid rounds there. There's so many bullet
Project
points
Access नहीं हो पा रहा है और आपका स्ट्रीम आया मतलब.
Spell it out for us with what they're bringing to the table.
We'll definitely have time to talk about all of that as the series just starting now. You're seeing on the side of Sentinels here pulling out a veto into their comp and doing a little bit of standard stuff on the C side. Prowlers to force some players out, get some early information, but they're still defaulting very slowly now. But look at this double push coming out from the C side. All of crew kind of really knows that the pressure's coming more towards the C side, and they have the perfect rotate for now.
He's taking that early space for Sada to cover as well, and already moved up in. Sen's feeling good. Gonna get cut off by the wall for a moment, but if they can pause this just for the time being, no, Silence pushes forward. and doesn't
भाई
allow for
flank
that patience.
बहुत जल्दी है flank.
Sen's not stopping.
उसी
Instantly
speed में चला भी
walking
गया
in left
flank.
and right. They're just taking the site angle
सड़क
by angle
बोलते.
here. But they have not got the spike down yet, and that's the problem. They're still looking for the kills. And it's on Sadak now. Trailing behind just the whole time, trying to get an idea of the picture. And with the ghost, this is definitely a possibility. Now here's the plan.
Sadak back in the Americas too.
भाई क्या लगता है?
IGL for
भाई
crew.
सड़क है.
And already taken down by Jonah P. The latest addition for Sentinels allows for them to get the pistol.
जरविन की
Very
जगह
nice
ठीक है
little
ठीक
pistol to
है.
start things off though from
एक
both
दिन में
sides. I
तीन
love the
वॉच
aggression that came
पट्टी.
out on the defense.
क्रूजी, you are very wrong in this. एक दिन होता है 24 hours का क्रूजी. Are you right or am I right? ये जैसे खत्म होएगा उसके बाद एक और पैसिफिक है सुबह को. 4 स्ट्रीम. Help. Crew, are you the owner of KRU Esports? Is it like possible? Good bolte.
Again, big question marks came up on the analyst desk. Emily was mentioning that they've
Crazy
been
Wing paisa.
practicing since the dawn of
Arey.
time, got to boot camp with all the top
Ads
teams in
off
Santiago
rehte
and
mera
Chile.
madam.
But also an interview with Sadak has mentioned that it doesn't really matter if we were able to
अच्छे
get
कर्म के चक्कर में घर नहीं आ रहा है.
be in LA in early March to get ready for this day.
Yeah.
Do you take naps after series? What's the schedule? कौन सा nap? After one series there is next.
So real.
A brand new roster.
Eto
you're
ka
looking at
half an hour
everybody that
nap,
had
exact
pretty much
half an hour nap.
initiator slash Senti rules
Between,
across the board from
Pacific
NW0
and
to
AMA.
Sadak
That's it.
to even Silence and Less in different teams in past 2025. So now it's to see, okay, now we have our
So
defined roles
basically,
going to
if
this,
I can
into
work
the
hard
stage
at
in
this
Americas,
age,
and let's
you
see if
are
we work
just
this out.
18 by the
And
way.
this is Sadak and Les coming
Just
back,
saying.
right? From Carmine Core for
Just
Sadak,
saying.
Les from Vitality, and two
Yeah.
7/8 from EMEA. But also with these three players, where you've heard the names, MW Zera,
Take
Silence,
pause,
obviously,
Madhu,
Master,
please. Please.
and Dante.
Dante.
And they've all been projected as these could be the players. Imagine if all three come online at that time for them, if they do find that footing, because we've seen those glimpses from all three of them, and under the guidance of Sadak, Les, those
वेट
veteran
लूज किया है क्या
status,
पता नहीं,
it
लेकिन
can
ये
easily
जर्सी उस पे
be a
मस्त लग
thing
रहा है ना
amount
एकदम.
that they can
Cute लग
reach the
रहा है.
top of. Right now, we're gonna step away and hear from Redux and his thoughts on Sentinels.
I didn't want to
kickoff
tell keep it
performance.
between us. ठीक है. क्रू का टीम में करके नहीं बोलना मेरे को. ठीक है.
Pretty bad performance from me and the whole team. I don't deny that at all. Lots of things that we learned though, for sure, and we're gonna take that and improve for stage
भाई
1.
क्या खतरनाक responsibility
I
है
mean,
इसका.
considering how like the point system is, like
Direct
we really
tens
gotta
के
lock in
जूते
for the
पे.
rest of the year.
हाँ?
Kickoff was our
Big shoes to fill.
only like
ईशान किशन नहीं है
slip
ये.
up that we can make. We can't make any more slip ups, but we're gonna take that on the chin and move on for sure. I
Tora
could
Mike.
definitely perform better, but I'm excited to show off what I could do in stage 1.
And we can see Sen, even Redux there, hold themselves to pretty high regard. Maybe did show shaky the first-ish game,
Binks भाई ये लोग पीसी का स्पेक्स क्या होता है और वो पीसी कितना FPS देता है एंड मॉनिटर OLED होता है क्या IPS. Don't give rude answer. Thanks. नहीं मेरे को एक बात बताओ, तुमको Esports खेलना है.
Yeah, and although somebody like Redux or John Cutie
ये
were
exam में
putting
आने वाले
up some
question.
good numbers during kickoff, overall though
Don't
the result
give rude
was
answers.
they still wanted to go to Chile. They still
That's
wanted
right.
to play at Masters. They also still want to qualify to Ever International like last year, but also do better in the runs, which is why you have Ewok joining this roster now.
Right, Coach Ewok.
The
They're
experience that he
reading
brought in
first
here
round.
from RRQ over in the
Impossible.
Pacific, and he's done
Impossible.
a pretty good job with that RRQ team over on that side before Joby took the
क्यों
reins.
नहीं
and
अरे
went
1
on a
million?
small
अरे
break,
sorry.
but the opportunity came now to coach for Sentinels.
Sorry,
and
I'd like to apologize.
here he is, and they have high expectations once
Yeah.
again. I
But
think
actually,
it doesn't really
we do
matter
alright,
in their eyes as the players and coach that they're a brand new team, a brand new core.
भाई
Not
Ewok
really a core, actually,
सोचो
if you look at the
RRQ
roster now
से
for
Sen
Sentinels.
का coach.
But they definitely do want to make sure that they make
Huh?
it to London
Hashtag
at this
OP.
stage if they can. They have an opportunity to do so with a brand new, all new crew visa roster
उसको
that are
congratulations बोला था
not
क्या?
tested yet. So it'll be a great test for both of these teams.
I can't wait to see it. We are almost set with this tech pause for
My
the
memory
gear,
is
but
not
we do
remembering.
have something from Sadak and Les, as they've been away from the VCT American stage for a few years, but they have had a massive impact.
Let's go.
during
Sen
their
को
time
support
here.
करेंगे
Check this
बोला
out.
था मेरे को याद आ गया. I mean देखते हैं. It's time to support Sen.
Sadak and Les, I had such a respect for them and for their career. They being back here in the Americas region. It's gonna be like nostalgia for a lot of people, even for me.
एक सवाल पूछो जो आप दोगे नहीं.
São players excelentes. Os caras
पोल
já
डालते
foram
ऑलरेडी
campeão
पोल डाला
mundial.
है.
Os caras já chegaram numa final de
अभी
lotinho,
पर
os caras já ganharam
उसने
das
आरआरक्यू
Américas.
में ट्रैजिक इंप्रूवमेंट दिखाया था
Todos os
टीम
caras
का.
são
तो
realmente players muito bons.
I'm glad that those two are back together. They've definitely been like my idols when I was coming up in this
इंडियन
game.
प्लेयर कौन है मैं?
Sadak, I mean, he's
डायरेक्ट
been
बोलो
an
ना,
amazing
आपको नहीं
caller
पता है
throughout his
आंसर. भाई
career,
एग्जाम में
and,
नहीं आते
it's
ऐसे
taken me
क्वेश्चन.
down
थैंक यू.
a lot personally as well.
Back in the day, whenever we
बजे
faced
पड़े
me and
हुए
Sadak,
बच्चों
I
भी कर रहे.
can confidently say that he smoked me. He was way better. A lot of people, including me, looked up to him as
जारविन
an ideal
बेंच पे है.
superior.
भाई आज जारविन भाई होमवर्क करके नहीं आए थे, इसलिए टीचर ने उसको बेंच पे खड़ा करके रखा है. सिंपल बात है. हाँ, इंडियन है वो, यहाँ से ही है, बाजू से. बाजू में वो जो इंटरनेशनल स्कूल है ना, वहाँ से. ठीक है, अभी जो खेल रहे देखो. रिसेस के बाद आएगा वो.
The stuff back then.
Last time I played him, obviously, insane. He was like a
Friend
top
के
5
साथ
player
ना
at the time.
करो यार,
hands down.
ना.
Back then, he used to play like the kind of like the Sentinel or Viper role.
America's missed him a lot, to be honest. I think you never want to share your superstars with other regions because they're winning with the other regions, so you always want them to be home.
बंस भाई पहले मुर्गी आई
So I think they have
कि
the
अंडा.
experience, the
मैं तभी
firepower,
पैदा नहीं
the
हुआ था
brain,
भाई.
everything. I know Sadak probably didn't have the best experience on Carmine Corp, like results-wise, but I definitely know that as an individual, you'll want to come back to Americas with vengeance, blood.
Are you saying Riddick's mechanics is as better as second?
They're
I am
champions for a
saying कि
reason. They're
caps
very
बंद
smart.
कर.
They were innovators in the Valorant meta at one point, so they can do it again.
Volver acá a América realmente es una sensación.
Chat
un tanto
summary हटाओ,
peculiar
मेरे को नहीं हो, तेरे को
porque
दिखता है.
Es nostálgica porque veo muchas caras conocidas y hay tantos sentimentos porque ganamos tantas
भाई वो
cosas
क्या
acá.
टीम था
Eu sempre
भाई.
estive muito
वो
dentro
क्या
da parte
था?
tática da Loud e na Vitality eu já não fiz muito
कैसे
essa
जोड़ी?
parte, que me deixava muito frustrado algumas vezes com a CRU. Eu sinto que eu vou conseguir esse espaço de volta.
Samak
porque
bhai,
o Sadak
thank you
sempre
for
abriu
the
esse espaço pra
membership.
mim, fazer parte do tático e ajudar ele nessa questão.
Es una
Congrats
persona
Dios,
que yo
तेरे
lo
मुंह में
entiendo
घी
y me
से करा और कुछ
entiende,
चाहिए.
y entiende cómo yo quiero jugar, que es lo más importante. Entonces estar juntos realmente es algo que
भाई एकदम अलग
que
दिख
creo
रहा है
que
बे.
va a beneficiar
यंग
mucho
दिख रहा है
a
बे
ambos.
सड़क भाई.
Ele tava procurando um braço direito
Não?
pra ser o capitão. Tem alguém ali, então meio que nós dois estávamos procurando um ao outro. Eu fiquei
ऐसे कैसे?
fiquei pensando, talvez seja o destino, sabe? Espero que a história seja escrita de novo.
Always nice to have Sadak and Les here back on the stage in the Americas. And yeah, definitely looks like for Les, he's able to be a little bit more vocal and for them to work together and to work this meta. The interesting thing though is that Zelsis in that video was mentioning how it was so cool to see Sadak think outside
What's
of the
your
box.
life goal
These
in
new
next
comps, crazy
5
comps that
years?
was pulling out here. For example, the ascent that we saw in that replay, and also what he brought out over at KC when he was trying it on that side over with Eng. This time around though, things look a little more
Morse
tame.
का है
If you're
आपके?
looking at the
पता नहीं.
composition right now with this neon fade vise double controller, quite simple. Thank you for your
कौन
patience,
बोला
by
था
the way, as we
redo
head
करके
back in the
गांडू?
game. But I understand that this is going to be a nice period of adjustment for a lot of these teams, especially with the Euro nerfs. And
One,
also
two, push
on
mark
the
कर रहे सब
defensive
जगह.
side, the macro is going to be
कोई
very important for
reveal
the
नहीं हुआ.
IGLs to just make sure that you plug the holes at the right spots and have the right protocols for the retakes too, because you don't have a Euro that can TP instantly to support a strong side on a site.
Victor able to call this anti-strat over here. Crew looking to blast through the wall and see if they can get anything, but Sadak still able to squeak through. Marshall picked up here on the backside.
Guys, love Binks by Jarvin Prince from India, but he was born in India. He lives close to my place. Hashtag LKR. Language. उसको Indian origin बोलते रहे. Guys, thank you for the Canadian Australian $25 मेरी जान के उठे. तुमको तो मेरा कार्ड तो membership लेना चाहिए.
Break the crosshairs, break the ankles. A few of the Guardian shots able to be traded back, but it's not enough. KRU says, wait, you got the first round, we'll take the second round. And the play they had was over at A, fans. They still make it work as they get to C.
Yeah, people forget that Sadak also is a killer fragger for the IGL position. An Argentinian IGL getting to represent an Argentinian roster organization as well.
Feel good.
And those are definitely going to be kills that feel good.
So both rounds as well.
Thank you so much for the 25 Canadian dollars. मेरे जान के लिए love you मेरे जान के लिए.
Why not gain the space, see what they're doing. Sadak wants to know.
Yeah. It almost feels like because you're playing Cortezia on this veto, even if you have a chokehold that's watching the flank, you almost want to have him with the pack to use the interceptor for the exits. So again, Cerebral, you have to think on your toes, and that's 2 rounds down to Sadak's big flank and getting value out of it.
Giving themselves an upper hand, be able to phantom over the wall right quick with Sadak's height. He drops on that elevation though. They don't want to give it away too quick if he's not making the play off it right away.
भाई सारे तो अच्छे प्लेयर्स हैं सेन में.
And it looks, oh,
John Cutie बस थोड़ा सा.
I think he tipped him through the side of the wall there. Yeah, you can kind of see it.
Apple देखते हो क्या? If yes, which team do you support?
So far, man, he's doing a good job getting these first bloods. That's going to force the hand of Sentinels to just try to get into the B side for a plan. But the good news is that you could still satchel in Omen TP in. That is not going to have to raise the price, do too much damage.
With trades.
Katta laga.
Swamp Sentinels as they come in. Great read so far on each of the plays, or even the audible they have to call to get back into position to read the play further coming from Sentinels.
Well, at least we have a couple of rounds now that John Cutie freshly
reappointed as the IGL for Sentinels to read
on how KRU's kind of react around.
My God, Binks be high.
They are showing themselves
ऐसे टाइम पे जब करने का रहता सोते हैं.
They're forcing down these line of sights and not really trying
मतलब
to
मेरे
play
को मालूम
players
नहीं
or
है.
whatnot. They're forcing these duels like an easy kill like that because you know the weaponry between
दे रहा है बेचारा.
And what Sentinels was trying to do there towards that A site.
सड़क दे रहा है बे.
That said, this is a great opportunity now for Sentinels to really start working the map a little bit more. Remember when Mimi was talking on the desk too? Victor going into this raise is actually very good to counter against the silence on his Vise. Neon usually would go down to like barely any HP if you're sliding through without breaking util. Now you have an opportunity to do so with this composition for Sentinels. And they're starting with aggression on this A side though, and the small tech. Old school style, TP in the smoke, exactly. Not get hit by the eye.
Off, maybe his head's sticking out and then the gun's sticking out for a moment. But I love the idea. So good. And they're trying to take the space a lot more aggressive now. Sentinels does not want to be known for being on their heels here at the start of this match. And they're trying to just go punch for punch with the pressure on this. But the util's out as the wall comes down. The trades are still somehow even in that situation as we're sliding around. Less away from the fight. And actually, Sen doesn't look too bad here. Smokes to go in, wall's still there, and an initiator to find.
That's still crazy that he was able to slide away to safety while the door closes. Just disappears into the bushes.
Yeah, वो क्या smoke है वो reveal से बचने के लिए और rebel control लेने के लिए.
That said, though, it's calmed things down in a 3 versus 3. And it almost seems that the trap play was a nice idea for KRU. What was missing was that wall was up for just a tad too much longer, so that the paranoia didn't get too much value there from Sadak. From tree into rubble. It gives a chance for Sentinels now to just reset, and with 30 seconds left, they're committing to A.
You have John Cutie and Jonah P here for a mid-round mind to reflex on this round. They have all the resources. Can they get the shots to happen? Spike's going to be planted, and they actually have this site divided pretty nicely, straight up and down here, 3 on each side. Seems like they're trying to get a position so they can have less drop into the site here.
Dante almost had 2 free kills, but you have some very injured Sentinels players
Round
in the 3
Oh, they walk right into the order. It's going to be 1 for 1. Another trade, though, comes through. Great job by Redux to find 3 on the round. 16 HP. Les basically has another person to fight with the Spike being down here.
I mean, you're just gonna wait this out.
Yeah. He makes all
भाई
the
guns
moves.
गिराएगा क्या?
They're as patient as they want to be.
Bro, guns
Very
गिरा
nice for
सकता है.
Sentinels to recuperate in that round.
Bro.
He stops him here, at least gets the
Bro.
damage. Nope. They get out 4 for Redux.
Big 4K on the Omen. That said, the choice to refight 4 crew back towards that tree room was actually decent.
कहाँ से आते हैं इतने अंदर से बंद भाई? To shop for everyone but insane.
Look at that, just
वो रस
on
बात
that
है.
sliding that he just couldn't get that connect. Onto Redux, who got a 4K at the end of the round after that.
That's
Imagine
short, bro.
exactly. Would have been a whole different story.
गिरे तो गन खुद की लैंग
Able to
बैच.
prevail for Sentinels. They went to face back on
सी
the ones that were
फास्ट
opening the
नहीं
door,
जा
played a 3
सकते.
versus 2, played the numbers advantage
उनके
to their
पास
favor
वाइस से
despite the health.
बकचोदी करके बी दरवाजा खोल
And
के
the fundamentals are
बी
already there, at
split
least
करो.
for a brand new, fresh roster around
सी
Sentinels as
सीधा गया
well.
हार गया.
That was really clean
Straight up हार
fundamentals. Nobody went aggressive. Numbers were
ना हार
equal.
गया, हार गया, हार गया, हार
Playing
गया,
the
हार गया.
safe game. Play your life. Here, more. Just instant aggression to the front of
हार
where
गया.
a fight could be. Sentinels now taking Mound from C right away. And they haven't given Sadak the space yet, though. They're actually waiting for him back in spawn to see if he comes through on a defensive position again.
उसको ब्लाइंड टूट के पंचो.
Just trying to bait out the first wave, but they haven't really contested that wall for Sentinels. So despite
हार गया.
Interceptor getting thrown in, the door getting rotated across, they haven't gotten too much map control on the attack. Look how pushed up Dante's already at here with this judge.
Yeah.
B split is the best option, लेकिन वो लोग पास एक रबल
This is
कंट्रोल
what the
है
pistol
नहीं.
round combination was. Dante with Sadak
ऐसे
behind
split
him.
करेंगे वो नहीं
They
पता.
might. I don't think they're going to push any more from the A side just yet after hearing that.
I was about to say, oh no, it actually goes behind. This is a perfect position for Dante right now.
Oh shit.
Snapshot for the second one. He takes the whole situation into his own hands. Doesn't even let them think about another play. And this forces the 3 now from Sentinel to the left side of the map. A different 3 than won the last round, but they can still make it happen here as they start to even up the numbers.
Still up.
Not enough. Oh my gosh, Dante coming out of nowhere here, thinking they can just execute on the end of the round, but
आराम से जॉन पिटी मारता है याद रखना.
Time's going to tick down. A great defense by KRU here as they
भाई क्या
squash Sentinels.
खतरनाक मारा
Get
बे
to see
उसने.
fast, but they can't get control of the map.
Yeah. But we talked about slow rounds and defaulting here for Sentinels and what they want to try to do. Getting stolen on that C side to not beat that wall in the first place was a little bit difficult, but they had the right idea
अरे
on the
बता
mid
तो
round
भाई.
to try to re-clear towards this side.
Redux Julius
Prowler was
था
still
ना बिंग
had
भाई
one
ये
left available.
स्मोकर कब बना
And I
मतलब
love the
जुलियस
position
था
from
ना
Crew. They
अच्छा
baited out the
खासा
Prowler to
ये कब
not
हुआ.
give
जुलियस
Dante's
भाई
position
गूगल
away.
करो.
That's 2 free kills.
आज
with
का
that
ये
judge.
बहुत फॉरवर्ड हो गया.
You have nothing left here to retake or re-go
कि
towards
मेरा
that
ना
C side.
झगड़ा हो गया Redux से तो मेरे बात
You
नहीं
already see the
करो.
vibes coming
गूगल
back
करो
here
देखो
from
आंसर
Sadat.
मिलता है क्या.
Already cheering someone like Dante, who hasn't had the best of starts going into his rookie year last year.
Yeah.
But now he gets to get reunited with Zonic, by the way. And back then, when he was playing in like Challengers and going into Ascension, I'm even thinking back towards the All Knights days. He was actually one of the players that was talked about the most as like a kick-ass neon that could really change the game for a team. And this is a perfect moment right now before we go into anything else in terms of patch changes for the duelists.
Over and in, silence. Another one that was talked about quite a bit from 2G now here on the KRU squad to see if he can find his footing in this stage of VCT. Oh, he's there in silence. Just absolutely shutting down Sentinels as they try to get in to see. And they're going to swarm Redux here as he's down in the wide. I think they are. He's a bandit though, apparently. Let's
भाई क्या मजदूर मारा उसने.
4-2 as we finally get a little separation in these rounds.
He did mention during the Sentinels podcast, though, that it doesn't really matter if Waylay and
भाई मार रहा है बे Redux.
are nerfed. He can pretty much play anything and make it work, and with any weapon as well. What a shot!
Boing.
Oh, that was insane. Another young fragger there in silence.
Yeah.
Joining in also from the Ascension side, and that is going to be in an early timeout.
Evoke by.
To call here for
It's
Sentinels.
time. It's time. It's time.
If we're looking at it though, the last couple of
उनको
rounds that they
knowledge
tried
दो
to move towards that C side, they were heavily punished. That
कि नहीं
wall
जा
is a
सकते
nuisance right now for Sentinels to deal with.
जाना है फास्ट जाके ट्रिगर करो. मीनवाइल जब हम लोग ए रबल दे रहे तुम लोग को दो जगह स्पेस एक साथ लेने पड़ेगा. मैटर नहीं करता ऐसा पीछे बैठ के खड़े रहने से कुछ नहीं था. वो लोग स्मोक डाले तो हम लोग पीछे जा रहे. ऐसा नहीं है. अपन इतना है खतरनाक टीम. सारे प्लेयर्स इतने स्ट्रांग है. रात के 3 बज गए पीछे जाने के लिए. गुस्सो
maybe have some of those deeper smokes into that seaside cross potentially, so that you could really cover up the water, cover up the bend.
एक क्वेश्चन है आंसर दोगे प्लीज नहीं
because if not KRU has free reign of knowing where the action is going to be and putting their positions in the right places, the players in the right places.
शॉट देख के नींद खुल गया भाई मारते भाई हवे में हेडशॉट
so
दिया
far that Sentinels trying to take here over on either sites.
Sadak is just hungry. He seems starved for info. Not that he's not getting it, he just wants more constantly. Like, can we move up a little bit more? Can you play against that wall with your judge? Can we push first round? Let's see how they do it this round. Yeah, it's like they're actually going to push right out of B and face to face against Sentinels, who are pushing straight up.
And without sounding like a broken record, he's allowing himself and his team to do that because there's zero pressure towards that C site.
Yeah. Oh dear. Right off the bat. Relay ball goes across. Dante, the rest of the team swing out. There's like a clothesline coming across the Nexus Sentinels, and they are down on the ground. And just looking back and forth, Redux is like, where could they even come from? This is such a weird time to be here. 1 minute and 20 seconds in the round, and surrounded by KRU.
Yeah. Went for the hero rifle too.
I'm sorry, लेकिन तुम्हारा spam
to make noise, and unfortunately that rifle is not going to do too much anymore.
एक दिन में 3 वोल्ट बड़ी go together. Love you.
Unless he wants to go for some sort of damage, but there's some good rounds already. The econ's already quite high for the side of KRU. So for him to lose his weapon, lose his life, and maybe keep the economy very balanced with the rest of the team,
not so
potentially, but I think just trying to use this rifle again for another hero round for the next could be another great option here for. So far, Redux has been looking pretty good.
It's like, nah, give him a stinky face. All right.
Already वो लोग एक सबके साथ खेल रहे हैं, वो लोग का मैप पे खेल रहे हैं.
7 rounds like that, Sadak's just like, you know what? I'm feeling that B. Let's go for the B hit. Boom! Absolutely countered on the play that they wanted in a matter of seconds.
And it made it simple. All that contact play, you know how the relay goes. The relay comes out very quickly as a quick cast. So you activate that as soon as the power locks into someone, and you're just pushing through. Yeah. Even had a pinch from that seaside push. That was very nice.
भाई वो अल्ट से भी मारेगा मेरे को लग रहा है ये round. कि फेड अल्ट है वो लोग combo कर सकते हैं.
Rifle, they don't have it, and they have to play against a stinger of all weapons. And cool that it's in the hands of Jonah P.
He knows how to use it for sure. Yeah. Just off the round, it's on. That's all.
And this could be good still, right? If they're able to stay in as a group right now and try to get that first punish, as they're reading the correct side to really try to add that pressure, they have some great ults to work with. Just to take over site.
No way. Remember he dropped off the box the other round because he didn't want to be seen, so he uses it again this round, just picking and choosing the moments to stab at Sentinels with these little plays, and they don't even really get to begin the round with most of their team. They're only one person in here. Victor's just gonna get jumped on. Sadak with the 3. And another flawless round as they are reading the mind of Sentinels.
Dante's the one just hopping around towards tree to be selfless and allow Sadak to get picked so that he can get his ult too. So KRU are doing excellent so far. And this is not an uncommon position here for the top of the boxes. I think going into like even chamber players out in the over the Viper wall and the lurk,
like 2.5 kills from behind a wall.
Exactly, you can still escape easily as an Omen or a chamber. So now that has to be a standard position.
Yes, sir.
Trying to default slowly towards this A side. That said, though, we have for the first time an op on the side of Sentinels and also on the attack. That's actually in the hands of Cortezia.
I gotta say, I still like the pressure. Oh my gosh.
Oh my
God. Very nicely played. Good coverage on the squad mates here.
Oh my God.
Cortezia does get that operator to sing out. The trades are still coming through, though. There's so much action on the map right now. Doors continue to stay open.
Oh,
that thing is greased. John Cutie takes down MW0, and now we are into somehow a 1v3 where Silence has to find some safety here.
Some great fight backs towards the end. That was because of those 2 players that were leading towards that C side a little bit late. So that as soon as they open the door and try to pressure on that side, you saw the walkout coming through from Les. Well, Cortezia punishes him with the op. They made it very difficult for the rest of KRU to really try to fight for control towards B main when they were getting pinched on both sides. So now to 1 versus 3. Silence does have a big ult to work with, though.
Very big ult.
He knows he's in the right spot. They're running around like elephants in here, but he's not on a 4 HP. Oh, wait a minute. Operator's down. It's going to be a tough one to get the swing on. It's too far. John Q gets the shot anyways, and Sentinels
कुछ लोग like नहीं कर रहे, थोड़ा प्यार दो, like करो.
To get another round here. They're not being afraid of moving up.
Yep. And it's John Cutie just being very cerebral, playing around that smoke. Even if he got seized up, decided to play inside of it, and it came down to reaction time, just like over here at the start of the round.
मारा ना उसने.
Because once again, crew aggressing in the first place.
ये तो क्यूटी कुछ भी करता रहता पता है.
Oh yeah, just beautiful.
Smart.
वो कब का निकल पाता था.
To play to just start shooting
And
the
it's one
Phantom
against
knowing you can't be
PRL
traded back because
finals,
he's
so
deafened
that was a
from
different
the
tournament. This is a
crazy stuff.
different tournament. और
Knowing
वो
he's already
tournament खत्म हो
jumped
गया.
on. He's seeing the plays. What do they do this
एक
round?
trophy
The
नॉन्गसिम
split
जीत
towards C
गई.
once
अभी
again.
दूसरी trophy के लिए tournament.
Not as fast this time. They're actually pacing themselves a little bit on Sentinels.
सारे तुम्हें pick करना skills of work करने पड़ेगा. Guns गिराने का try कर रहा था ना.
Always making the first move, which is why you're posting us off so passively and waiting out these smokes on.
भाई 6-3 लेकिन बहुत crazy है, बहुत crazy है. Heavy lead है वो लोग.
As that smoke dissipates
एक
towards the
round
side,
अगर
you see
crew ने
now
निकाल दिया तो
the push forward here from Cortezia, trying to look down towards that line.
GG.
Not give a chance here for anybody to push forward. As we get to listen in now to
Wall trigger W.
Não, já parei.
Ligou.
Can't pick.
Tem que ir, tá?
Subiu.
Tá, pede meus espinhos aí, tá?
Você quer smoke?
Na boca do B, deu contato. Tem smoke B?
Tem o espinho ainda.
Deixa o velho.
Clean comms. Clean comms. Clean comms.
Faz bagulho, faz bagulho.
Tive espinha.
Não passaram, não passaram.
Não passaram, cuidado do A pra
Deu
jogar.
TP, deu TP. Cuidado atrás.
Eu não dou TP.
Passou com você, Dante. Na smoke, Só ele, só ele. Só homem. Botando lá, liga para eles. Liga para ele.
3A entrando agora.
Acho que tá esse homem.
Tá, link C, eu acho
Tem
que
ainda pra...
Link C, mas eu somei pra A, tá? Tô com você, tô com
Reis
você.
vai ultar, sai daí não, sai daí.
Aí, dei mole.
Nem tudo bom aqui, Felipe.
Clean comms. भाई क्या trip है? Oh my. क्या?
Onde que ele tá?
Tava atrás do
Vai
homem.
pra direita, Vitor.
Oh my god.
Eu vou só clicar, tá? Ele tá sem arma. Cliquei só.
Eu vou olhar na nossa esquerda. Pera aí, eu vou ir...
Caralho, viado! Que porra é essa, moleque?
And the comms are as those hits were hitting, or the sight hit was beginning. You hear Sadak say something and they stop, and then there's something that returns and they stop. It's not kind of following up with everything. It's letting everybody hear the situation, feel the situation, and you can see what they unleash silence to do there, and everybody gets quiet.
That's the thing I was trying to figure out,
और
because
उनके
I
पास
don't speak
नेट
Spanish,
भी
but I was trying to
है.
figure out what was happening on that minimap
और
as they were
उसको
communicating.
तीन मारा.
They're really trying to isolate little bits by bits where the weak sites are. So the pressure came in for Redox. They try to take him down. They fall. They give that up. They try to look for that pressure towards the A side. They couldn't get that going, so they try to just reset, stay calm. And then you have Silence that just goes nuclear for that round and drops a 3K to allow here for the retake to happen, because outside of that, every single one of those picks though did come in favor of Sentinels as they kick things off.
Players के लिए threat था भाई.
Gonna have a timeout after this one.
हाँ?
Interestingly enough.
Sen को क्या लगा वो लोग round जीत गए क्या?
An interesting one. We'll have to see. Talk
Bro,
from the coach,
impossible, bhai.
I'm actually very confused about this timeout, because they had such a great start for Sentinels to, on that previous round, to overtake and plant towards that A site. And after getting mowed down by Silence with a 3K and losing that round, the morale is definitely down. So if you're going to call a timeout for the Sutter crew, this is a perfect time now for Ewok and the team to calm down and just make sure that they come back in this one. Although I think the economy is not the best right now for the Sentinels team, but they have a great opportunity to at least try to salvage this one here with Laura By, and then round number 12 once they have the weapons to work with.
Play or that
So yeah,
also
I'm very
from
intrigued
stage
by this
one.
one from crew.
Qualified teams.
It may be honestly a way to solidify and just lock up the
मेरा
game.
भाई उसने क्या
This is how I
मारा
want to use the outcome in
लेकिन.
the following rounds. I expect you guys to
Ewok
see
भाई
this. If you
TVF
don't
is
do
impossible.
this,
बात पूछो.
it's just in a way to
Impossible. भाई Ewok भाई जितना
kind of info in there instead
hard
of waiting to
working
see
और
if your
humble
team does
coach
it.
था.
Maybe it's that. Maybe he's like, hey,
वैसे तो
how you
सभी
guys
थे.
doing? You know?
लेकिन
They're kind of in that
personally मिला.
position right now. So they're looking
इससे
good.
मैं personally
And again,
मिला.
still
इससे और
questioning it
mini से.
because
Oh
you're
bro
playing
bro
against
bro bro
Benico
bro.
this time around. You're playing anti-eco. You have a big ult, yes, but I don't know if you want to
Humble
necessarily
AF. Humble
utilize that right
AF.
now. So Is it really just a protocol that they have to try to get a timeout for half, something like that, or just to try to maximize the rounds as possible with this timeout on the anti-eco? But we'll have to see if it pays dividends. Because if not, Sentinels, if they're able to come back slowly from now,
yeah,
you're going to have to start rethinking here your timeout positions on the crew side for Zonic. And it starts with Sentinels now back from the timeout. 5 sheriffs to fight into the A main.
No hero rifles this time.
The
second move from Sadak. He's just trying to make some noise over here. He got himself into position to start the round. And just an insert is left over towards that A rubble side as Sentinels work the map here. The last 2 rounds are super important for them. And they're going to try to put everything in the mix to make that happen. On this low buy, already inserting 2 as they try to end what looks like to see.
Yeah. It seems to be very annoying to deal with here for how Crew's playing this double wall or double stall with the Viper wall and cycling to Omen Smoke, because you're funneling everybody to go straight into rubble, and that's 2 players watching down that line. But we'll hold that thought. Here's a triple peek for the attempt to move towards the C site. And can they get rid of this wall? They won't. Prowler pushes some players away, but they're not committing to get this.
No. Little
Viper
audio cue with the door as well to make Crew think about a few other things.
There is no way वो लोग अभी C side
this
में
position
wall
held
के साथ
now
वो लोग को
by
भी पता है.
Redux.
30 seconds
Ever so slightly. He's already given up by Sadak. They realize 20 seconds left in the round. This is probably going to be the rush if it doesn't end B overall. Oh, what a shot from Les. Always expecting that to hit, and they have committed to tree room. The rest of Crew, but they're not going to be needed. Dante sweeps 3 off their feet, and the last one from Sadak to hold down the site. 8-3 for Crew.
Wow. Nice little ult for the assist across the board too.
Spit कर दिया, hit कर दिया, seize कर दिया. What trigger नहीं किया?
You need to seize the tethers too. What a time to ult.
I do appreciate the late lurk though that we had from Sentinels in the front B site.
They were trying to get a little action there. The commit to tree, I think, it doesn't snuff it out, but I feel like Cortez
BT देता ना भाई लेकिन
just that close to
bro खतरनाक BT बहनचोद heavy BT देता भाई.
Not even utilizing a pit early in the round.
Hey,
It's just
Vice
Crew going for that push down. You realize that there's nothing happening. There's no noise on C. Sadak's going to be tested heavily now. He has to fall back. Wait for the root. Oh no. That's spike too.
It's not the first time he's done that this game. The door opens, that wall's up. He's going to spray through it. It's such a tough spot to trade over that line of fire. Dante here pushing them back. He's just like 4v1 in this situation right now. Nobody wants to peek the laser. Gonna go ahead and give himself a fast lane to get the safety. The team's falling down around him, but they get the safety here.
All they gotta do is just wait for all that util to come down. He has a team, and it works out for Cortezia.
Little deja vu, but in the other direction now. Dante falls to the same medicine. Sentinels back in this position where they won one of the first few rounds for themselves, able to hold the right side of A. The door's going to be played with by Silence here. Oh, Les is going to have to do work inside the site. He gets out with the shorty up him. He goes down. Last work in the Viper pit. It's like a home away from home from him, even if it's not his.
Smoke
now he holds. He's got a lot of time on this spike, and he knows it.
And a full kit. He could still pit, go for a snake bite.
Easy.
Make it very dangerous for Sentinels.
Orb and bite right in front, or one of the other. Oh, the shoulder shot. What a nice little peek by Cortezia there. Gets the 8-4 to cinch up another round before half.
Spam
You're happy that you have some players here that are able to step up to the plate and stitch out those rounds for Sentinels. Big 4K we saw earlier on from Redux, a 4K here for Cortezia, as that was all in control to get the round there for Sentinels and keep this game fairly close.
We're back on Lotus here in VCT Americas, and we'll have the second half of action right after this.
normal smoke भी मार देता तो फिर
We got this old mattress, waterbed, and the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups? We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Smoke spit करता था ना 100% वीटो smoke के बाहर आके मारने का ट्राई करता क्योंकि वो वीटो है वो अल्ट में वो Second not playing for Zen?
Not anymore. 8 for a doable in this map. 8 for is too much. आइए वो भाई का फोटो बोलते इन्वाइटेड है क्या चांस खेले मेरी तो VCT वॉच पार्टी करने के लिए परमिशन लगता है क्या राइट से मैं कॉपीराइट का प्लीज बता दो मैं कैसे कर सकता हूँ परमिशन लगता है और वो राइट से लगता है अभी राइट से कैसे कांटेक्ट कर रहे हैं ये तेरे को खुद जुगाड़ना पड़ेगा
Back for the second half here of Crew Visa versus Sentinels.
Just sub for genuine red. Yes,
swinging
sir.
Aggressive from the defensive side, reading just about every play that Sentinels wanted to set up for their ultimate rounds. And even some of those save rounds where they tried to squeak a few back after timeouts. Can they have a better second half from the Sentinels side is the question.
Yeah, they were very good to switch it up from round to round for Crew. Sometimes aggression towards that front B pays off in the bloodbath. Sometimes it's just a vertical positioning from Sadak that gets it great spam smokes too. Yeah, they just understood the timing of how Sentinels were really trying to work around this map of Lotus. Now things will change. Crew now takes the attack side and Sentinels are also looking for a little bit of pressure, it seems like, towards the C side. They'll throw this one way at the start. And double pushing out just to control this perfect bounce to get the first blood there onto somebody who's been red hot at the beginning of this game for Dante. Really seemed to be finding his footing through the leadership of Sadak. I almost even like to say, dare I say, even night and day from when he first started here over on the VCT stage.
It does look like it. A lot more confidence in the plays that he is making, moving around the map. Maybe that is because they were kind of hipping some of their plays, giving that confidence straight to him.
उसका ट्रिप अभी तक मिला नहीं है दोस्तों.
John Cutie maybe to be the backstab, or does he pull for Cortezia here? It looks like they're actually just making noise all over the map. Crew wants that info more and more.
God. वो लोग 20 मिनट कर डाले लेकिन लेस मर गया.
Yes, there is. Cortezia is home.
And stay out.
Yeah, seriously. How long are you gonna do this? All right, they get a sheriff actually to walk away with that one. What a push forward though to take down Jonah P.
He does that by tapping the spike too. If he died to that fight to Jonah P, that was spike out in the open for Sentinels. What a crazy move from NW0.
Repairing that kill that happened in tree. He pushes forward for another one, unprompted by anything as he catches that paranoia in the face. It fizzles out. He's still able to fight through it. Oh my god, he's going for the ace! Just misses the head there.
Oh my god, bro.
Redux on the right, there it is. Does get it! It's coming through, past the chest. That's all. MW0 there from the start.
Welcome back to the VCT stage, NW0.
Oh my god.
A cold start, a disappointing finish at kickoff. And then he had to play all of 2025 and challengers, getting to perfect the scan initiator role and then going into this. Solo pushes towards that front, solo pushes towards the connector of waterfall, and just wins every single one of the fights. Insane round.
Gets the paycheck ace too. What's he got? Bulldog. Just keep buying through, feeling good. Dang. And the Sentinels really needed to start well. That wasn't what they wanted to see.
वो विक्टर को क्या मारा उसने सिटी जाके?
Oh, sorry, he bought the Phantom. I was looking at Dante. So he just went big dog on this one. Let's see if he puts that damage down. They cannot lose that weapon. So it is going to be protected. Les will cut off the entry for Sentinels here, as it looks like they're going to go ahead and swarm over towards that A site.
Yeah, easy open. Lurk on that wall, no pressure coming out from Sentinels, so Les took all of that space instantly. You see the buy, you mentioned it, Phantom, Outlaw. Just wanted to make sure that the ones that had weapons stayed as a group. Les only had a Ghost to work with, and he's done his job, and now Crew are in a prime position here to convert their anti-eco. All of Sentinels hoping to punish some players in the first place, but no.
What? What? 2 in a row? Are we gonna do it? Oh, 2 aces in a row for Crew. No way. That is just a vibe. They say this game is a lot about momentum and how much power you're carrying. I think they have all the momentum right now.
Dude.
Holy.
And also switching weapons. Remember, you were just talking about MW0 popping off at the beginning with the Phantom, but then he picks up the Outlaw, so that Silence could be the one farming for kills, playing on site.
I don't even care that that's an eco. We just got 2 aces.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Back to it.
All right, 3rd round.
Now we wait.
What can Sen do to stop the bleeding Vans?
I'm out of here.
Right now is shoot back.
Shoot back.
Because they have numbers. They're just getting dismantled by one player. Again, you mentioned it was just an eco round in the previous round, respectable, but that pistol round too, when they got caught off guard. They just got to make sure now that they're a little bit more confident to swing against KRU, because
इसके लिए मैंने rest नहीं लिया.
Remember, the defensive side was strong for KRU because of how they played. And now they're finding timings on tapping spikes and pushes, and Sentinels seems a little bit too protocol on how they want to play maybe some of these scenarios. They're very surprised for their first map start. At least for KRU, though, they're looking pretty good.
They're looking great. And we kind of heard the Sadak thing where, yeah, they've had a lot of time to play, but it only matters if they can do it now. Well, I think he underestimated their practice. They're doing great.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it does. It seems to have mattered. Really capitalizing on these. The trades are there. Beautiful from John QT, though. That's exactly what we need to start seeing from Sentinels. They have to be able to choke out KRU this round. Les and MW0 still alive here to pack a punch. And that's John QT going down. Victor's trying to be the final answer, and yeah, they should be able to swarm down on Les here. Tethered in, 3 HP. 1? No, there's 2 left. It doesn't take that much to get the headshots in, but 13 seconds. There's the shot the Redux needs. Sentinels are able to get that bonus round away from KRU.
And good for Sentinels to react with a lot of players on that C site to stack up that spot. You're just trying to look at how much stall you really have here towards this C site, and not too much since you're playing a Vito, right? So
yeah,
you need a couple of bodies with you to try to slow things down. You saw the snake bite being thrown
language
on the side of KRU to try to help out.
MIBR बहुत deadly होने वाली है इस बार मैं prediction हाँ क्या?
So you're starting to see that Sentinels are reacting quite quickly on rotates when they're seeing this pressure coming out from KRU. That's something that KRU could take to their advantage later in the rounds if they want to start selling some fakes. No fakes this time around, though. 4 players pushing very quickly towards this A side, and the door is contested by Cortezia. Trying to bait them into this one. And let's see if Sentinels could actually hold this down. As they're about to listen to the calls.
They're running down.
Come walk upstairs with me.
Heaven, boys.
Fall down.
I'm with TP.
They might give, they didn't get Vice ult. Vice might be lurking still. I'm picking. I can go solo Heaven and you guys go
Wall up, walk out.
Walk out.
It's clean. They're setting it up.
It's short wall. It's gonna go down.
Still got a lot of time for this, so really nice timing.
Opening door.
One is tree. One in tree.
I'm picking backside.
I'm leaning backside.
They're re-one with me. They're one with me again. Heaven.
Yeah, well, 2 heaven. Backside. Front side now. One peeky stairs.
Nice try.
Everything was there in place to try to really flood back into the site. You see that Victory even very vocal for the team as they're really trying to set him up as that tip of the spear with the showstopper. So you're calling for John to pull up the wall. It's a short wall. They're set up. They're ready to go. But look at that siege. Just too nice. So you lose the value of the showstopper. And on top of that, as you're getting decayed while you're seized, allows Dante to move in and just get these picks.
It's that sees those plays. KRU has protocols for Sen's protocols. And in the moment, that's the kind of stuff we have not seen for a while here. Kind of across the board. A lot of the plays are just the teams that go in, they make it happen, and there's a fight. But we are seeing just in the moment denial here from KRU. That's insane.
As on one side, Sentinels at kickoff were only at a 1-2, which was definitely disappointing for them. But even on KRU's side, they haven't been winning since I think summertime of last year.
Right.
So to see this time maybe it does come into play. When you have 4 months of boot camp, they're able to get ready for stage 1.
Like, all right, maybe we are a little mind melded more than we thought here, gentlemen. We're just on the same page across the board here. And this is going to be a time where KRU also gets to speak, obviously, during the timeout. You can see the coach getting into it. Zonic there giving his 2 cents. As Ewok does the same.
And you're facing a tough task going into this one for Sentinels because you're pretty much at a scenario where or you want to force buy for the rest of the game or you half buy and then try to play for the OT, and they're deciding to go for the force buy. And the more that they do this, and if they're able to stay alive from round to round, the more it's going to be still difficult to face against this outlaw from Silence.
Cover going out.
So the economy is still well controlled, well maintained by the LATAM team. They're also playing it fairly slow at the beginning of the round. Again, just trying to keep Silence as the first point of contact. If there's any pressure coming out from Sens or any trap play coming out from the defensive side, and as it stays rather quiet, Sentinels are actually quite mobile, but a lot more passively around the map, not making any noise, but silently walking over to stack here over on A as they're baiting outdoors on a revolving door, and that only allows Cortesia to play solo on C.
They're not going to be too afraid after hearing that.
Huh?
Quick dash out for him, or I should say TP out. And now they're going to play their live, but spread across the map. Crew are ready to pick and poke at anybody looking for that rotation, and Les gets one just like that. Jonah P is not having a great game with the way that Crew is just taking it to him in these rounds.
Exactly, they're just playing full inserts. They made so much noise on the C side. Les is inserted towards A. You also still have Silence inserted towards B with the Outlaw, so you're cutting every rotate across, so you're giving individual 1v1s, one by Crew once again, and now they take over this B site.
Yeah.
Nice stall though to start.
Combo, लेकिन retake
20 seconds here, so they are pressuring a plant, but 5 in the site. They should be able to garrison up pretty well and get that down. So what's the retake? Is there's blast packs to drop in, and Redux is util.
And you already know this from Crew. It's smoked out towards the waterfall side.
Yeah.
They know their rotate's coming back towards stairs. Les is still isolating fights.
Yeah, that's the insane thing.
Paranoid missed.
We heard people talking about Les and what he does and how he was supposed to be that shot worker. Wait, Sen getting a few here. I'm going off on a rant. Never mind. Les is still there. So is MW Zera. But yeah, it's Les again. On that Viper, in the corner, in the shadows, 13 and 7 right now. And dismantling the rotations of Sentinels.
And you see how they're active there on that pulse pad again for Crew, as they were met by a nade and snake bite coming in from the waterfall. As they smoke it up to defend the counterplay, they're actually pushing up or on the staircase towards spawn, because they're like, well, there's no way that Sentinels will try to reflood there, right? Because we already have 5 players on site setting up the crossfire there. So let's try to cut them while they're rotating across, and they're still in the right positions. Putting them now at that point against Sentinels on their map pick. Here comes the bloodbath towards the A site in favor of Sentinels.
Yeah, there's one from Victor. John Cutie answers again. Can Sentinels keep it rolling? Keep this one going. Pedal to the metal on that one, and they finally get one of these all-out brawls to go in their favor. Well played from the A side.
Yeah, and that's a huge round for Sentinels, not only to stay alive in the game, but that was an abysmal buy that they had that they converted on their side.
Yep.
Just wanted to play fire with fire, aggression with aggression, and they won with a lot of free upgrades going to this round. Saving grace, too, is that they have a pit to work with. Although John is still setting up his wall here towards the A side, and they are looking to play the old school style to commit a lot of resources to stall some pressure from Crew over on Rubble. See being thrown here to cancel out any TPs that would go across from the Omen. Now Redux takes the top of Rubble.
Oh, oh, he didn't have the angle on the Omen. He knew it was there, though. Oh, my gosh. Sentinels, even with Crew knowing that they were stepping up, still had all the little angles.
Come back,
that millimeter that they needed to be able to see out of and get the shot. Just like that.
That was kind of clean. Yeah. But now you pick up this weapon, you pick up an orb, you have an ult for the next round. You almost didn't want John Kudu to push on that side because you still have chokehold to watch C side. You can play with the team, play maybe a 2-3 to cover up that spike, and not give a chance here for NW0 to start loading up his ultimate with the rest of the squad here, because you also still have the Vizult on Silence on a very fast take if they want to in the next round. And as he walks inside the site too, he gets to see a little bit of util over on the C side if he chooses to explore that. Where the interceptor could be, where the chokehold could be.
Sorry.
But he'll choose otherwise, so they'll just save this weapon for now towards the spawn.
Yes,
so
you are right,
you are right. Good hold in the end for Sentinels though towards that A site. Wall coming down, you didn't really expose yourself behind that Viper wall, and you never really had that surprise factor coming out from Les.
This one, I think, comes down to those timeouts from Ewok. And the team
remember
realizing
KRU
we
Esports
can't give him as much
name,
respect.
details
We
owner,
need to take the
football
space
legend,
back. And
Aguero.
Sentinels
भाई वो
has
लोग
been
हर
pushing
बार
themselves
अच्छा
right
खेले।
up to that line of scrimmage
जब
as the
से
round
KRU
starts.
Esports बनाए थे,
Because if they don't,
हर
Les is
lineup
gonna
में
be
वैसा
someone else is
potential
going
वाला
to
ही
be in the
था।
middle of the map. They're just going to spread themselves across the map and still get a hit.
जब
So
पहला
I
वाला
like the way
टीम
the
था उसमें भी
Sentinels are
सारे
really
एमर्स
getting
थे
proactive now.
खतरनाक
The gun was sticking out too, just behind that
Yeah.
wall. So an easy kill there for Victor.
अब तो Victor है, yes sir.
I think looking at this so far, I kind of like the changes and approaches. It almost seems like like old school style where Sentinels were really known for being really good on flood retakes, right? So they're playing a lot of, not a lot, but like they're playing some 4-1 setups, 3-1 setups, 3-1-1s, and really just trying to fight to contest one side.
Bro,
You got to play soft side on the other side. You can flood retake and it'll work out in your favor. So they haven't been tested for that yet, and they will now.
Kind of doing the Sen strat here. Redux spot, and then they were able to push front B. This is the one that KRU just snuffed out. They use it themselves. It's actually going to be for a bit of a lower buy here. Okay, Dante getting a good position to use this judge. And the ult is fine. Retake coming in now from Sentinels. Quick buy. Moves out Sadak.
Yeah, they're going to use these ults. They also have the Vi's ult too once Sentinel starts flooding in. Even up the guns.
Can they rein in? That's the question. Bit of damage done here. They're taking their time though, and Sentinels is doing it right. Les cannot get the space he needs. Obviously pushed out of his ult a little bit here, but it's only a matter of time as Jonah P finishes that one off. And Sentinels within 4. Not something I thought I'd be saying on this first map, but they are making it work.
And that's an incredible stall for Sentinels on that retake. So they get hit by the Nightfall. They have to fight back inside the pit, yet they still get the round back as a flawless. I think the small mistake that went there for KRU in that post plant was that positioning that they had for Device. Silent was actually set up in front of that B main side so that he could actually help out with the ult if needed. But he crossed over on the far side, over on the attacker side first. So once he recrossed, trying to help out the team, the door got opened up. You had to face up against 2 players, and there was no ult to help those lower guns inside that site. Could help the judge inside the pit. But at least they get to mitigate that damage and the bleeding a bit here from this timeout from KRU. Gives a chance also for Ewok to talk with the team, but they're starting to cut it close now for KRU's attack.
close gaya. Mazak se hatkar.
Advantages are really big for Sentinel so far. 4 ults available for them too, and again, the protocol.
Fully possible है comeback. दो gun round जीतने का वो लोग को बस.
And if they're continuing to keep to catch KRU off guard here in these forward positions here, it'll be looking quite good to bring this game to potentially overtime.
That would honestly be crazy with the read that KRU had on the first half of the map. I mean, it would really spell good things for Sentinels to be able to one reset. You know, understand within one map, one half, what really the problems and the issues are. Being able to kind of erase that and bring an attack side or a defensive side out. That feels good enough to win. 3 in a row so far. They've happened in different ways. They got the kill round timed out and a defuse, so they've seen the way to win each of these, and now it's necessary to get to 12. 4 ults to be used for Sentinels too. This could be a big round to keep it going.
Change it set up as well as we see from Sentinels. They put Cortezia over on this A site and playing the stall of the Viper over on C with Victor slowly rotating across to help out. So again, you have the perfect setup really to try to stall as much as you can and play on the soft side. And the biggest thing is this showstopper. Or it's to stop this C site attack, or it'll be used for the retake. As KRU decide otherwise on the first protocol here to try to default for C.
Pretty quick smokes they realized over at the C site, cycled over the Omen smoke and the Viper orb. They throw a fake smoke towards C.
And that kept them really there here for Sentinels, and I like this though, this boombot. So another thing that's very good. Also combining for information with Jonah P's Prowler in the front, so now that you know about this lean towards B and A site.
He didn't have to. You don't know that. Quick turn and he's seen. So yeah, they do know about that insert, sweeping around. They kind of boom out there too, so it's not going to be anything of knowledge anymore. The A sites the hit. Dante wants to go up. Relay bolt there. Oh! Little mouse mix up there as he gets to the top of the rope. Doesn't have the aim as Victor just sends the rocket clear into the site as KRU now get a few in their favor. Silence holding for that top side, waiting for the jump down, but they're not going to know it was a teleport. Redux just trying to buy some time. Maybe if he gets pushed, he gets a kill.
John so far, though.
But yeah, so far. In a final round, they throw down the ultimate. Able to get out, though.
Has the pit to drop now, too, but all of them are going to close that gap.
Shot.
John, big play not to happen. Sadak there for the final kill, and Crew take the first map, 13-8 over Sentinels.
Oh, just a
unfortunate play for
Sentinels for that retake, the showstopper not getting any value, and also, once again, another insert from NW0 inside that pit to get these drops. Crew reading them from A to Z and having a convincing first map over Sentinels here.
I think a slow
so
start.
there was like
overall
3 big
starting
strikes
to pick it up.
for
Still,
the
we're
team.
trying to find some firepower there towards the end of the map, but you got to give credit to Crew
ये
there.
map
They
देखने का
shut
क्या
down
scene?
the firepower
ये
we
map
expected to see
ये
from
map
Sentinels,
पे अगर
especially in that first
बहुत
half.
questionable
Incredible
खेला
stuff
ना
coming out in their first showing.
फिर
on
लौड़े लगे
Lotus.
इस साल
And Sadak, IGL in this team, 2 brand new young
ये
players
तो
in
होने ही नहीं
Dante and
चाहता भाई,
Silence, the
वो
veterancy of
impossible हो
NW0
रहा
and
है
less, putting it all together and making it
उधर
work.
कुछ नहीं करने
And
का
that's
सिर्फ
going to
नेट
give them a
डालने
lot
के
of
बस
confidence here, not only for this
जैसे वो
series,
trip
but
होता है
potentially even for the whole stage. But
4 था
now
वो
they're feeling the vibes and knowing that they could defeat one of the best teams here that we have in Americas and Sentinels.
That's right. Lotus was Crew's pick. We are going to breeze next, and that
लड़के
is
साले
from the
कितने रहते हैं? बहुत
Sentinels
ज़्यादा।
camp. We'll see if they can bring it back
बहुत
and get us
ज़्यादा।
to a map 3. Don't go anywhere.
in lot of lags. विक्टर तो लास्ट मोमेंट आया है वो तो खेल भी नहीं रहा था सर प्रॉपर सब वाला सब है ओह माय गॉड मेरा बदन क्रू ने इम्प्रेस किया क्रू भाई पहले से स्ट्रांग है भाई क्या इम्प्रेस किया लोग हमेशा हर क्रू का लाइनअप ओपी वाला लाइनअप था हर एक क्रू का I'm doing better spray.
Look at Levitan already pushing up, and Redux is unbeknownst to them on the other side of this wall. King is going to show his full rear end, and Redux gets himself 3.
KRU takes away that map 1 from Sentinels, and I'm here with Coach Sonic to talk about it. Sonic, you have been part of the academy team and then as an assistant coach last year under Adam. Now that you're the head coach of KRU, what are some of your ideas that you've been able to implement with the squad?
I mean, as a head coach, you get to control most things around a team. I'll say that the most important things are around the system, the way we train, the way we approach scrims, and the whole identity of the team. Those are the most important things.
Well, the identity is looking pretty good. Thank you so much. Good luck, map 2.
So far, so good for KRU as they managed to pick up that first map win, and doing so in that first round, or sorry, in that first half rather, looking rather strong in the process. I mean, Emily, it was very clear from the get-go that the KRU team knew exactly what their win conditions were going to be in some of these rounds, and they pressed the issue each and every time.
They had such a strong game plan going into it as well, choosing to kind of play more back, playing for re-clears, playing for resites, even though they had the utility capable of fighting up, right? Their re-clears were also so good because they would just completely brawl. And this is one of the big things that I like about Lotus is the conditioning. After they conditioned that, they were kind of able to play however they want, because by playing further back and not showing anything early on, they gave 0 tells.
Sen's attack side was trying to play a lot of these slower rounds because they didn't really feel comfortable taking that A lobby fight, at least in the first part of that half, against the Neon, where their Rays can't quite get out in time versus that composition. And I think that Sadak calling on that defense was so proactive at never believing these feints that Sen was sending. They very rarely were getting out the fight utility. They weren't committing deep when they tried to feign back towards A, and as a result, with the fast rotates of that Neon, and with some really good calling, I think, out of Sadak, the timings on when they were using initiator utility, they were completely
उसका
on top
favorite
of
बहुत
this
बड़े
defensive
streamer
half.
है विली के
I feel like he just had a
मैं
complete
बोला अभी
chokehold
हाँ
on
क्या
everything
love
that
you
they were
but
trying to do
love
on
you
this defensive side. He had this A-main control on lock. Like you were saying, Emily, playing back, letting them use their util to get a lot of that space, and then going back and re-clearing it. Plus, being
इंडिया
able
में
to
क्या
wait
रहती है प्लेयर की
long
सैलरी
enough.
मांगने में
And if you
पता
want to
नहीं मेरे
see
को
kind of a defense side of Lotus that is sort of textbook, you watch KRU's
इतना
defense.
है
Number
कि
rotates were
जीतने पे
on
गिफ्ट्स
point
मिल
as
सकता
well.
है
They were so
heavy
fast at re-clearing
इतना
that
तो
front
है
B, making sure there wasn't anything there, and being able to stack C almost instantly. Felt
what
like
is what is
everything
happening
was
अपना
working
मैप
to their
पिक
favor.
नहीं था
The majority of it
अपना
is
नहीं
from
था
Sonic's calling. Yeah, I mean, he had insane reads, but also his solo performance, being that anchor like you were kind of talking about, wherever he was, using all of his utility and finding value from it. It felt like no matter where he was a force to be reckoned with, just as an individual. And the fact that he was able to have that much impact and buy time for the Neon to kind of rotate in and the rest of the rotates to come, they just played so well together that whole half.
Yeah, it really did feel like KRU, you know, we were having a lot of questions what we were going to see coming out of this one. I will say, though, while we do got to give flowers to KRU for great play, you also do got to kind of look at Sentinels as well, right? There were certainly moments where you're seeing
by
a
Breeze,
lack of presence, but
by bro Breeze साथ में मिलके हम लोग सीखेंगे वो लोग क्या कॉम्प ले रहे कैसे वो लोग मिड ले रहे कैसे वो लोग फाइट कर रहे भाई हम लोग को एकदम सेंटीमीटर बाय सेंटीमीटर देखने का है कि ब्रीज कैसे खेलते हैं सेंटीमीटर बाय सेंटीमीटर समझ रहे हो क्योंकि एक टीम का ब्रीज बहुत खराब है
Pressured as they should be, especially when you're attacking and when you're moving into a
time
map like
to
Breeze,
learn together,
I think
boys.
that's going to be very, very important because a lot of the time we'll see a lot of splits, we'll see a lot of a lot of
के शादी
XX and a lot
में
of like
ऋषिकेश जा रहे हैं
fast-paced
सोच रहा हूँ
rounds, and having like that lurker come in, they're going to need to be able to kind of find value out of that and not just like not full send. They need a full send more, especially going into Breeze.
I agree with you, but I think even beyond that, one of my biggest issues looking at this map of Breeze was just how outsized the individual performances were from KRU. That have been at least 4 rounds with an ace or a 4K from KRU.
Yeah,
Anytime it was going wrong,
back to back.
yes, they did. Everyone was stepping up in those big
So
moments. And I think to me, when we're looking at a game where we saw both Victor and Jonapi really struggling to find their footing at the beginning of that map, we're going to one of the maps that rewards individualism and those kind of big plays the most. It feels like a slam dunk for a KRU 2 out here.
Yeah, I mean, and then of course, guys, surely we get Sky this time, right?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I don't think we will.
No, probably not.
I don't
Probably
think
not.
we will. Probably not.
I like how we set that up and we just completely trolled
What
ourselves.
do you
the
think
whole
they play
time.
then? I feel like Sky's good on
I
this
feel like
map.
we're gonna see KO, Sova KO maybe.
Like we're returning to the old Breeze
yes,
meta?
Old Breeze meta. Use the KO knife for so much information.
Sure.
I know Sky has hella information, but the dart works really well. The drone works really well from Sova. You don't need that dog to go down
Sova
elbow
तो confirm
anymore,
है.
especially if you're playing a little bit more aggressive. So I feel like
I'm gonna see KO. I really want to see the right click plays coming out from KO. Just kind of
double controller, double Viper
doing that aiming space.
Viper के साथ Omen रहेगा, Astro रहेगा.
It would be a lot easier with this guy. And now that I'm talking, I feel like maybe.
Are you talking yourself into it?
Yeah.
You just worked yourself into a shoot.
I just myself into it.
Yeah.
I want to see KO though. I think KO is just so fun, and I
Double
think the
Esports
retakes
को
too, we
किसका
saw through,
funding
they
मिला
had
है?
insane retakes, insane post plants. Their protocols were actually amazing, and I think with KO with his knife is something that would capitalize.
Do you think Phoenix is viable on this map right now?
Why do I?
You can't ask you that. You know I'm a
No, but give me the sell. You're the Phoenix girl.
a prophet. You made it come true. Look at what happened. Yeah, guys, you know me. It's me, Prophet Athena. And out of the duelists, he is viable, but probably not. I'd still prefer to see a Sky or a KO over.
Yeah.
So you don't want to see.
बोला था मैं रात कनाडा वाले
I didn't say that.
Damn, called out.
Hold on, Phoenix.
दूसरा भाई आ गए हैं chat में.
It's a character in a video game.
Hashtag two for a reason.
Send it back over to
कैसे फिर टॉक्सिक भाई बोला आप मेरे
Coach
कास्ट
Sen.
दोस्त मेंबर ग्रुप में नहीं हो.
Unbelievable.
That's very
I
unfortunate.
am here with Coach Ewok ahead of map 2.
लेकिन आज ही एने चालू हो
There
गया.
are,
I
of course,
think
some
कल या
circumstances
परसों
that
रहेगा.
you cannot control of the match today, but the team started to warm up a little bit in this map number 1. So I want to ask you a little bit more about yourself and the way that you're approaching this. What are some
Google
of the
क्या पता चला
differences and
46
what are,
lakh per
what
month
is
top
your
tier
coaching
player
style
और
here with this
13
specific
lakhs
team
per
with a
month
sub as
low
well
tier
compared
player
to
को
all the
इतना
experience
पैसा
that you
होता
have in Pacific with RRQ?
इतना पैसा
I think
होता
it will
भी
take
है.
some time for you to see a little bit more what my style is, but as you just
मेरे
said,
को
we need
नहीं
to warm up a
मालूम.
little bit more, and towards the end we were warming up. So now we're going over towards breeze.
I
and
have
a
no
lot of
idea.
shooting going on that map, so we'll need our warm up to kick in.
What should we be expecting for Breeze?
वहाँ पे प्लेयर्स को
Something,
लोलेक्स
a little
गिफ्ट
bit
मिल रहा है. लोलेक्स शो मैच खेलने के लिए.
Okay, very excited. Good
कितना
luck.
सैलरी रहेगा मेरे को आइडिया नहीं है.
Okay, so you heard Coach Ewok. Phoenix is going to be.
Ewok बोलते हैं.
I'm kidding. But yeah, something a little bit more aggressive is what he said he's going to be hoping for. But there was one thing at the end that he did say coming out at the end of that interview that I do want to hang on, which was that, yeah, you know, toward the end of that Lotus game, you were starting to see those guns come online a little bit more. But at that point, it was already too far gone. They had to catch up by an insurmountable amount of rounds.
Yeah.
Now you're starting from fresh. You got to get these guns hot early on. Maybe they can feel
I mean, it's Breeze. It's literally a DM map. So if you're not shooting back, it's kind of over for you, right?
Exactly. All right, folks. Well, Riven Van Silly are going to catch you on the other side of this one. We'll see you after this quick short break with Breeze.
मैं really चाहता हूँ MIBR कुछ crazy करे इस साल. एक बनता है. Simple breakdown. Beginner tier 20,000 to 50,000 tier. बाप रे क्या है ये? हाँ, तुम लोग का प्लान है वहाँ पे VCT जाने का? मेरे जॉन पे चढ़ के नहीं जा रहा.
We are back here at VCT America's Stage 1 as we get that second map underway here soon. Sentinels pick of Breeze is about to be on your screen. And you heard Ewok saying there, I hope the warm-up for the shooting has happened. We're going to be doing that. But we're also going to be more aggressive. So I'm excited to see what happens as they get onto Breeze.
Yeah, that's the silver lining for sure for the results of that first map. That they started activating a little bit more. And yeah, now we get to see the agent selected. Interesting comp coming out here on the side of Sentinels. When he said aggression, I was expecting this Neon, but I was not expecting an ISO.
Excuse me.
I also feel like this should be this like swap. So Doc should be doing this.
Harbor Viper, ठीक है. Viper Omen, ठीक है.
A slicer with a Neon, a slicer with a Viper, a slicer with a Harbor, and then a wall for Redux. So scaling on the attack side should be on paper a lot easier to do for Sentinels. They'll have to see right now for Crew if they could stop that. And on their side, they're pulling up the chamber to try to help out here. But interestingly enough, also using an Omen instead of the Astra or Harbor themselves. So I think Sadak is also adding a lot of importance into playing into verticality, which I think, quite honestly, outside of like the Harbor wall, the verticality could be quite good.
Double controller के Sentinel भी एक extra.
Yeah, if you're going to get into a wall game, why not? Figure out where people have been feeling safe. And make it unsafe. Honestly, on the defensive side, it's like when you're getting sliced, where are the spots you're going to be hiding, right? How do they know who's going to be coming through what wall or what intersection that's created by all of these different
Fatox
walls.
bhai, thank you for the 10 gifted membership.
Real ready.
आपको लेने बोला था आप तो देव मानुस निकले सीधा दे ही दिया. Love you, thank you for the 10 gifted membership मेरे जान के बेटे. Love you मेरे जान के बेटे. Love you.
It's the fact that they can carry it now into breeze.
Dad, छुपा दे दो Fatox Zikro, छुपा दे दो exam.
I'm so stoked to watch this second map too. Victor on a Neon 2 is also a key agent.
वो कोल्ड जरा था. अरे live पे click कर दे.
You can pretty much identify Victor with Neon on Fracture back in the Optic days, but
Retake time, boys.
See how it develops as Sentinels take the upper hand on the attack side with all these walls and gets the plant over on A.
No problem. Victor just be in there. Jonah P starts off the first blood of second map, taking down Dante, and that's going to slow down. Sadak, though, is not going to slow down. It's the same thing they did coming from C on Lotus, and now they're going to be hitting the site from the other side. The two-pronged attack just leaving Sentinels wondering which way they need to look. And KRU dropped them and defused, and only Dante was the one to go down.
And you see the difference on the triple swing from both sides. Both two sides of the coin, night and day. For Sentinels right here, their first jiggle. The other two hesitate. Second one goes out alone. The other third just gave it up. While here, it's three guys swinging out through a smoke. You had different opportunities here on both sides to win and even up here the post-plant scenarios, and even Sadak can believe how easy it was for him to hold that flank.
They just redid the same strat. Different map, same strat. It applies. Overlay the two and watch it back. This is crazy, fans. And they start off with that momentum.
What is better for you, super chat or gifted membership?
I should say.
मेरे लिए दोनों सेम है. जितना मेरे को YouTube देता है दोनों सेम है. मेंबरशिप थोड़ा अच्छा है कि क्या वो लोग को थोड़ा perks मिलता है, स्ट्रीम देख सकते हैं जब मैं और वो लोग के लिए WhatsApp ग्रुप भी है. तो वो सब चीज़ के लिए अच्छा है. So I always prefer gifted.
Safety behind the wall. They're able to deny the recon. That's actually huge as they get a trade back in their favor. I'm not sure how this is happening.
W attack नहीं किया वो लोग ने.
which is
अभी भी प्रॉब्लम क्या मालूम है retake possible है.
Let it be.
कि डंटे वॉल करके सीधा फाइट कर सकता है. वो लोग सिर्फ
someone, but they are going to react fast and be able to cover each other right over the shoulder here. Yeah. Oh no! Gosh. Nobody can react. He gets another two judge kills. We saw last time. Sadak over the wall. He's going to catch the back of Jonah P as well. It falls apart so fast. The pistols were in such good position, but again, they're only pistols, and KRU knew they could crunch down.
Yeah, the paranoia with the relay bolt just
अच्छा दो kill मार के वो लोग पूरा stagnant हो गए बे.
That Sentinels could really cut the crossfire with the 2-2 setup.
उसने wall भी नहीं किया. सीधा ऐसे दो मारा उसके बाद stun मारा bro.
Relay bolts there on the other side and they're stunned.
Yeah.
That's just so difficult there for Sentinels, but the idea was right. We just weren't ready for that combination.
UPI करो भाई, उनके लिए UPI best है.
They almost made it doable.
Greed is always bad.
God, both maps he's starting off crazy. I think Sadak had alt third round on
Dante
Lotus
Neon is good. मैं normal था बे वो.
I remember even on Lotus it was Sentinels that want pistol and they got eco.
Proper एक जगह पे रुक गया वो. ठीक है आपने को attack दिखा.
Holy moly.
So KRU definitely has what it takes to play with confidence.
How
they can snowball these early halves here for both of these maps so far. And they're looking here with this bonus round to get some good damage by pushing all the way down and getting information. First blood for less.
Bro, what the fuck? एक मार के निकल भी गया वो.
Interesting. Honestly, really only seeing Mata do stuff like that for energy, jumping out, being a moving sentry, and then back up so somebody can come out and swing.
And that's what I was talking about. Dante with the All Knights when he was playing in 2024, going up into Ascensions with the 2G against the 2G's rosters. When we're talking about other Neons like Spike, for example, now you're starting to see the true value here of what Dante brings. Why it was picked up by KRU in the first place, and why maybe the decision of KRU is to continue forward with Dante as his star duelist. Build around instead of Keston. Went over to Envy.
Silence able to just shut down any knowledge of going on over to B site. And an activated Sentinels here, spamming a bit through the wall, making sure they can get some down. And they're going to have to survive this onslaught now to come in from KRU.
That's your best case scenario, to play mini gulag inside of that smoke, because there was so much util coming towards you. You still see the stalls there.
Oh gosh, Dante waiting. The shotgun doesn't come out big from that time as John Cutie and Victor
Bhai,
able to come
silence ko
huge
dekho,
here. Now
silence
it's
ko
left
dekho,
up to
silence ko
silence.
dekho.
The kill over at B
Oh my
brings
God.
that power
Fedex
back to the
bhai,
A
thank you
site.
for the membership. Mere jaan
Runs in,
kade, love
tries to
you, mere
close
jaan
that gap.
kade.
Against Victor here, standing in
diya.
for the squad, goes for the defuse. Victor with a quick peek check. Oh! He goes for the insta repeat, which Silence is ready for. And he gets the quick defuse. Plenty of time here, and Crew are able to lock down the bonus.
God, that's the thing. Plenty of time where he should
Well,
have had
past
that
match
time.
खेल के I get cooked. How to play longer? Easy है, friends के साथ करो भाई.
He had to
कितना भी
book it
game
with the
खेल
knife
सकते हो.
out. So Victor heard all of that the whole time. And then when you tapped on the spike, you still made noise as you were
राहुल भाई,
diving
आप
into a
मानोगे
pool.
नहीं,
So you know that he's
एक
still
बंदा
on
है,
spike.
रेगल टॉस नाम
You
का एक
still want
बंदा
to try to go for the jiggle.
मैं उसके साथ दिन में ना 20 से 25 गेम खेल सकता हूँ. वो भी जहाँ पे 24 गेम्स में कैरी करता हूँ और एक गेम में डीसी होता हूँ.
On the reaction time with even a chamber shot at the beginning.
Red Bull clutch exciting the Argentinian watch
क्या
party
scene
here.
बे?
We see them live checking in on the team, crushing.
Normal members के लिए WhatsApp
It
group
is
है,
gonna be a
normal
quick
members
tech
के लिए
pause.
भी
I'm
WhatsApp
gonna say
group
quick.
है.
It's going to be a tech pause coming in here as we get into a possible fourth round. And guess what?
It was quick.
We're done.
पे में भी tax लगा cash दो leg back.
Okay, we'll stay at the game though. We still had 3 plants, 3 defusals.
कल जी का मैच है क्या?
So
सुबह
at
का
least
ना
right
जी
now
का
for
मैच.
Sentinels, they're making the
जीतना
combination
चाहिए भाई
of
जी
this,
को दो मैच
of this
जीतना
comp
चाहिए.
work
भाई
in
playoff
terms
by
of
first time
hitting
hands
hard, hitting fast, getting
crazy
plant
मजा
down.
आएगा.
Pulse plant scenarios a different story right now. And this time they might have the extra slice needed
When
here
will
with
Acetal
this
reach
ult
this
from
level?
John
I have
Cutie.
no idea. Mix खेला कोई mix कोई नहीं खेलेगा. कोई भी नहीं खेलेगा mix.
Water through, just walls after walls. And now they swarm.
Bro, ये जिंदा
Haven't really entered
कैसे?
the site just yet. They're going to go for the left side and try to route the defense. Crew's kind of reading this. MW0 feels what's going down, and Sadak is just kind of looking left and right in the back, but keeping himself alive somehow. Now this page Silence rotated so fast.
Oh my God, crucial kill मार दिया. मार्क कसम क्या round निकाला. हाँ?
Guaranteed round now.
Guaranteed.
There
बच
it
गया.
is. 4 for
भाई एक और
Redux
गन
on that.
गिरता था
Beautifully done in
लेकिन.
the ISO. And the pace of that hit was big. They
Yeah.
couldn't go through the regular
Bro,
right
ये
side
round
hit. They've
कैसे आ
done
रहे
too
crew?
much. A little to the left, switch it up.
Straight up crew का round था उसने. दो मारा ना तब.
And again, good thing that you have something like Redux
Redux
stepping
ने
up to the
crazy
plate
मारा
again,
bro.
having to go
Redux
nuclear.
ने
Another
crazy
4K
bro.
round to keep
Redux.
around in for Sentinels in
Holy
this fight.
fuck, Redux ने क्या
But
मारा?
I think what's really
Mid
seems to
door
be
वाले
hurting
को
them too when they're
गलत
actually
मारा
executing with all
Redux
of these walls. I was about to mention there's so many walls that a Sova dart should not get too much value. But so far, every time MW0 has been dropping a recon dart behind enemy lines, it has pinged out players on their executions.
My word. A little inside the park ace there if you count last round. Redux is feeling it right now, and they continue to fly through. This is the kind of stuff we were waiting for Redux to do as well. Coming online and just looking unstoppable. This Sean Cutie feels the sixth sense of someone behind him.
चौथा राउंड है सेन का जहाँ पे वो लोगों ने अटैक बहुत बाप किया. 2 राउंड थोड़ा रेफ्रेट हो गया.
Expecting a TP
लेकिन
on
ये
top of the
चौथा
paranoia
राउंड है
thrown
सेन
by
का जहाँ पे वो लोगों ने
Sadak, and
अटैक
as they
बहुत बाप
re-cleared, it
किया.
was an easy kill to do as they held it inside of that smoke behind the drone. So kind of using a drone as a bait to get the punish onto Sadak. So that was really nice. Now they start early, a 5 versus 2. Even with a spike plan on the pulse plan, they're trying to chase down the last 2 players of
Redux
Crew.
Indian
And
है,
this is a
हाँ.
great answer back, though,
बाजू में रहता था.
since the last couple of rounds that didn't pan out in their favor in these pulse plants.
उसके वजह से उसने टीम लीव करेगा. इतना नहीं मारा.
Points here. There's
वो
one.
लेकिन एक reason है.
It's almost like a double take. It's like, wait a minute, that is a person. But that is John Cutie cleaning it up. 3-2. This is kind of where we started the
ब्रिज
first
बड़े
map
मैप
as well,
में
before it was
एक्टिवली
4-2,
टेकिंग
and then
स्पेस
just
इंपॉर्टेंट. हाँ क्योंकि
sprinting
एग्जीक्यूट
away with the
तुम
lead.
रोक नहीं सकते.
It looks like Ewok's getting what he
Execute
asked
रोक
for.
नहीं
The
सकते.
aim is a
Until
bit more
unless
online with that
तुम
warm
लोग
up. The first map here for
दोनों जो
Sentinels.
साइड में वो वही एंगल लेकर जहाँ से एग्जीक्यूट आने वाला है.
Oh, I was going to say don't do it.
स्पैम वैम
Sure
में तुम
enough.
लोगों को कुछ किल विल मिल गया.
I don't know if I can
फिर
stop
भी
it.
अगर ट्रेड हो गया तो तुम लोग राउंड आउट हो गए.
4-3 ults ready here for the side of Crew.
They will definitely pull out the Total False right now for
कितने
Silence.
राउंड
So
चाहिए
it's
सन को?
been
7.
very, very good holding up and anchoring this B site. But he's actually trying to use it for mid control quite early. They haven't seen too much early presence out on the side of Sentinels in front of B, but they're also making sure that they're rolling over all the rocks by throwing out this smoke on the ground. On the attack side, actually, to control the orb
भाई
for
वो लोग भी
Sentinels.
मिड हेवी कर रहे हैं.
You're ready to activate
सब जगह लेकिन वो ले रहे हैं,
put that
info ले रहे
wall up, fire a dart down, get your drone up. You can see KRU is just waiting, but they're going to have these this elbow insert of just basically every member of Sentinels come through here. Silence goes to fight it. He's going to peek it again. That is a choice. Victor takes him down quite easily. Maybe thinking that would have been solidified. But they did not on the orb. So it is going to be a B take here from Sentinels. Pretty easily taken with pistols to come back.
And that's a silent assist for Jonah with the owl drone too, because he didn't get the ping, but he got all the info. So they stopped the bleeding too.
Well,
you saw the
Sen is
position was
back.
quite nice from
Drone के एक बार पता
the
नहीं वो तो
total
ping
set up
करते
by
जा रहा था
Silence.
drone.
They attempted the shock dart to break down the shield to get that first blood.
Oi.
Although we'll hold that thought though.
Body shot भी मार रहा है.
Sadak is back with the bandit.
He's not too hurt either. Still has a few shots to take in this situation, but they got a lot of work to do too.
Yeah, and you're hoping you don't need to use it, but this should still be a Sentinels round because they have that Hunter's Fury available for Jonah P, who's already playing offside. So they're in prime position here to settle up and secure this.
Bro,
gun and run. Pick it up and do the work.
Nice
damage there by MWZ at the end, but it's going to be Sentinels round, and that's the important part.
Hello?
They are having to battle through these quite a bit, but it's better that they're getting them in the W.
Manish bhai, thank you for the membership, Meri Jangar Day.
It was a nice try though, and again, I think it's KRU put themselves in a right
body
position as well. After they
flick
saw that
मारा है
Hopper smoke in
बे.
front of that B side controlled. Okay, the rotate should be
पांच
coming back
बंदे
here
जिंदा
somewhere
फिर भी वो
else.
body मार
There's
रहे
no
बे
pressure
सड़क.
coming in from that front B side, so you are trying to.
By the way, I see the bear.
Close in. To close in and try to break the
MW
shield.
जरा बहुत crazy मार रहा है, बहुत crazy मार रहा है. एक बात मैं बोलूँगा, वो बात मेरे को याद आने वाला है. मैं थोड़ा सा टाइम आउट शायद से जल्दी लिया. तुम लोग को बोला था टाइम आउट मत लो. याद आते मैं वही कर लूँगा.
In like the chatter and back and forth for what KRU is doing. Last time Zonic was kind of just here and
इसका
there.
कॉम्प अच्छा है. ISO कॉम्प इतना बाप नहीं लगता मेरे को.
Feeling like he has to get in the ear of the team more so on Breeze.
But जिस हिसाब से Redux मार रहा है, जो लेना है लो.
Well, from the looks of it, again, the last round was a little bit more of a mixed buy that you kind of had with a couple of players being quite low. But they were quite punished easily when they were throwing a couple of rounds where they wanted to try to play aggro with util to follow up and allowing Dante to activate a bit to get an opener. He's been sat down right away.
Yeah.
What's been good for them, at least in terms of the results, is how good they've been on just attacking back out the Sentinels as soon as Sentinels gets on site. So they didn't want to leave that space for Sentinels to take, so they could just start floating back on that side. And you're seeing here, at least from the setup at the beginning of this round, that they're not trying to go for any of these type of trap plays. They're just trying to control and maintain again from the look of the smoke here of the Omen of Sadak.
वो लोग mid लेकिन वो भी नहीं कर रहे बे. Default smoke या कुछ.
Gotcha.
Hold the top with me when it fades.
I'm picking off you mid, I mean.
Yeah.
They use another open smoke. They want a main.
Okay, just listen to me. Yeah, they want a main. Come forward. We're gonna do 4 A split. For mid and Sova solo A.
Yeah, can we peek this together, Victor? I'm going wide. 3, 2, 1.
I'm gonna just stay mid and watch flank, okay?
I think you can just use your shield from close and we just
Sova drone elbow, I think. Sova drone elbow.
Yeah, I think they might be in the orb. You gotta cover us.
Tell me when to drone.
Take bomb.
We need to get going.
Just try and think of everything they could do. Someone's here.
I have neon.
One flanking elbow.
Nothing bricks.
I'm blind.
I hold it.
Dead.
Nice.
Yo, kill him,
Just go at me.
Get a smoke. Open smoke.
Dead.
Nice.
I can ult him. I'm ulting him.
Okay, waiting.
He's blind on the left.
Default. Sight.
I want blind yellow. I'm an ulted out.
Omen is yellow.
One chamber.
He ulted out.
Chamber nice.
They're closing in on these calls. It's so cool to see.
30 seconds.
I'm planning to save 4v2.
Bro, clean comms
He
bे.
was nice. He was nice.
I'm smoking to your right, Vic. Well done.
I'm just going with
Flank.
Flank. Nice.
W bait.
You're my savior.
Lawrence go.
You chase.
He's just
wall
chasing
up and
you.
down here.
Wait नहीं कर रहा था वो actually आ
You
रहा
already
था
see it
पीछे.
now. Silence
was
forced
nice,
to
okay,
fall
he
back
TP
and
nest.
save his
I
op.
mean, I don't know if it was mid TP, but he was
Looked
here.
very
and he
good
TP
here
nest,
for the
so-
comms of Sentinels as, I mean, if you guys don't know, John Cutie.
Yeah.
We all know him like that. But he was basically calling the
Heavy
they want the
comes
was trying to just go for heavy 4 players on middle. It was dangerous because if you looked from the mini map though, you already had 4 players contested on that side of Crew on the other side. What really helps Sentinels to really start opening things up though is not only on Jonap's joining on the A side to get the info if they actually took control of main, but it also allows here for saying, okay, well it's empty here. We can actually open to the doors
working and so am I. Work. Didn't sleep at all. When a new car for both of us. Love you with my. House मेरा आप ले सकते
there's only one site, you know,
कार मेरा आप ले सकते
one of those players is going to get hit by the kill contract no matter what, basically.
It comes to show how fast you have to pivot from time to time too, based on the macro you're trying to bring at the beginning of the round. So great pivot and calls, and all the players on Sentinels seem quite vocal towards what they want when they want to start activating as well. It's not only on John Cutie setting up the plan, but it's your duelists too, looking for the setup.
You did get that initial though. Okay, listen, this is what we're going to do.
Yes,
There's a point when the round is his. It's very cool to see. All right, 4-3. Sentinels grab the lead here. The first time in the series, really. And it's going to be silence looking to get this round back. Less hiding with the classic over here on the right side. Redux is going to make quick work of him. John Cutie with the Phantom, and they're kind of getting scattered on this Sova ultimate. As they get the plant down, Sentinels are in a pretty good position.
Yeah, still winning good fights too. Numbers, unfortunately though, that's going to change. John Cutie has to come up huge again on the 1v1 inside the goal line. Gets it now for Sentinels. It almost looked like it was going to fall apart, though, for how we executed for Sentinels in the first place. It feels like we... I was about to say. Because there was a gap there on the top of Nest. Why are they scaling up there with a wall and then a free kill from the top of Nest? And then looks like John Cutie realized here that he didn't find a wall. Good wall up and section off the top of Nest into the B site. But still gets a 4K for the team. So he saved himself from the embarrassment.
Looking good. Timeout's not going to matter here for the side of Crew. Sentinels just pushing through. And actually put everybody, but we still see Cortezia on the left side of the map here towards A for a bit of ruckus in the beginning of the round. Make the noise, drone it out, bring the Crew defense to this side. But it doesn't look like they're biting to this play just yet, fans.
And this is good old signature Sadak. Play close with the judge and try to find your timing. So he gets droned out, but he repositions himself because of that second smoke that came through, and it was no pressure coming out here from the Sentinel squad.
Swinging together once again. You can almost still hear it in their heads. 1, 2, 3 as they get themselves to safety. And yeah, Crew still reads it again. Sadak just completely moving with Sentinels on the other side of the map.
And they're okay with that for Sentinels too. It almost looked like they were trying to cut rotates in the first place by having Cortezia inserted. But after that, if they're trying to go for the site hit, you still have a pit to work out with for. And then they make sure they grab this orb too, so you're sectioning a lot of that site.
30 seconds left.
Big dividers coming through. Dante wants to be in their face, and he's able to successfully capitalize sprinting over is Sadak to already be on the mid side, so nobody can rotate out and work on his team. He's going to go for the backstab as Les and the rest of the team make quick work of what's in the site. Wait a minute, Professor. Class is in session for a moment here. Can he get himself to safety? He doesn't realize he's still surrounded, and Les is just about to creep into the situation with eyes on the prize. Jonah P goes down there, and Crew, they correct any mistakes on that one, but lose a few members.
It's crazy that they get that around, though, from inserting a judge on both sides, both extremities. Right over here, that scaling, the wall was actually pushed all the way out towards ladder for them to try to scale on that left side. But then Dante just found his timing again. Getting more impact frags this time around than what he showed in terms of numbers on that first map of Lotus, but definitely making this salvageable for Crew as they were starting to lose a lot of rounds here since this round number 4. Sentinels are looking pretty good with how they're operating here on their attack side. Looking at these
Redux ने वॉल किया और पहला राइट पे घुसा हो क्योंकि लेफ्ट पे यूटिल डंप हुआ Redux का काम था राइट क्लियर करने का लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली शॉटगन खाने
fast. They've actually expected people to be here in mid to fight right away, so they really want to get themselves into the fight as soon as possible. Walls on walls to get the space they need, and they only have to look at a few angles here. Whoa! See, Dante's actually going to peek out of that one on his own.
Oh my God, Viper Dick, oh my God.
No way! Back and forth, the
Bhai,
pillar
kya
is
marte
saving grace to
Dante?
be able to get a 4K in sight, and Silence finishes that one off just towards the spawn
Hello?
side. What an amazing round from Dante.
And that's what I'm talking about. Jumping through, sliding across, isolating the first fight, right over here through the harbor wall. But secondly, getting info from his teammate. There's 2 players pushing him. He gets the assist, which is less here from the snake bite. But just realizing the timing of how he pick up these
DK
fights
spit on top.
is such a
DK
difference.
spit on
When you
top.
saw them coming through tunnel, you saw him peek the wall.
Ande,
You're
chat
like,
pata,
oh, he
lag
knows they're
badge.
coming. He'll hide, slides out.
Ande chat kaise
Like,
padega?
crazy, crazy play.
He almost has to put the Dios back into his name because he's playing God mode right now.
Yeah, yeah. I agree with that. He's actually taken a moment to realize what he just did in spawn.
Dante
His
to
Silence
AFK
gets a
tha?
kill. He'll still be over towards the A action with Victor going down, slowing down Sentinels here to start. And this looks like it might just fizzle out altogether. Late to the round, second to the party. Dante picks up Cortezia. Oh my gosh, those look close. John Cutie doesn't take too much to the wall. None, actually.
And he's just trying to keep them at base so the other guys could activate here on the other side of the site, hoping to get a kill.
My ult is ready.
Jeez. Just cat and mouse on this wall.
Player standing.
Oh,
yeah, it's tough one to get out of.
Oh, shit.
Redux takes a shot. Doesn't even get to open his eyes
shit.
when he wakes up from the nightmare. 6-5 here for Crew.
I think a bad timing in the end because there was 2 guys over on that A side too, and I think he was trying to just ulti for somebody close, and then hopefully his teammate could trade if he dies, but I think he lost his teammate just in the last second. And that becomes a freebie because the rest of Crew could just collapse onto John Cutie towards the door, and that's it. Cortezia right at the bricks.
Hit on the trademark crab, just right out in the open. So many little things are getting caught on here. On the side of Sen. But can they get the 6th round? They had that 5-round surge before Crew was able to battle back. And it looks like they're just going fundamental sight hit on this one, or I should say default sight hit. Straight through. Still getting spammed by Sadak. Why wouldn't it be?
Oh
my
fuck,
gosh.
no bhi ho gaye.
So now the 3v5, Dante finds another one there. You can see the assist coming through, the trademark hit as well. And yeah. And, the little tricks are catching Sentinels off guard. Quick trade there slows down the fight, but it looks like Sentinels are not going to be out of getting out of this one alive. John Cutie and Jonah P left alive here, the 2 with the veteran status on this squad that you'd be looking for to capitalize on a round like this. And it's only going to be John Cutie left. He gets going to zap down. There it is, 7-5 for Crew. They're kind of playing with their food at this point. Knowing where they are, just taking their time.
Not a problem.
You can get it. And Crew seem to be
balanced agent.
Yeah, what a time to activate for Dante too for the last couple of rounds. I think it was like what 3 and 6 or something like that, finishing on the top of the scoreboard at 14 and 10. That said though, so good in these spam lines for all this team. Crew came back, they take a comfortable lead going into the second half now.
Spam line mein wall
wild stuff from Crew. It is going to be another tough second half for Sentinels. Let's see if they can battle back.
क्या हुआ spam किसे लगा लोग straight line में? राइट साइड डाला था क्या वो? Language Sovik.
Red Bull gives you wings.
अभी जब वर्क करके आया सीधा स्ट्रीम देखने आ गया 10 मिनट में सोने भी जाना है ठीक है Today Sen GG go sleep by excitement MIBR match का आसपास the goat of goaters MIBR G2 heavy banger है ये वाला लेकिन मेरे को लगा था लेफ्ट राइट होगा कंसीडरिंग वो लोग का प्रॉपर फाइवमैन है नहीं अभी भी निकाल सकते हैं वो लोग लेकिन बहुत टफ है मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा टफ जिसे अब से सड़क आई जे लेना रुला के मारेगा Anbai, good morning. Thank you for the 100 मेरे जाने के लिए. Crew playing really good.
Here for Crew.
8-5 by.
They come back
थोड़ा
in the
समझदारी
first
आई
half
कि नहीं?
to make sure they take the lead. And they have been reading Sentinels left and right from Lotus and now to Breeze. It's how they continue to take these rounds. Sentinels has to buck the trend. They have to get out of this kind of back and forth that Sadok's able to read. Ewok said they're coming in aggressive. They're coming in crazy. Let's see what they got now. They did bring the squad to do it.
प्रिपरेशन को पढ़ने की बजाय स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ. मैच से ऐसे भाई एनए का मेरे को मैचेस देखने में बहुत
When they tried to go too aggressive, they were punished, and you saw that.
एनर्जी का मबेन होता है. लेकिन
When they went back to their tried and true of this very map of Breeze to play the flood retake, man, was it looking good for them. Now on the attack side, though, with the Neon at the point, Redux is already low HP, trying to walk down, though.
Focus. Destabilizing. Tries to get that cut through. And Victor will get a little bit off it. But it doesn't look like they want to push too far. Shots across the map are happening. And yeah, Les is able to pick back up on that. Then the shoulder shot to Redux, low HP. What an opening of B site just like that. And Sent probably felt like they had control of the round right there.
This is scary. Both of them too with Sheriffs. I mean, it's Sheriffs across the board. But Les with the Sheriff is always good.
Cannonballs? What is happening here?
भाई वो अभी भी वॉल बना सकता है. वॉल भी नहीं बना रहा है.
We're gonna get a lot of aces in this game, aren't we? Oh, okay, Jones P's one shot, Cortezia, so 3 more and he's through this.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Everyone's gonna ace.
Oh god.
Oh
god.
my god, क्या चल रहा है?
Fans.
Same
Una
position.
Mouse.
Oh, what the fuck?
And they were just going for it too. It was a gentleman's agreement up there for a moment. You love that. Just on the side, silence is like, all right, I'll wait. You guys go ahead.
भाई उसने वॉल भी यूज नहीं किया डीके के लिए, रिपोजिशन के लिए.
Oh my gosh.
And that's the thing. It was a great start for Sentinels by pressuring down towards that middle. But because they had to leverage John Q to even slice up the mid side, they had to give up the B site. You had 2 players who are able to lurk in. So John gets the first easy kill, but then never saw Les sneak through. And then you see how much damage Les could do now when he's given these opportunities.
Love you, Archit bhai.
Now once again,
love you.
Back against the wall, trying to farm up ults as much as they could, and that definitely silence calls that aggressive B push. And then for the rest of the crew, they're doing the same thing, controlling the A side orb, making sure here that the drone's going to get some good info for the team. This is an interesting Viper wall, though. Giving a lot more space than usual and just trying to punish players through the line of scrimmage. Crew just wants to wait for it. Comes down. Here comes the fights.
Honestly, it's so awkward to be in this front space.
Hey, what is...
Fighting back and forth.
My god.
Dante has been cruising into these positions so well right now. Hiding. They're just... Quick work of Sentinels right now. The smokes are up. They're playing a cat and mouse game. Letting Sentinels make the first move. Honestly, it's just patience right now, but it looks like fast play from Crew. They're just kind of letting it fall into their hands.
Yeah. Like I said, they wanted to play it safe. The drone doesn't spot anybody. You have no real information outside of the orb being tapped towards that B site, and you have no active info towards middle, so you don't know if they're walking down mid, if they're stacking B, if they're stacking A. So now you just got to make sure that the team stays as a group. The wall comes down, they find all the information, and now they have better weapons to fight against. So, again, through any type of pressure scenario, they seem very stoic right now for these fights.
They have less walls.
Yeah.
How's you?
How many walls did they have? Oh my gosh, Dante going in so fast. I don't know if anybody would have lived through that here. Let's see if they can get another round in their favor as MW Zera starts off quick. Finally, they have a say. It has not been Sentinels able to attack that right away. Oh my god. How? Beautiful kill from behind, and the backstab is now at the 2v2, waiting to get control of the site before the full plant. They're looking to help each other before they do that. That's in the open. He's in the open. He still stays alive though on the swing. Cortezia is there to get it. It just looks like they are okay with taking each other toe to toe in these situations instead of getting the swings in, playing it proper. They're kind of losing the moment to play the game.
And not afraid of beating out the spike plant. So they tap it every single time, always double swung towards the end too. They're playing with a lot of confidence right now, knowing that they can just outduel Sentinels so far. And they almost made it happen in our bonus round. Remember, it was Spectres, Bulldogs. Definitely a huge sign of relief there for Ewok. But again, control of the economy, understanding where the state of the game right now. You've wasted so many weapons on the side of Sentinels that your blind now is full of half shields. They pull out an outlaw here for silence, and he's been really good on the scope this time around. Mimi talked about dueling for the side of crew. That always falls in their favor, so why not use these outlaws against them?
And they start के साथ Binks की sleep cycle खत्म रश में एकदम खत्म परसों ही मैं मुश्किल से 7 घंटा सोया मेरे को heavy headache आ रहा था fix हुआ और अभी ये
So early info towards A main.
Half an hour sleep in last 24 hours. Well.
So patient here, waiting for that time tick down before they activate. You see the spike down already. This is kind of what they did on Lotus. Go
Dante right दिख रहा है, left का left दिख रहा है.
Be there to give them a hug.
And there's the next insert from Paradise Chamber in the front side while they're making noise.
अरे सारे लोग caster में बात कर रहे हैं.
Always playing where.
अरे कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा caster में रुको.
On these backstabs for Sentinels.
He's still ready. Less again. Another one in elbow is relocated.
Back up too strong. Back up too strong.
It's like a round of who's watching who so far here. On a 5 versus 1.
By Sadak by name.
Man, that was clinical there by Crew. Very well dissected that map. As they saw the neon, looks like Sentinels have to be a little bit more active around the map, trying to find the information. They peek out in the open to get punished instantly. And then now you have so much of the map to work with while Sentinels are plugging the gaps for the other spots. They get backstab right after.
Proper left right एकदम
from Sen right away. After the round, we see Ewok was fist bumping because they got that bonus. Sadak knew what the team needed to do, gets them through. I mean, they all did, right? You said silence behind the outlaw. It's coming from everyone's brain right now. A 10-6 scoreline here in the second half on Sentinel's map of Breeze. And crew are looking fantastic right now. We expected, a lot from I think a Sadak team or Sadak in general, right? Whether it be from agents, whether it be from the meta he's going to bring in, or how the team runs. And it looks like everybody's just gelling from the start. The way the Sadak plays behind Dante, when they pushed on Lotus, when they pushed on Breeze, it's just everything seems so synced up already for this squad.
I would almost think that the conversation with him and Coach Zonic too, looking at the crew roster, is like, okay, well, we got players that have had flex and sentinel roles in their career in 2025, mostly from in different regions and in challengers. Now let's play to our comfort picks, right? Let's not think outside of the box yet. See if this works out. Let's get the feel of the game. So you're seeing like everybody pretty much best in slot right now for crew.
Sen as well. I mean, I've been loving watching Victor play again. Obviously, first into the fights, no hesitation on what he needs to do on the neon. Just honestly riding a bike for Victor to get back in here. So that's been awesome to see, and he's getting it.
And that was the thing with Optic Gaming too. When he was trying to create space for the team, he was doing so. Yes, he was dying a lot in his scenarios, but he was actually activated enough for the rest of the team to follow behind. I want to see that more from Sentinels too, just to make sure that they were working in tandem to go for these team fights into their favor.
Sheriff damage is the name of the game for Sen this time. So maybe pick up a side weapon here. Pummel somebody with 3 members of the team. No. There's one. It's only an outlaw. It's not going to bring the round back into your favor per se.
Especially with a pit trying to retake with an outlaw, gonna be tough.
It doesn't work as well as a shotgun.
Sadak
on an elevation again. The man lives up here.
That's what we're talking about too, the elevation that would be a pain point to deal with for the side of Sentinels. Although not seeing anybody yet.
No distraction.
Sadak for free kill.
Favoring that Omen over the Astro, and we can see how many little things he can do with it. Tricks he plays.
Hold on.
The shots he makes. The shots he makes. Redux takes him down though in the end. 4K for Redux to defuse. 2 come through here as long as he doesn't cut the wrong wire. And they're good for another round. Let's see it. 10-7.
That's another 4K from Redux, and also winning.
Why
winning the ult. with a Sheriff. He domain expansion with a Sheriff and still won it. Look at his retake.
क्या बात कर रहा है? उसको
One
Sheriff
through
से
the
मारा है?
smoke. Okay, that's a lucky one. And that activated the kill contract for him. So that was a huge kill to take for the side of Redux to allow Sentinels to win this one here.
Yo, we can win!
There it is. There it is. Cubert's happy now, too. He's not getting squished to death. We're on the up. Let's see what happens. All right.
That was a huge round to win, too. An eco round for Sentinels.
Bro, अभी वो लोग actually comeback कर सकते हैं.
Now Victor can bring out the op, and he scores that first blood.
Victor with the op. As if we forgot. He's
out of the good.
Oh, he's ready! He says pull! Dante jumps. Dante is sat down. Another one here towards the top fragger for Sen right now. John Cutie putting another one on the board. Putting a little bit of stink on it. And now, this 5v2, they look to get a flawless round as they're going to start trading with the ops.
Dude, he's got the killer look right there for John Cutie, man. He wants to win this game. He wants to pull the team back right now, and it feels like they've done so with amazing 2-op kills from Victor. And maybe here for the rest of the crew, they're going to have to save because as much as it was pretty one-sided in the second half, they're also finally down to their last expenses.
We are going bind, boys.
So they might have to start using their
वो अभी
visas now to hopefully get a decent
अकेला
buy in
एक
the
साइड
next
हैंडल
round
कर
this
देता हो
off and
गया
his handle that they're going to save.
हो गया अनलॉक हो गया वो जो शॉट दिखाओ बे एक और बार bro what the
Viper ult gonna come online here. A lot of ways to just sync up more rounds for the defensive side. And then you kind of have a fail safe if you do need to screen through the overdrive.
वो शॉट मारने को
Should be an easy win. 15 seconds here for Sentinels. The timeouts are paying off, though. I gotta say, some of them have just not mattered from coaches, but the pivotal ones right now, you know, you are getting this one in for Sen. Make sure they have the right idea for their final round.
It's not over.
Yeah. Nice for Jordan to even run out to pick up an orb. Redux is trying to do the same thing so he can get closer to his
that's an orb. भाई ये कुछ ज़्यादा ही ज़्यादा मार रहा है भाई वो दिखाओ
with that push.
क्या
what a shot. That one, dude, was nice. Bro. Shows that he's still got it in terms of aim now.
Those feel good. You hit those few to start, you know the next ones are, you take more confident shots. You take, I should say, riskier shots because you're more confident. You miss the first few and you still stay back on that angle. You're like, oh, maybe not. We might see Victor go ham at this point now. He's already on a forward angle. He's actually looking to step up more. So yeah, the confidence is there.
And he can instantly rotate thanks to that.
Okay, ripped off the top. Little haircut for Sadak. Okay, right back at you. Cortezia goes down on that one, and the follow-up damage as well. On to John.
Victor ने वापस मारा एक.
Thing is, they've already closed that gap now for Sentinels.
पूरा भी push करके वो
Look
भी.
at Crew, they're deciding to flip that map across to fight towards Troll.
हाँ वो लोग को पता है flank भी आ रहा है, door भी आ रहा है.
All of orange. And now Sen has to kind of audible this and figure out the way they want to cover it. Okay. He's like, I don't see anybody, but I think they see me is a good call to back out there. Jonah P gets the fight going, but we're not fully bought into this just yet. They got to figure out where Sadak is. His Stinger's going to be able to backstab in the end.
Shot by
Silence. Sees the move, and I don't even think that Jonah P knows he was seen there, and he gets picked off by Sadak. The little things that they're putting into their gameplay just make the rounds go in their favor. Crew pick up 11.
That's crazy. Getting value off the two rifles that they saved in that previous round. Silence and MW0 taking value out of that. And it almost feels like one of those simple things from Sadak. He gets pinged out by the recon. He TPs towards the spawn just to pull the defenders back and kind of reset the information that get off the dart. And then now they're just getting out positioned from the smoke right after. And they get picked off. That was super nice.
The battle of the IGLs this game. 20 kills for Sadak, 18 for John Cutie, and John and Sen looking to push this to a map 3 with all their might here at the end. We start off round 20. Operator still in hand for Victor. There's
double smoke mid recon.
But they're choosing not to right
info
away.
pick लेने पड़ेगा, फिर drone करना पड़ेगा, फिर jiggle करना पड़ेगा.
Almost looks like they want to crunch back towards middle and take control of that before having to retake towards the A side. Remember, they have so many slicers on the map or on the roster.
Dante, the forward mark there sets up Sadak to get taken down as Victor takes the longer angle. It's just going to be a fast lane really quick to make them think something's going down. Here comes a rotation over for Sentinels. More kills from them already to squash this attack from KRU. Exactly what Sentinels need at this point to keep KRU off at 12.
Ooh.
1.
He's getting tired of chasing down. He's actually isolating Binks too. Cortez already closed that gap though, as you saw him rotate from the top of middle into elbow. I was just trying to see if, yeah, he wants to let Sentinels come to him, and thankfully it's an option.
SEN versus KRU, hey, IGL versus IGL.
And speaking of closing the gap, Sentinels are only 2 away from being able to tie up this game.
Come back, hey, confirm.
And they have started to bring that aim game.
Confirm, come back, confirm.
And it is structured in these ones too. Both of those last kills had anchor players, right? Somebody helping you out, double face on the peak. Really they kind of slow the pace down a bit so they can get more out of everything that they're doing.
वो लोग के पास अभी वाइपर अल्ट है, वो लोग के पास नियॉन अल्ट है, वो लोग 3 मिड हेवी खेल के भी एक खेल सकते हैं, बी पे अल्ट आ सकता है, अगर अल्ट के थ्रू वो लोग ने पुश करने के लिए ट्राई किया, वाट लग जाएगी और क्योंकि 3 वो लोग मिड पे खेलेंगे ना, आराम से वो लोग ए भी किधर भी
करेंगे. Looking to get any aggressive lines here over towards A and middle. The only time I've seen the push up was Victor towards that front B site where they were able to be
पहले वो लोग 2 A चालू करेंगे,
in terms of fast rotates
फिर जब ये लोग मिड पे बक्से करेंगे, ये लोग 3 मिड चले जाएंगे सेन वाले.
John Cuty's position. He's currently
playing a lot of top middle towards that nest. Easy fight. Easy fight.
Start add a little bit of pressure towards that mid side. There's not going to be any high tides to stop like a wall over on A if they want to try to go for splits after.
BL, thoda backup de do tab tak.
So again, it'll be an opportunity for them to play a little bit more slowly and default more for that mid control so that it can finally take control over on that A side. That's my TLDR for that.
All right.
Probably won't be this round though because we have 2 rifles and pistols.
Roster change आएगा, Zekan की तरह roster
play a little bit more slowly so that Silence can maybe try to get an opener with this ult.
मारा कोई है नहीं, अभी भी मार सकते हो ult. Oh, fuck, rotation gets low.
That's a scary op spot. Victor squeezes out. He lives. Oh, Victor's the scary one in that spot. Apparently, Sadak's trying to push forward here as they're pinching from multiple sides.
Oh my god, bro, what the fuck,
drops, bro? And yeah, Sadak's ready to fire through that line.
MW Zera.
That recon was huge once again. 2 assists there for MW Zera.
Kya crazy
from getting the pings on the 2 players. So focused and trying to take down Dante on the front side. And now the map's been flipped. Even a scenario. KRU's at the advantage in the post plan.
Bro, तो पहले भी खेलता था ना एक
one of the things KRU is benefiting on so well. Not bad. Shot hits silence. Now evening up the numbers. Less gonna move forward into the smoke. Looking to pull the shotgun. Oh, it pulls out the sheriff! What is the thought there? And he still gets it. Gonna be alive on the other side. It's all about time now. It's all about playing his life. Les is going to try to push off with the Viper Bite just away, and he's not going to give enough to peek. And that's going to be it. Very nicely done. Les goes down, could not get to it. And John QD.
You almost think he made a mistake by switching from the Bucky to the Sheriff, but still domes his
opponent. You thought he did. You're like, oh no, it's a close shot. You need to have that.
Yeah, let me just do a quick 1-5-5 there in the dome. Look at that.
Oh my word. Maybe he thought he was going to be faced with 2 people and he had to go for a fast shot or something, but still only need to hit the 1 and done.
And still has util, pulls the snake bite on the ground, closes the
gap.
So smartly played instead of just putting it right on the spike. Crazy stuff. And right into B. Right, look at that. Look at the peeking. The drone on the left side, but he's also weaving vision to both sides of the team. Oh my gosh.
Fuck.
I feel like my hair's coming out here watching these guys pulling it out with how crazy it must be. Redux doing what he can inside the kill contract, but they all come out to the nightmare once again as Les and Silence are putting the finishing touches on. And it's Cortezia now outside the site. It feels like the last few rounds just happened in the blink of an eye. And this one even quicker. That's MW's Air taking down Cortezia. KRU come out swinging for their first game of Stage 1 to take down Sentinels.
A new crew was formed to run the town, and today they rule over Sen City. And that with some amazing calling coming out from Sadak, and seeing a resurgence of players that kind of fell short from all of 2025. If you're looking at the whole roster from NW0, Dante, Sadak, Silence, Less, none of them have found any results in 2025 for any team that they played. And now they formed together in this matchup against Sentinel, who's also in a current rebuild. But they definitely came out stronger today.
I think that is a common goal as well. That all of them, not goal, but they come from that position where nobody's saying, yo, I need this, I'm the main player, he's the main player, he needs that. Everybody's there to play. And they, like we said, they come from those positions where last season might not have been great, last stage, a few stages, and they're there with the passion. And we're seeing that come through a team of unlikely players coming together here to really show us what that team looks like.
I think every single one of these players
focus on positive. Kritika ka team jeeta
like they did across the board. Like
that is true.
Back-to-back aces. Maybe not from Sadak, but he was getting so many smoke kills too. While at the same time calling for the team. And this is looking very promising for a team like KRU Visa.
Absolutely. It's not even like a crew is back. I think it's a grit they're going to grow because it can't be their back. It's basically new, right? Let's see how they build. Sentinels as well, looking to build, looking to come back stronger here. They did show for their map of Breeze, but outshot and then outmapped. Sadak had that read, and that's something that's just hard to get through.
Yeah, and I don't think it's necessarily like they're facing a disadvantage with all the nerfs that you're currently seeing. Also a identity, and then also seeing that, you know, you have reduxes on different roles as Omen to ISO, but he would still put up some very good numbers. So if you need a shooter right now and a sport duelist in a team like Sentinels, they have it at least with that player Redux until you have Jerwin joining the roster.
Right on. Yeah, there's a lot to come to fruition for them, right? And the way they kind of want that style to work in the first place. So yeah, it's tough to get that against the team who is doing everything they want right now as they get on into a really strong Lotus here coming out. We did see Sadak kind of not branch out into super weird things like going back to a Sen meta stuff, but yeah, it's definitely Sadak is back, the brain is there, and it's cool to see again.
Yeah, definitely, and also seeing the comeback now from Zonic to be able to coach a star duelist like Dante. I think that's going to give a little bit of familiarity on something that's so young right now. So maybe not the best rookie year, but going into the second year, looking a lot better this time around too. And those 3 months of practice for KRU Visa, it really worked out, really panned out for them. So now that you have that confidence, say, or at least testing out their limits to say, okay, well, let's go into the stage, see if it works out. They were dominant there. So looking at the next few weeks, it's a gauntlet for both of these teams to try to make it to the playoffs.
Absolutely.
It's not going to be the easiest of teams. I think they're playing like Furia, Energy, 100 Thieves going into that group. Like next world champion, that is a lot of teams to play against to try to make it to like the least 4th place. It's crazy.
It's going to be really tough. Before we throw an interview as well to speak of the Ewok, he's even mentioned it's going to take a while for what I bring to the table to be implemented, right? And they get to kind of go through a run through that today, see how it was implemented. So more time there for Sentinels. But it's about hearing from KRU right now. So we're going to go ahead and send it over to Dryad down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Amazing with this duo against Sentinels and Sonic. I want to talk a little bit about what we were just mentioning in that coach interview, is about how you define your style as a coach. And we saw a lot of aggression coming in from the squad, a lot of floods, a lot of a team that was ready to react. How much of that is that what you're implementing, and how much is it Sadak?
Oh, that's a great question. I'll say that everyone who remembers the old All Nights on Ascension 2024, they knew that, those guys know that we play an aggressive style. I like to play an aggressive style. I think we mesh pretty good with Sadak. I think he also likes to play the aggressive style, but then kind of swapping the style into more like controlled style, slow pace. But yeah, it's part of the system.
There's a little bit of the balance between everything, but also you're mentioning how Sadak is joining and kind of merging with this team. You were part of a team with Dante before.
Yep.
So what is Dante now compared to what he was? How do you see his
Dante Gunford.
I mean,
shut up.
The step up is there. I think you guys saw it. Like
insane.
The step up there. Yes. But,
yep.
I mean, to be honest, it's he's a part of the system, and he knows what we need him to do. And when he knows what he needs to do, he's able to perform at that level. He's been doing that on scrims, and I think today he showed why he's here.
And it's a system that is not only really good for Dante, for the Neon that he's playing, but also for the rest of the team that has insane firepower. I feel like you guys are one of the teams that have the best firepower going into stage 1. What do you think? Where do you place yourself compared to everybody else?
I think I have to use my I don't know. I'll say that we are among the strongest, but I can't say that we're the best. Like top 3, probably. We still have some growth to do on the tournament. This, of course, our first game on VCT. So yeah, there's growth to be done. Like we need to ball.
But I mean, you guys look amazing. Sonic, thank you so much for the interview. This is the win that Crew gets, but now we have another amazing matchup. SG2 against MIBR right after this break.
When you've played FPS as much as we have,
you have tried every mouse, every shape.
And we know shape matters.
Shape is key. This one has both our experience,
our family name,
the next piece of our legacy.
Built for the big stage,
for the biggest moments. The
Susanto Brothers Mouse.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
MIBR, that's our first matchup coming up in this season. They have some of the GOATs on their team. They have Aspas, they have Zekken, of course, and you know, with that, those two, I think they have a pretty good dynamic.
I'm glad that we got to play G2 first, because I think I would like to have the challenge early to kind of get us ready for the rest of the split.
I feel like Zekken's a little bit more the playmaker on the team. He kind of gets the more sacrificial lamb style kind of gameplay, I would say.
Here comes Zekken. He's pushing that heaven smoke. One step further forward here. Lovely divide to try and get this up. What? Zekken! They're sending it forwards again, blitzing pace. Once more with Zekken. He can't be denied. He can't be stopped. He's gone away with murder. It's unethical.
The last time we played them, we got smoked 3-0. We were coming off of a BO5 the day before. We just didn't have the stamina for it.
G2, of course, they always have been known for having a great team play. They're having a great core that understand each other like 100%.
Attack though, right? He's gonna catch Aspas. Can he get out? Oh, yeah, the double tap. That'll do it.
I felt like MIBR were out of it, but suddenly this actually has become a real chance for them to get this first gun round win, but Jaw has other ideas. Blind firing from MIBR. No way! No! Aspas! It's a playground on the site for a player like him, and he is not done yet.
Be prepared to see a new MIBR.
I hope you guys like double duels.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas and our second match of this opening day. It's G2 versus MIBR. I'm Golden Boy, back again here with Athena, Mimi, as well as Emily, after we just saw KRU take down Sentinels 2-0. Oof. Yeah, I hate to. Whoa! Oh, Cupert!
I had to.
Oh,
He was right there. I did.
Okay, I mean, you just got yeeted to carajo land. All right, well, there you go. This one, of course, though, this is going to be an interesting rematch here because this is a rematch from our middle bracket grand final. That's right, in case you don't remember, we did triple elimination at kickoff. G2 picked up a 3-0 win here, and I know, Athena, you wanted to look at a round in specific and talk about what went up in that game. What you got for us?
Yeah, I figured what better than boring B-roll of highlights than to have my beautiful voice talking the whole time.
It's amazing.
No, I love it. Seriously, the main thing that I want to point out is that even though these scorelines don't really reflect how close the games were, they were really close. MIBR and G2, they played a lot of these rounds that were super close, and this is going to be one of them. This is round 11. It was the last map in this BO3 on KRU. And I really want to talk about how different the playstyles are for both these teams. So right off the bat, right before barrier, you can see G2, they're already here, ready to do this 4-1. They have the Viper on the alert.
And you have,
MIBR holding on their defensive setup. They are just so ready to just play the game.
क्या बात है बंस भाई, stream is
see what
YouTube
G2 is doing because they know that they want to progress really
close
quickly. And so right off the bat, you see that this is read instantly by MIBR. I'm going to point this out for you really quick. So they're grouping up for this execute. Omen has already teleported all the way into spawn. And G2, again, they know that this is happening. So what do? They cancel the play. And the thing about G2 is that they really like to play together as a group. And in response to this, MIBR, what they like to do is get a lot of aggressive information. They are a very proactive team with a lot of fraggers. And so what we see here is actually Verno managed to walk all the way down mid. And he does get punished for this, but not before getting a pick. And I think this is where MIBR likes to play with a lot of their information. Going for
thank you for the Australian $2.99
to get that information. And G2 is a very, very strong tempo team that likes to play either super quick or super slow. They decide that right off the bat, and this is one of those rounds where, again, after that pick, they equalize numbers, they're ending towards that A site. And another thing to look at is now Aspas. He's not playing super aggressive back here. He's playing all the way back on this A site. And his teammate Mazzino is here to play as well. KO and Wele. But that's not a lot of stopping power. Or is it? Because on the other side of the team, or not. Because Aspas is already holding his ult out. Because they know that G2 has their ult as well. So he actually counters this ult and completely slows down the take. But it doesn't matter because look at how fast these rotates are coming in from G2. The spike hasn't even, or sorry, from MIBR. The spike hasn't even come in yet, and they're so ready to be there. To these players now, fighting for backside, they're not letting them get as much aggression as they want them to be, and Aspas immediately gets that first pick, but Baby Bay trades it out, and Mazzino, he's so aggressive with these flashes. And at this point,
I was supporting KRU, maybe.
Your whole team is here on this A site for this post hunt. And they're so ready. A flash out of the smoke. Trent gets one, but he instantly gets traded. And again, a 1v2. So for MIBR, this is looking really good, right? Super close round. They should get this defuse, right? Wrong! Baby Bay almost yeets his chair off the stage, gets that 1v2. But again, this is what I'm talking about. The rounds are so close. MIBR, super proactive, taking a lot of that space. Yes, they're playing with a lot of ones.
Up here.
Yeah, I'm going to keep this up here.
Great still.
This is, wait, let me zoom in too.
No, but I think that was a great breakdown, though, of why this game was so close at times.
And the score didn't reflect it.
The score did not reflect it at all. Remember, we kept going back and forth. We were like, okay, couple kills go one way. It could have leaned on MIBR's side. But the thing is, though, is that G2, Mimi, we've been following them for years. They're so good at ensuring that they get that round win, right? Like that's their whole gimmick. That's the whole thing with them, and they're the best at it.
Yeah, I think both these squads got tasked in this kickoff of playing into a meta that went against the style that they want to play. For MIBR, it was an Osboss who you want to see him on the jet, and instead we're in this Waylay, Yoru, Neon. These are the best agents, and they were basically never playing that full Your Waylay that was so popular in Americas. There are times the Neon that defined the more international metas when you look at a team like Nongshim. G2, however, I think also had a meta that went against them, but for them, they adapted to it. In Americas, they dominated playing the double duelist, flexed their style for it, and then refined that when they went to Santiago and brought more of that discipline back against some of the best teams out there. I feel like MIBR, with that same task, didn't quite live up to that adaptation in the same way, but I really think the changes coming in now with the Yoru nerfs, with the Waylay nerfs, a lot of this works to the benefit of a team that likes to play those other duelist stages. He also likes to play that slower, more defaulty, kind of traditional style that Fraud loves to call for his stage.
And we'll keep in the conversation as well on G2 here, right? You know, G2 did add Baby May into the roster this year, and he helped this squad get that second seed for Master Santiago. And yes, results weren't what you wanted to see from G2, what I'm sure the G2 teams, Emily, or G2 players wanted to see. As we know, these guys always strive for perfection. But to Mimi's point, they took a lot of great ideas to Santiago, and I'm sure they took even more phenomenal ideas out of that event into Season 1.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that was having Bebe kind of join this roster, because early on, like Mimi said, we kind of saw them struggle a little bit, because he was still playing like that fill role when he was filling for a Leaf. He was playing a lot of the Viper, he was playing a lot of the Chamber, and then when that wasn't working for them, they started to lean into that aggression that Mimi was talking about. We started them finding a lot more success, having a duelist like Baby Bay to kind of back up Jog, and even then, Jog was able to kind of come alive again in that meta that they were kind of feeding into.
Two things I'm looking at for stage 1 for G2. Number one, I need to see Jog thriving on the Neon. He's a solid Neon player, but when he was at its peak, it was a double initiator, breach meta, where he could just full send. I think the best Neons right now, what they're doing is finding the right times to freeze, let their teammates scale in while they create a distraction, and then further the fight. Very tough balance to find, and I felt like it was off sometimes for him in Santiago. Number two, we need more from Baby Bay. He was good in Americas, but he didn't live up to the play that he needed in Santiago. This is his redemption stage to show that he can dominate again here in a meta that I think is going to favor him being that alt player. Like we get into play a lot of the Chamber here. And those are my two keys, really, for a G2 winning again in Americas and succeeding in the
this team, of course, dominated in their region right here in the Americas. You can see the track and the success. It speaks for itself, but still looking for that win on international soil. For now, though, let's see what's going on with Coach Josh RT. Dry had an opportunity to catch up.
Language. वो लोग एक सबके साथ खेल रहे थे. Language.
Matchup today, and something that we noticed going into kickoff is a G2 that was a lot more aggressive, and you carried that on going into Master Santiago.
How's you? Long time no see. By the way, 4th Canadian Australian super chat. Huh? Yep, I just love NA.
You kind of surprise your opponents with it, and it's really strong, like in the right moments, right? And so,
fucked up sleep schedule के लिए मेरा दोनों account से like love you.
A little bit more.
Then फायदा नहीं है.
Whether it be through the comps or with the strats.
Normal account से एक like और देखने वो ज़्यादा prefer.
So more surprises.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
It's good to hear from Josh RT's evil twin.
लगा के मैं भी कर सकता dollars में.
The mustache and a goatee.
पहले सादा membership लो.
Unbelievable.
I have watched Community.
The guy doesn't know ball. Now, of course, though, you got the new G2. They got Giacomo, and this is going to be a player that is certainly going to be one that we want to keep our eyes on here. Because
long time no see. Love you, bye. Love you.
He was talking about as well. You know what the expectations are going to be for this team, for what their approach is, and obviously so much hangs on the balance when the dog is in the field.
Yeah, I think to go off of Mimi's point that we need to see Jogmo to kind of fire it up a little bit earlier within the stage because we've seen him be phenomenal. I feel like we've seen so much understanding of the duelist character, especially on Phoenix, which I love, by the way, which is one of the
You weasel that one in.
ये होता है एक ट्रू कैनेडियन ऑस्ट्रेलियन इंडियन देशभक्त हैशटैग ये होता है You are an inspiration, Vipul bhai. You are an inspiration. 5th caste dost member. Hashtag. Yep. Bacha bhai, thank you for the $5 Love you, Meri Jaan today.
Have to be kind of a hindrance towards the rest of his team. And I think for this, when I'm thinking about his neon when it first came out,
Salesman पे अरे मैं क्या करूँ है ही तूने कम कास्ट दोस्त ग्रुप में पूछो विपुल भाई को कितने लोग हैं 4-5 लोग हैं भाई नाम तो याद रहेगा ना
Yeah, I mean early on if we look at the struggles that he was having, he was playing Waylay, he wasn't getting utilized to his full potential. A big thing for me is that
ये देखो सुबह 5 बजे क्वेश्चन पैंचो मैं इधर सोया नहीं हूँ आधा घंटे का नैप लिया और मेरे को 5 बजे क्या पढ़ना पड़ रहा है If you get to choose between आसपास और टेंस वो भी एस है जेड नहीं है फॉर एसिडी ऑयल who would you choose ये फूफा के चाचे के लड़के वो लोग जो यहाँ पे VCSC में आएंगे खेलने हाँ लंदन वॉट बाय मैंने जो बोला था वो थोड़ा सीन है समझ रहे इस साल आई डोंट थिंक सो बट अगर कुछ भी अपडेट होता है मैं बता दूंगा कंफर्म करंट कास्ट दोस्त ग्रुप 1 2 3 इंक्लूडिंग बिंग जस्ट सेइंग 1 + 2 + 3 ना करो रे बाबा
it is actually Mimi's fault for giving that curse in the first place.
It wasn't your fault.
Calm down, dog.
It was not a curse. It was a correct
prediction. का एग्जाम है थक गया एक मॉड्यूल मिल जाता तो लाइक कर दिया स्ट्रीम अबे एग्जाम इजी रहता है आग बंद करके आंसर
It's gonna happen. I mean somehow they managed to fall back to earth faster than the people in orbit right now.
That's a good tie-in.
It's happening right now.
ना चाहते हुए भी आपको बोलना पड़ रहा है just because मुझे सुबह काम पर जाना है वरना सेट सुनाएगा लास्टली लव यू बंक्स बाय लव यू टू मेरे जान करते काम पे
still a heartbreaking thing but they're coming into this one I think still with some confidence because they got the roster to prove it
yeah they have the superstar roster that
भूख लग रही है डोमिनोज मंगवा दो प्लीज इतने रात को पिज़्ज़ा सुबह वो भी
a lot of issues that they were having in kickoff was from their lack of chemistry and the lack of comms like they were making mistakes that should not be happening that late in an event like there were so many clutch rounds or man advantages
Good morning. चलो सोने का टाइम है. Hi. इतना बाप मैच है.
And that really just got highlighted in those best of fives because we think early on they
won those first two best of threes
to make it to the best of five gauntlet, and there is when they started to like the cracks started to show, and they weren't able to fix that.
Yeah, it was very prevalent there. You're really looking at Verno and Fraud to have to get things going here, right? Especially when you have such incredible options made available.
I think that the way that they were playing and the agents that they were picking was very different from everyone else. They didn't play nearly as much Waylay. They didn't play as much Yora. When they were kind of picking these somewhat off-meta double duelist combinations. And I think the way that they were executing, in particular on their attack side mid-rounding, was much slower. They weren't as willing to full send on those double duelist executes that I think G2 ended up adapting
MIBR.
to. So what I'm looking for here is an MIBR with the agents that Aspas doesn't want to play getting massive nerfs to come in.
जय भाई हम यूएस वाले भी रहते थोड़े से लवली बंक्स अरे है वही है कनाडा यूएस ऑस्ट्रेलिया ये तीन मेन Love you, Jay. Thank you for the $5. Thank you for the $5.
Yeah, I mean,
it's his second best agent.
You're the best, Jan.
Thank you. Really good when he does get a little bit more aggressive than we've seen, and I think, like you were talking about, setting him up for success and supporting him more.
And I feel like
kind of they were ahead of the meta with these picks actually. Like they don't have that way.
They were behind the meta at the beginning.
Now they're 2 steps ahead.
Yes, sure.
Were they 2 steps ahead or were they 3 steps behind and now they're 2 steps?
It's wrapped back around to
or are they just where were they
combo better than combo.
Honestly,
भाई वो लोग को combo का जरूरत नहीं है. वो तो बात ले रहे.
Nongxin won a trophy when the meta came to them with Neon being as good as she is.
Yeah, we saw the nerfs come in and we were like, oh, this is good for MIBR. That was like immediate thoughts, at least for me. So hey, listen. What happened?
You're a nerf.
Oh yes, the your nerfs.
इतने देर बाद आप chat पढ़ रहे हो. Thanks bro, I watch your stream daily. Love you.
Second, get his thoughts ahead of the match.
चलो.
MIBR is one of the
It's time. आ रहे हैं वो लोग.
But second, something that you guys were talking about was how in kickoff you didn't really have enough
भाई
time
बड़ा
to
break
be
मिला.
together
बड़ा
as a
break
team
मिला.
and feel really confident. So how are you feeling right now that you had more time?
Feeling really good. We've got a lot of good practice in over the past like month and a half. The meta is changing. There's a lot of new things, but we think we're on top of it, and it should be a fun match.
And you mentioned the meta. Something that was very big was the Euro changes. And you guys were playing a lot of the double duelists with Aspas. Are we expecting a little bit more of the duelists?
बताओ फिर मैं भी train का ticket करवाऊंगा. ठीक है डन.
Was a big thing. I'm playing a lot more of a passive role this time, but
stream को like करने का obviously.
Excited to showcase it.
Good one, hello.
I wonder if Zekin is like relieved or not relieved about the Euro.
Language is giving.
He had a good debut on controller, so I feel like he can't be too mad about
ये
it.
time अगर अमेरिकाज़ का final
it is going to be time for
देखने तो लेके जाता है वापस तुम्हारे नाम का board. यार last time रखा था. जा रहा है क्या? जा रहा है?
It's Valen versus Verno, the battle of the V.
जा रहा है क्या जय?
Let's see what happens here and who comes out on top. I have become quite a fan of these skirmish side selections.
Who are you pretting?
So.
Huh?
Who are you pretting?
You know, I'm.
भाई land देखने में मजा तो आता है.
He's actually quite good in these 1v1.
Yeah, he had an undefeated record until I think it was the.
मैं बोल रहा इससे तो Masters.
It was one of the late playoff games in San Diego that he lost.
Yeah, he was the guy for
America's final से तो Masters.
John Skirmish.
Yeah, John
Insane
Skirmish
मजा
is
आएगा.
what they called him on the streets. But right now, John Skirmish is struggling.
Language of the buy.
No, he's down 2-1.
No, he's up 2-1.
Oh, he's up 2-1. I misread that completely.
अब अपना सेल्समैन सेंटर खोलो बहुत फायदा है आपके केस में. ओपन सेल्समैन.
You know.
I feel like this year's been a pretty good year for Valen in terms of mechanics. Like I feel like he's really like.
मेरा नाम ले ला. Halves is प्रथमेश
mechanics and being
individually
able to play
he's so damn good right now.
Yeah, he's been insane. So I wouldn't be surprised if this goes his way as well.
Yeah. I'd also say the same thing about Verno too. He's just always impressive. I mean, that kid is. He really is just okay. Valen, wait, I think he swept all the way around and caught him, like backstabbed him.
He's lurking, but no, I think Verno is actually a really fun player to watch because he's always so locked in. Yeah. Anytime we see some stage shots, he is just dead serious, focused on the game, and that's kind of terrifying. Yeah, MIBR is a team that will react to the least to winning. It's very Marcus Aurelius coded.
Okay,
I like seeing him a little bit more, but I respect that steadfast presence. I think Aspas has always brought that up with every team he's played with.
Damn, all right, well, Valen ends up falling there. The man who once was John Skirmish now is nothing more than
so
just
sad.
John. Well, I hate to see it here. All right, but folks, you got a couple big players on this team that could really put the game on notice here. But one player we haven't had a chance to talk about him. He always commands a conversation. The veteran Leaf.
आज सुबह BMW की डिलीवरी लेनी है बिग डे
for this team, no matter what the role is. He's certainly going to come into this one as well with a lot of expectations, considering that he's going to be probably the one dealing a lot with these players in those
nice
final
car,
moments.
but you don't have membership. You, कैसा लग गया? Full aura minus बे. By the way, congratulations मेरे जान छोटे. Ticket मिलेगा तो जाऊँगा. Last time G2 Energy देखा था, Masters देखना है, but visa लगेगा रे.
And I think as well, his understanding of how to play around the map really sets the tone for a lot of the mid-rounding that we find G2 doing. I talked a little bit about how G2 they like to be a team.
जब आपने बताया नहीं कि फैमिली में कौन-कौन है? क्या करते हो यूएस में ये सब? मेन क्वेश्चंस रह गया था. हल्का सा पूछना रह गया था.
He's just so good at getting those timing,
अब भी just याद
allowing the
है.
rounds to happen, and making sure that the team gets a lot of those wins based on just rotating.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was
अरे
going
गाड़ी
to say there
में
at
जो
the
DP
end,
I
is that I feel like
mean
G2
जो
is
DP
so
में जो गाड़ी
comfortable
is
and
it
confident
yours?
about canceling plans, readjusting, and kind of resetting.
ये दो अलग-अलग क्वेश्चन हैं, अलग-अलग आंसर
Because
Thank you.
oftentimes is
$10
the one
बोलते
taking that space. He makes openings for his teams where even sometimes he
Start
doesn't really
fight
have
है
to. He just gives
घंटा
them
अभी
a second
चलेगा
option very consistently, and it opens up a lot of more.
जिम में 8 बजे प्री वर्कआउट के लिए नींद नहीं आ रही अभी प्री वर्कआउट का असर है बंस भाई हैंडसम दिख रहा है थैंक यू
where they're, yes, they have an idea, but they're always thinking about a second idea.
Yeah.
You know, somewhere else, somewhere out
इस
there.
जी
And then
क्वालिफाई
they'll work on that
मास्टर्स
idea
के
if
लिए
they feel like they need to.
लंदन
And a lot of
जाओगे
that is
क्या इसने
predicated
रे
on
फ्रे
just the fact that Leaf
नहीं मैं
is
तो घर
always
से
that guy looking to create that second
He's
opportunity.
kind of a dream as an IGL. I think when you're not the one playing that lurk role as a leader, and you can probably speak to it, a lot of time you're very reliant on that player, not just giving you communication, but
ऐसे वालों के आगे अब क्या
to
VCT
give
कितना
you
दूर है
information
बताओ
off
एक
of it.
बार
And sometimes
VCT
that's not
कितना
just
दूर है
them
ये
being able to hear certain
2027 को मालूम
footsteps or
पड़ेगा
have
ब्रो
accurate info. It's
कितना
their
दूर है
read that you then
क्या
have to predicate your call on, and that requires a lot of trust, which Leaf demands.
100%, and also like finding the weak
5 साल
spots
से
in the other
जानता
team's
तुझे
weak spots. I
lovely
mean, he does such a good job at it as an IGL. He can't see
सुधरने
everything
तेरा
on
और
the map, of
अरे
course, especially
यार
And he also just watches so much tape on his own time and spends so much time
कोई नए
prepping
बंदे
and
लोग हैं
coming
chat
up
में
with these good ideas to know what to expect.
How are you Bugs bye मैं एकदम
cerebral
sexy
players that we have in Americas.
Good morning good morning
And it's always been impressive to
big
watch him do his
congratulate to
thing here.
you
But on the
इसका
other side, though,
सीधा
right, you're going to be dealing with some
आपके
great
पास आता हूँ मेरे भाई
firepower.
मतलब
And one question on our mind is, are we getting some double duelists? Well, we got a little bit of a preview from Dryad when she chatted with Zekin and Emily. It sounds like we're going to be seeing
2027 you know he's
Yeah, I
coming
mean,
to
if
the
they were
league
kind of hesitant at the start of kickoff to
hopefully
try to kind of just feed into that meta and run those double duelist comps and still trying to prioritize
फिर
having
भी
Zekin
निकाल
on
लिया
the
$2
controller early
कुछ
on.
तो बात
But
है बिग्स
it
भाई
really didn't make sense to me because you have two of the best duelists that America
फिर
has
भी
ever
फंस
seen and they're
गए
still not willing to lean into it. I think now after those
Gods कैसे
garners, I
सुधर
think they're even more hesitant to kind of go for that. I think they're going to be kind of reverting back to their old ways and trying to really just have Ospas be
the linchpin, if you
the
will,
linchpin,
like
sure, yeah.
kind of like the tip of the spear.
But do you think Zekin going on controller is considered, in your eyes, a downgrade versus the double duelist meta?
Goes
I
down
think a little, but I mean, I think he's just following in Tenza's footsteps at this point, and we saw that quite a lot.
Oh,
He kind of is a mini
It does mirror a little bit of what happened.
He didn't have the like temporary retirement into diabolical KO into excellent controller, but well, maybe we'll get there. Maybe the KO arc starts now, or it's something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's take a look at our predictions and see what we have for this matchup. And okay, a little bit of a split field here. We got a couple for G2, couple for MIBR, but the only one on this desk that is going for MIBR. Athena, show your work.
That's
me.
Very good. That's me. I did that. No, I thought that MIBR with this time off, with not making
पैसे के लिए आदमी को क्या क्या करना पड़ता है पैसे के लिए आदमी को क्या क्या करना पड़ता है भाई सुनो कॉपी पेस्ट कर रहा हूँ मैं एक चीज ये देखो डियर माम्बा और विली भाई मेरा एड्स ऑफ रहता है वॉच पार्टी में 6 घंटा स्ट्रीम मोनेटाइजेशन ऑफ एड्स ऑफ समझ रहे हो जहाँ पे लोग स्ट्रीमर्स एवरी 12 मिनट्स वाला डालते एवरी 12 मिनट्स वहाँ पे मेरा ऑफ रहता है क्यों मेरा प्यारे चैट वालों के लिए इन रिटर्न बस $2-4 का सुपर चैट आता है भाई बस दैट्स इट इतना भी ना करूँ मैं 6 घंटा स्ट्रीम करके $2 भी ना कमाए तेरा भाई सेंटी कर दिया कोई सुपर चैट करो भाई वो भी सिंस 5 years Yep. Love you. Hard working best watch party streamer for a reason. है सब बूट कैंप पे जोकर भाई ठीक है 60 ट्रॉफी है उसका मतलब ये नहीं स्लीप शेड्यूल लेफ्ट राइट करो सो जाओ ये लोग तीनों साथ में सो रहे एक्सक्यूज मी हेलो सुबह के 5 बजे तुम लोग क्यों जगे हो बाय द वे जिसको नहीं मालूम विली गेमिंग नाम का एक बंदा है जो बहुत संडास पोकेमॉन कार्ड्स खोलता है जस्ट सेइंग ये राज था लेकिन मैंने आज पोल खोल दिया बहुत गंदा, बहुत गंदा, बहुत गंदा। मतलब ओ मैं माता रानी, अगर ये रास्ते पे कभी भी दिखा और बोलेगा ना कि ये पोकेमॉन कार्ड खोलो, बोलो नहीं चाहिए, तुम खुद खोलो, खुद लेके जाओ। बहुत गंदा, याद रखना चैट।
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. We really appreciate your time, and we, of course, thank you. And we want to send our love to Sasi. We want to send our love to MIBR. We want to send our love to Sasi's family in this time. Thank you so much once again.
भाई कितने यंग एज में ना।
All right, so now let's go ahead and refocus here as we get ready for this matchup.
Match पैकेट में 50 रुपए का कार्ड भी नहीं खोला।
Both of these teams coming into this
one,
a lot of
एक साथ मैसेज कर रहे थे, अभी कैसे अकेले करना पड़ा तेरे को?
With the news that happened, but I think more importantly, I think everyone's out here really to just give us the best show possible.
Absolutely, I think especially for MIBR getting a redemption from that 0-3, it was a really dominant loss for them in that middle final. Looking at the map, I want to talk about the changes to the floor. I think both these teams benefit.
कौन है भाई पनवेल में? जाओ पनवेल। कौन है भाई पनवेल में? जाओ बिंदास जाओ। है कौन बेंच? जुकर भाई ये दोनों का तो समझ में आता है, आपको ग्राइंड करने के, आप ये सब चीज में मत फंसवा। चेंबूर में है भाड़ का, कौन है बहन चो चेंबूर में? हाँ बहन चो जाओ चेंबूर, कौन मना कर रहा है? जाओ भाई। वैसे इतना एंटरटेनमेंट देने की फीस क्या है? मजाक से कर, $10,000 मैंने आज तक नहीं देखा है, आज तक। ये रिकॉर्ड है मेरा स्ट्रीम का, आज तक नहीं देखा है। दिनार्स तो आयु हो, नेवर नेवर हैव आई एवर, कभी भी नेवर हैव आई एवर गेम में मैं वही खेलता हूँ, पता है? नेवर हैव आई एवर 10,000 दिनार्स न। चेंबूर में कहाँ है मेरे को नहीं मालूम। वो लोग पनवेल चेंबूर सब जगह घूम रहे हैं, अभी कुछ वो कर रहेंगे, गूगल वूगल किसको कुछ ना कुछ करके। बिंग्स कहाँ रहता है, ऐसा कुछ ना कुछ चल रहा रहेगा।
So good at good at kind of controlling the map, and I feel like they can still do that with aggression. They can assert dominance by kind of going for these certain.
एक बंदे को तो $1.5 का शर्म नहीं है। घर में आया था, याद दिलाओ क्या? घर में आया था, खाना खिलाया था, पाव भाजी खाया था, व्लॉग बनाया था, पैसे कमाया था, याद दिलाओ क्या? हाँ ओए बासुंडी की गांड। देख रहे हो ना चैट? फेक फ्रेंड्स देख रहे हो ना? देख रहे हो ना चैट? हाँ माफी, इफ यू आर वॉचिंग द स्ट्रीम, इससे बात करना नेक्स्ट व्लॉग में।
They lose a lot of stall when they switch over to that defensive half. You know, they have the vibes being able to be that Senti and kind of anchor down, especially towards that C or A side that we know so well. But I feel like having the harbor, I don't know what to expect when they get to that second half.
I feel like the push wall is good for both sides. Getting a lot of control, getting a lot of stability. Yeah, with that ult, being able to run out behind it should be good. It should work out. I think the wall might be okay for a little bit of C executes or being annoying towards that A side. But I'm really looking for the defensive side to be able to use that push wall to take that A main space, to re-clear B main really well, and maybe even set up traps outside of C.
Yeah, before the aging changes, I think we would probably expected to see Baby Bay locking in the chamber on this map. That op that he's been so good at. But I think seeing the Vice picked up reflects an expectation of seeing a Neon on the other side for both teams. I think that's one of the hardest counters to actually full stall out that agent and fix your C site, especially for G2 playing without that Viper. To focus on MIBR though, They're sticking to the double duelist. Aspas locking in that
कैसे
race
है
is
Binks?
interesting.
मैं बढ़िया, मैं बढ़िया.
Gaslit us in that interview. Playing a little more passive, he locks the most aggressive agent right now.
Just feel so deceived by
Language
it.
below.
You know, I thought we were tight.
बोलो को अभी तक मेरा लोकेशन नहीं मिला, अभी तीनों भाग गए.
Never trust someone from New Jersey.
Whoa, Liz is watching.
Huh?
She's probably
Liz
mad.
is trustworthy. Okay.
तीनों भाग गए रे.
Liz is watching, bro. Oh man, hey, but look, this is it is definitely a fascinating thing that you always see Aspas, like we always have this conversation about him.
सिटी की शादी में जाओगे सोचूंगा लास्ट में इन्वाइट किया ना उसने. Let me think about it.
Like he's clearly trying to do different things to fit within whatever the team is asking of him to do here. At least that's my take.
Yeah, I feel like.
अरे जी good morning, मेरा birthday wish कर दो. Draco Gaming many happy returns of the day मेरी जान के उठे.
We are all expecting of the super hyper aggression.
शर्म करो बंग भाई, वही तो नहीं है.
Being paired up with Zekin, zooming together might be the key. That being said, I also want to see him off more, just in general.
Last में जाओ reception होने के बाद. That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Even both. Okay. Zekin or Aspas.
Saucy
I
को
think
कुछ
it
नहीं
works
हो
out
रहा है
because
उसका
with
भाई.
one you can take a lot of space, but with the other you can play more passive.
Folks, let's send it over to your casters who are confident that they could be the next Baby Bay. Actually, they told me that themselves. Here's Bren and Sideshow. Good luck, team.
Caster Bana Player Episode 7.
Thank you guys. Yeah, I've already had my time in the sun. I think we're trying to 1v1 Baby Bay in the past. Didn't go well for me.
Yeah, it didn't go well, did it?
No, I almost got an entire broadcast taken off air as well. But regardless, let's focus
Hello
in. Let's talk
from
about
Ireland,
match. It's
Binks.
MIBR
Hello.
versus G2. Two of our juggernaut teams in Americas, by the way. It should be a phenomenal
Kariya
matchup.
come.
And they've got skin in the game off the rip here for stage one for our opener for us. Well, second match of the opening day, I guess, as well. Because this is an MIBR squad that ended up bombing out. Adesk was already talking about it. They went through that gauntlet in the kickoff and just really spiraled out of the tournament entirely in those BO5s. G2 were waiting there in the middle finals. They were one of the best.
3-0
and then saw Aspas dropping an absolute stinker as well.
Love you.
Players we have in the game. What a clash here this could be.
Yeah, it's 4v5. The bodies
Language
stacked
below.
up and it might be dropping at a moment's notice. It's all quiet for now, but it's going to get explosive soon enough. There it is. Stuns ricocheting off the back of it. And the pistols need to be well trained and aimed at these corners. The util, impeccable stuff. Another one, why not? Throw it down at the feet. Just a 10% aggression at G2, but they have evened it out into a 2v2. Almost immediately at that, but still it's on Trent.
It's nice from Trent, actually, just holding that angle for a little bit longer, expecting Verno to go for an info peek.
Well,
and had the chance to slow the round down, and now it's just a perfect opportunity to do so. Tex has got no idea where these guys are going around the map. I mean, he's going to have information if they do end towards C.
He's out in the open though here. G2 perfectly happy to wait this one out, let the round stew a little bit. You have a player advantage.
Tex feeling like they're going in the opposite direction now, though. He took a glimpse over towards the A line, didn't see anything.
Yeah.
He's thinking, well, of course they weren't hiding on A.
Obviously, Nikki.
Waiting it out for now, but now looking to get
more than
the space up onto this A site. The diligence here, making sure that they clear all the angles.
Spike plant.
Now the plant finally down as well, but Tex has got one hell of a meal in front of him. A 1v2. Not much util to his name. Single flash. Might not even want to use it, might just want to keep the gun out entirely. And a pretty standard affair from G2 doubled up. Looks like a high-low active over the walls at tree side, and as soon as signs of life spotted Tex, just needs to get the one, but the bullets need to be good on his side. Classic in hand is a tough job. Horn towards his back, and G2 got it all handled here. Explosive to begin, and then tempered towards the end, but it's a pistol round under the belt for G2.
Yeah, you see that G2 was super ready for the haunt that was a plan to come in if it had been a normal rubble fight. Instead, it's a refight from MIBR. They take the aggression on a slightly delayed timing, about 5 seconds into the round. And there were multiple chances for both teams to call it off. And you know, settle into a 3v3.
You stole my kill, bro! You stole my kill!
Yeah, okay. It's the kind of energy we're bringing in.
Second pulled out the Bucky. Buying down to 550 in the second round.
I respect it. You're on Neon, why not?
See if you can get something done with a character that really suits the shotguns in hand. And since they've heard a little bit of the noise up towards Mount, this is where MIBR want to gamble. And look, another refight, very similar to round one.
When they're coming to Bangalore, no idea.
The noise of where G2 are taking space.
Gaunt stun, coming around the corner here. John was ready with that judge in hand, and just going to be putting him into a bit of a blender. Making mincemeat of a variety of players that MIBR just trying to offer themselves up. They will be falling shortly. Too much to overcome.
In the meantime, vvvv's taking all of this space over towards B.
He's going to be calling for space here, but they found the last straggler, Verno. G2. It's healthy going into the bonus. Only one player going down. That was Jorg.
So far, you're already seeing the ideas of both of these teams. MIBR want to take the fight to G2. They want to find them around the map and force big teamfight brawls where the double duelist can have an edge. And
G2 gave me the orb and the plant. How do you even do that?
Yeah, and that's left Trent 2 away from getting his ult online. Might not be able to play for it necessarily. Depends whether MIBR give them free space on A. I don't think anything's free against MIBR. They're going to force a team fight to take anything out.
This time off the rip. No patience. No tempering of it already. Zekin's just there. Going to be planning himself over towards the rubble section. Judge in hand. And this is G2. Unable to take a lot of that space early on. It's going to be able to get very good mid-round information.
Spamming that and breaking it, just to make sure that MIBR would be able to put pressure in that direction.
What is that?
Jorg was not expecting the wall to be there for starters, and Aspas behind it, super confident. They thought the wall was over towards C again.
Cleaned him up in a moment's notice, but it goes both ways. Is that just blind fire through the smoke? Yes, it is.
All right, fair enough.
Okay, Aspas gone. Text now. Next up, there's no wall to give him that time in, but he takes the peek anyway. That's instinctual from him. Have a chance to repeat. Potentially there. Difficult fights on offer, but Tex is still confident for it.
That's lovely.
Coming out swinging, and Zekin now, he's spotted out what the last you are, but that is not the gun for the job at hand, Baby Bay. Level of awareness, and he's just spotted it out wide, almost going down, shredded down to 14, but he's managed to crack open a bit of a section of this map over towards A now.
Yeah, an intelligent way for Baby Bay to take the fight, backing up as far as he could from the angle, so the judge is less favored. He gets to see Zekin before Zekin can see him as well. A chance here, there is still a chance.
You've got to get a move on, but you've got to also hold this one off because the bullets are rattling down on your heads. There's 12 seconds remaining. The C's is lightning fast. Mazzino is ensuring that he puts a stop to any sort of activation of that plan.
And it's pretty clean in the end, isn't it, from MIBR as they sweep through. A lot of that round has been based on the Vice utility and where Tex had placed it down. You want to be mixing it up. Your defensive setups have got to be mobile on a map like this. That trade comes through out of absolutely nowhere. Gets stuck inside the thorns, though.
Yeah, you might have heard the sound.
Aggro plays.
Prod spells it out. What we've already been seeing. The aggression of the double duelist. That's what they need to be leaning into here. Very aggressive. C-mount control looks like a priority. This cove that's being placed down by G2 as well.
They're trying to break it as quickly as they can.
MIBR making sure that nobody can skirt past it and take control of C without them knowing the door switch flipped. Leaf is already inserting himself deeper over towards Rubble. A cautious tail being wove here by G2.
Well, now you know that C is a little bit weaker. You found the wall over towards B. If you can try to put pressure on A and C, you're going to weaken one of them for sure. Looks like the destination in mind for Valen is over towards A. Getting Leaf on the omen just looks weird, man. There's a couple of roles in this game that we haven't touched on just yet that are strange.
Yeah.
I keep thinking he should be Leaf playing the Vice here, right? Setting up for these lurk timings on defense, pushing out. Are MIBR going to fight this?
They're trying to get proactive. Ahead of this potentially be able to use it to play off and barely able to get the rifle under control. Just the one for Verno before he's traded out. Firefight's going away at G2.
It did actually catch G2 off guard a little bit, but the rifling was just wonky from MIBR.
Nade rebounding. There's only 27 seconds left into this one. Jorg trying to play his team back in, but straight for it out. Whoa, Jorgamo!
He didn't even see him.
He's active. Locked in, but eventually shut down. Texto. Again, a hell of a task for him in a 1v3. Late to the party. Ori with that forward pressed up position. Trent ensuring that he shuts it down. 3-1 here for G2.
It's a great beginning for them. They've also put pressure now on MIBR's economy. Starting to build up to old cycles of their own too. MIBR want to take these fights. I mean, this one was forced as well.
Yeah.
This is not a normal way that you would look to try to re-clear over towards Rubble. It's off the back of one paranoia. I mean, to be fair, like I said, they almost got it working, but Verno took a while landing the shots onto the second player, and Mazzino couldn't do anything with the open door. economy broken for MIBR.
Yeah.
Some players could have bought up more than they did, but they're choosing just to keep the coffers safe.
Plenty of opportunities here for Leaf to thrive with that outlaw.
Yeah, he's still going to be lurking, still going to be buying the outlaw.
Very controlled by G2, as much as it has been explosive from both sides, opting into these gunfights, but G2 are making sure that they can pick apart the map and find out where the wall's being laid.
Yeah, it's definitely G2 trying to control the aggression right now, isn't it? And MIBR wanted to take the aggressive option whenever possible.
Aspas was full armor. Able to limp away.
I think they might have got the wrong read off that, though. Aspas looking big and looking confident there has driven them into the stack.
That's where the vice setup is. Thorns are going to be deaded, though. Possibly preemptively, they're going to be ricocheting up to the back, and that is a ton of util flooding in. Blind as anything, MIBR still looking to see if they can hold their ground. Aspas is into the fight. 10 HP, but he does have that showstopper. Ults could be committed. In fact, they are. On the side of G2, feeling like it's getting a little bit dicey. So Nightfall from Trent, at least to see if he can push the players back and away. MIBR will concede up most of that space.
Yeah, they really need a pick, even 2 picks before Aspas feels like committing the shot. On 10 HP as well, your chances of it working are so low.
Very slim. More likely that you're going to be spammed down.
Okay, I think that's a win. Nah, abhi
and going for the long corner, looks like here for MIBR. They're just...
This might be a dodge spike kind of vibe. We'll see. Valen's one away from getting his ult, and that's a huge one for the attackers. So I think...
But Pandal and Phantom, according to you, good morning, bro.
Go, go, go.
Kill from Zeka. Time running short. Looks like they want to make a go for this one, but still players waiting to receive with open arms. They shut down and slap down this MIBR squad.
Different calculus being done there on the MIBR side. Maybe thinking that they can get closer to their own ultimates, and it's worth just trading it out. Just assuming that Valen's going to be able to pick up an orb or get a plan, you know, some way of being able to get that ult online anyway.
The war chest is starting to brim up, isn't it, for G2?
Well,
it's online.
It is, but it kind of is on the other side as well. Yeah, the economy's not good for MIBR, but they're one away from Vice Ultimate, Fade Ultimate, Aspas with a Showstopper. There are many, many tools for MIBR to start getting this map under control, but it has to come now.
Attacking ult.
Another fight offered up. See the way that these teams operate in it. A ton of util going to be exchanged back and forth. Switch flipped, Mazzino with a peek, and that is like a Ferrari, just comes out of nowhere and rips Lee's head clean off.
Look at how MIBR are faking the rubble fight, trying to draw out Valen's ultimate. He's being patient with it though at the moment.
Deep space from Aspas as well over towards that C-mount area.
Come back, hoga, wait. This
is one of those rounds where MIBR cannot invest fully into a big team fight brawl because
Valen's
ult could swing the tide in G2's favor at any point. So MIBR have got to try to bait it out. They've got to look like they're posturing aggressively in one area and try to drop back a little bit. And they've gotten themselves into a 5v4 by playing like that already. This wall has been towards B basically every round apart from the pistol.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Tex mix it up a little bit, but maybe he's just thinking double Thorns on C is good enough.
They have been fighting actively for that C-mount control, so maybe feeling like most of the rounds they can have a player posted deep, getting the info regardless.
This is a nice aggressive duelist player.
Yeah, it's Aspas.
वो लोग तो फाइट करेंगे भाई
सीधा. You can see just from the position at MIBR.
Raise ult है, no way वो लोग फाइट नहीं करेंगे पे.
Lurks. They know that G2 like to cut noise and contact up as much as they possibly can, but look at it activate now. There's only 20 seconds remaining. The paranoia saved for a situation like this. MIBR though, not deterred, swimming straight into the wall. Seconds there to trade it out. Showstopper. Aspas is there. Just collect the one kill. Needs to get the rest of his team in, and time is of the essence. G2, they're going to get his plan down, but it's just Trent. 1 man alone and a tap and time. Ran fully out of his favor.
What a round from
Mazzino with a 3-piece. That is nice work.
Yeah, the opening shot was beautiful
as
well.
Well, default 28-21 champion, bro.
MIBR, they're showcasing that they can play a more passive look to the game as well. Once they got into an advantage, 5v4, dropping back, still applying a little bit of pressure, but always making sure that they could be the ones flooding back in with the showstopper.
Yeah.
Aspas in his really passive position, just holding that stairs push and then ready to use the ult. Always keeping in mind the win condition for the round. It's a good sign for MIBR.
Mazzino de raha hai
back up to another level scoreline and a different setup entirely for MIBR. They are full aggro. All the aggression in the world over towards that C-mount area. G2 have read this and recognized it and now going for a quick reaction, but they are looking to get slowed down by this Vice setup. Tex is there, has Thorns, will want to dead them. All up in their face, door closing into their face. Tex just needs to hold on to that backside control. ensure that his team can get back in nicely here. These are ult expended.
That's a nice harbor ult position to leave it in.
The wall's going to be causing issues, but a quick hop up towards that. Back down again. This is ult's being expended again with the Nightfall scattering across. Steel Garden looking to take away some of these guns. The time again, but that overdrive. That's not going to be removed out of grips of second. Going to use it to light them up and see if he can pave a bit of a way to victory. Wide swing second! Running a mockery over him and a galvanizing into that round.
Ridiculous situation to end it there. Tripled up in tree. Both Vice players utilizing their ultimates in that round, but yeah, I mean, Zekken at no point particularly affected by that. He's got the laser gun out at all times.
He's just describing his I'm just going to track them all. Yeah, okay, they were lined up.
Yeah, he's just full strafing away from them at all times as well. So difficult as a target to hit.
And that round was chaos. It was
pretty
much every ult expended.
It was literally just dump the ult bag as much as you possibly can, because that was the round that knocks G2's economy finally down.
Yeah.
It's G2 that have been in control of this map, basically from the beginning, and now this is the time where MIBR are favored to equalize. So, well worth it on both sides to just be throwing ults into that situation. And MIBR, I mean, I like it. Again, the fact that they're confident enough to be able to push out one side of the map, leave Tex alone.
It is so bad against
Neon
Damine
but confident enough that he's going to be able to delay for them still to play retail.
I
was saying the last time that these two teams played, we were talking about kickoff, how much pressure MIBR were under, how devastated they must be to have not made Santiago, honestly.
Yeah.
But in the match that they played against G2, G2 3-0'd them. And I said that Aspas had an unusually poor performance. Tex also, playing against his former teammates, just wasn't able to find his rhythm at all. So the fact that he's able to take positions like that, solo anchoring A, and be such a key anchor position in how the round works.
Yeah, even if it's not just the kills, it's the delay.
Close
in position.
The delay, the positioning, and a massive scrap in terms of ultimates, where MIBR were patient and didn't just walk into G2.
There.
ये दोनों गाना जो बजा रहा
है still looking to play towards the strengths of their composition. This time both the duelists in one place. Very similar setup, just reversed essentially from them. Satchel a little bit too early, but all good. MIBR full throttle over towards A.
But the difference is the wall is not here, right? So Tex has one less tool to be able to delay this if G2 go full guns blazing on C.
It will get very tricky, especially with the smoke propped up, because it again, doesn't know if they're just lurking up behind this one. Util's being picked apart here. Not choosing to detonate it, but a series of unknowns swirling in the back of his mind as it sees the ult into the back. Is at least going to be done, taken out, but there's the Thorns, lay it down, hold on. That's a bit of anti-synergy. I mean, Tex is able to just really hold his own. Batter down the hatches.
He does a great job though. He gets seen by the Omen, seized, and then he dodges the Neon stun anyway.
Yeah.
In theory, Jorgamo should be able to land an easy stun, but Tex is wily with it. And that lets him come back around and delete the entry player for G2. Very nice anchoring so far from Tex.
Team looking to see if they can square up here. Wide face by Lee. Jar with a movement. Taking liberties now. Just the site opened up. Zekken is still here, still active, still alive. And as long as he's in the server, he's a bit of a problem for them. Damage being done! And that is pure disrespect.
What's his secondary weapon?
He's preparing for London, mate.
You can't be telling me that that's the optimal play.
It's just unbelievable.
I saw a knife kill earlier this morning in EMEA from a player that had used both of the shots in their shorty. And in that situation, I'm like, yeah, okay. Here he's got a shorty. He has a shorty, and he pulls out the knife instead.
Nice, Zach. There we go. Get your one, baby. Get your
it's about sending a message.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really sending a message.
9 and 6. Top of the scoreboard.
Tex is expecting an adjustment here. He's anticipating a B hit. So he's put Thorns with the wall now on B. And he is so right.
Adjustment to the setup. The Thorns going to be used nice and early.
It's a perfect read.
Wall potentially, yeah. It's spotted out and even triggered. So a couple of obstacles at least removed from G2's path.
And early on as well. So really nice proactivity from G2 to bait it out and not overcommit inside of it. And now, anytime that you bait out that level of Vice util, I think you can go back over towards C. Because you know that Tex is not going to have the same tools to be able to work
movement.
Gonna hold on to control, get that information, but spotting the neon. Don't really want anything to do with that.
Here comes Zekken on the long rotate to provide some backup.
Tech's very much alone though this time around. Walls up. We can see if they can bait bits and pieces more. This util Baby receiving his pressure again. Aggro plays, but Verno, as soon as that switch is flipped, he does not feel safe. Quick evacuation out of main, and the decision is made to go over towards the B site, but Thorn's removed. G2 though, they've got that firepower, the weapons, rifles, all trained on the right places.
Bro, G2 too strong, bro.
Crack open the B site, two-player advantage towards them.
भाई 3 बंदे इधर क्रॉसफायर में आसपास यहाँ पे रुका हुआ है फाइट करने के लिए वो लोग सीधा एक बंदा को 100 मिनट के द्वारा सीधा फाइट लिया वो लोग ने
The angle's watched. Smoke's propped up, and there's a shorty. Good awareness from Jorg.
Tex is just looking to hold on to the rifle at this point, isn't he? Looking to back it all the way up.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful round called by Valen there. I thought they were going for the B fake into the C pivot, and instead they fake it again. Pump faking over towards C and still end on B after they baited out all of that Vice utility earlier in the round. And they completely caught the MIBR guys over towards the blue room. Look at this.
Did it?
Just walking through the smoke one by one straight into Leaf and Trent. Behind the play.
Yeah, maybe thinking they were ahead of it, but the pace that G2 called.
Yeah, Verno was just spiraling backwards, wasn't he? He tried to get on that deep B angle, and he just had to bunny hop out of there.
We haven't really mentioned it too much, but Lotus coming back into the map pool. It's a big win for G2. Crowed out was a map that they've been struggling with.
MIBR ke lag gaye.
Over into the floor as well. Let some time play their way in over towards that C-mount angle, but no aggro play from MIBR. It's again just Tex anchoring.
8-4.
This time with the wall.
8-4 lag raha mere ko.
He's been a bit greedier for himself now, just in case G2 sends something in his direction. And MIBR getting Zekken posted up with a judge on the front B side.
Aspas. On a bit of a perch here. Might be able to see over the smoke now. It's a little bit too high for him.
Yeah, that's risky. It's
specifically a lot to account for.
Yeah, it's so tough.
Triple face! Oh my!
Oh, they knew.
You'll be listening to the comments in a moment like that. Mazzino just the one before the trade is online. G2 barrel over these A players. The entirety of the site now theirs. Fast and loose though is the approach from MIBR. They want to try and take this one with risks in mind. That's how you even the scales.
It's a great stun. Pressure from behind onto Valen. He had a prowler in front and a stun behind. Nothing he could do.
33. Rifle now committed. Cuts away the sound cues. Verno's not going to be able to hit too much, but again, the shots are still there. And he's found the slightest of gaps to play around with Baby down and out. This is G2 with their backs pressed against the wall. It's awkward positions in terms of the anchor. Planted out wide against it, and they're just spotting back in the heads from a couple of these players. All called out. The comms clean. Now Leaf's position noted. One man and a 1v2. What can he do in a spot like this? Verno sticking already. The onus on Leaf. And second, honed in, locked in. Ensures that nothing goes awry.
Would have been a lovely time for Leaf to try to throw out a
क्या बोला था मैं 2 सेकंड पहले मैंने क्या बोला था
MIBR Verno have got that locked up. The MIBR coordination looks like it has improved since kickoff. And maybe that's a low bar to say that you have to just be improving over time. When you just haven't seen a team for so long.
It's been like 2 months.
Yeah, these teams have taken completely different roads recently just because of the final games that they played at kickoff. We know what G2 have been up to recently. This composition obviously a big shift away with the meta change, but MIBR, if they're coming into stage 1 and they've done a lot of grinding, they could be a team to pay some serious attention to.
Up again, the aggressive proactivity, MIBR making sure that they are always keeping players deep pushed, getting information.
This insertion from Jogamo, though, is different, new, interesting.
Yeah, and he's got a shotgun too. Bucky could do some serious work here. Call is being made. Missed it! Oh, he's just missed the timing, hasn't he? Being pressured from either side. A call was made now by MIBR, looking to clean up the space over towards A, but G2 when it rings around them. Mazzino barely able to get the hell out of there.
I think he blinded the whole bunch, though.
Might have slowed him down just a bit so he can play his life out and in around that pillar. Doesn't want to give it up too much. The weaponry's still a bit weak here for G2. Not too much in terms of what they can work with, but the Stingers will do nevertheless still.
Spike down, C.
And they are with the rifles, one hell of an advantage, and they're making sure to use it to its fullest. Weak as anything and being played into perfection. Second.
Yeah, that's how you want to see the Neon be used.
Yeah, putting his body on the line.
This one, a light by round. Valen might want to keep this. Jorg, I think, would be perfectly happy running a judge or something like that into the next.
आ गया.
Valen decides to commit in.
Yeah. आसपास का भी आ गया.
But MIBR guaranteeing a worst case scenario an even half after G2 were running things early on. What were they up 4-1?
Yeah.
Isn't Aspas supposed to be the goat of this team?
Yeah, the timing out. Just as he goes to break the door, meets Zekken on the other side. Moments before disaster.
Yeah. One more round to be played in
this
half.
Push.
And we get Aspas with an operator.
It's been full-on aggression from MIBR, start to finish. This might be one of the rounds where they do look to slow it down. We step towards the A side of the map. Deep B pressure already exerted by MIBR.
Yeah, Zekken is not slowing things down.
No. Pushed all the way out.
Buddy.
No shotgun, but just a stinger for Jorg. Orbs picked up, ults built up.
What does this look like?
अभी भी spam मार रहा है, मतलब वो लोग मालूम पड़ना चाहिए B pushed up है या फिर 2B है.
Space was taken so early on, and the Prowler does connect. So pretty critical stuff. Ult's going to be used just to see if they can clear this one out. Spam onto the corner. Verno, he was looking to see if he can offset some of that pressure. How about the evacuation for Zekken to get the hell out? But he's paid for it with his life.
W fucking read.
It's a big loss. It also means that MIBR are lacking quite a bit of information in the final minute of this round. But they're so close to massive ultimates. Tex and Aspas one away from round-changing ults.
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Playing we take B as well to try to dodge this Vice ult from Baby Bay.
Deep ult now. All the ults going to be expended, at least with that Steel Garden. Clears the way over towards B. Nade to buy a bit of time. Aspas. One more kill. He will get that showstopper online, but his position, it's not ideal. He's just looking for a chance to just get involved. His balls in your face. Slipping in through the back. Zeno is caught. Flanks accounted for. Baby Bay.
This is a massive 1v1 on the flank here. If Tex wins it, he gets Vice ult.
Vitally important if the kills go his way. Aspas has an ult turned up, but he's 17 HP. And an ult, oh my! Showstopper. Rebound against the floor. Finds his way forward, but Tex is dropped anyway. Zekken, but a Rings overdrive is there, but 7 HP. Surely not. How could he do it? Time running short, and one bullet will do the job. Baby Bay, 3 kills in a round for him. He drags it level 6-6.
Great to see Baby Bay back, top of the scoreboard, in Americas, looking comfortable. Santiago was a little bit shaky for the guy, but he's coming up with some huge moments for his team. Like I said, that duel on the flank was important, especially with Aspas doing this.
99% लोग वहाँ पे जमीन पे मारेंगे. 99%
would be in a much worse spot. G2 survive.
बहुत बाप अल्ट मारा उसने. Six round defense is not bad, not bad. दोनों के लिए हाफ अच्छा है. Not Binks. नहीं मतलब 99% है ना, बाकी 1% में मैं हो गया, आसपास हो गया. हम जैसे प्लेयर्स मतलब मिस नहीं करते. देखो पहला ही मैसेज आसपास इज माय गोट. ये होती है इज्जत. लाइक कर चैट. ये कौन सा गेम है? लूडो. लैंग्वेज जेल मेरे नीचे झूल. सुबह जी फाइटिंग है. जी फाइटिंग जीतेगा. 2 मैच जीतेगा बैक टू बैक. उसके बाद टफ है थोड़ा सा. तो लॉजिक क्या था अगर वो स्पैम कर रहे थे?
Even as anything between these two squads, 6-6 here on Lotus.
क्योंकि ओपन स्पैम कर रहा था ना, बी के बाहर आके वो स्पैम कर रहा था सी पे.
See the reason. The light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to, you know, the stages, the group stages in general.
ओपन स्पैम का मतलब है या फिर कोई बी पुश्ड अप है जो उसको बैकअप दे रहा है कि वो ओपन स्पैम कर रहा है, या फिर कोई बी ऑफ एंगल खेल रहा है, लेकिन तो बहुत रिस्की ऑफ एंगल खेल रहा है. क्यों वाइट स्विंग करके वैसे भी मार सकते
the other teams
most
particularly.
likely
G2 and MIBR have just
कोई
they're
ना
just
कोई
stacked
build-up
with
की
talent.
है।
It's outrageous. We thought that MIBR were going to be one of our representatives
कोई
headed to
pixel angle
Santiago.
पकड़ के बैकअप
And
नहीं
then,
देगा उसको।
no, they crashed down through the bracket multiple times. G2 helping them along the way, a quick push down the cliff.
But at least this time a crazy team like MIBR gets qualified.
2 months that they've had, they've not been taking time off.
Well, they had a very aggressive approach to the defense, didn't they? So I think G2 will be expecting something similar here.
But they just contact up. They cut all noise, walking up as much as they possibly can. And Trent was even the first one spotted. MIBR ready for the repeat. Sees the signs of life though. Switch has flipped. Thorns will delay.
लेकिन ये मैप में ना ऐसा है कि रिटेक बहुत easier है compared to other.
A lot of pressure now going to be onto Tex, but what can you do with just that Sharon? Turns out quite a lot. There's one kill there. Make it two. That is filthy work.
भाई ज़्यादा मार दिया.
Quick little jump spot.
ज़्यादा मार दिया Tex ने.
Zena was looking for. Waiting for it though. Stun waited out. Ricochets for now needs to be dealt with, and it is indeed. The horn broken. Wall is making it awkward here. Really changes the dynamic of this side, but aggression still seems to be the name of the game. MIBR not content to sit back. They want to see if they can take this one. Crossing off names on the server, but Trent, no more bullets. Has to go into the reload. Time is ticking, and again the onus on him. He's got to push forwards here. No more time left to play for in a round like this. MIBR seal it up. Pistol round for them on that second half.
Well.
G2 with so much utility actually to commit to that retake, but decided to go on the triple flank after pushing out C. And I think Tex is just such a hero here.
Huh?
Finding the first kill is, you know, about what you expect from him.
Maybe
but picking up a second onto George, it suddenly just takes all the sting out of this flank retake. And I love the more dynamic post-plant look. G2 will tend to drop into static holds where they're holding crossfires and high-low layered setups. MIBR taking a page out of the more aggressive book where you are looking to actively hunt the retakers and disrupt them. It's always more fun to watch.
That was the opposition off their game too.
Yeah, it's really tough to play against.
Left, right,
but it's harder to execute yourself. It's easier to make mistakes and overheat and give away your life in spots like that.
Yeah, for sure. MIBR clearly have been hard at work in the time off.
Take rest after this watch party. Shimbhai, thank you so much for the 1,000 meri jaan kate. Love you, Shimbhai. Love you.
Round 15.
Thank you so much
he
for
actually
1,000.
Didn't get a kill or a death on the pistol.
Watch party के बाद rest लेकिन वही
है. Weird to see him come into round 14 with no ult points.
And still door opens up. Mazina's the
take
that first contact with Leaf cleaned up. There's no players where that came from. G2.
Flash on C as well.
Yeah, they're hovering around this direction. Texas actually opened things up over towards that C side, but I think this might be just the full speed ahead. Go ahead. A quick cleanup, yeah, for the rest of the stragglers. G2.
By Odin जैसे तो मार्सिल चला है आसपास.
Some very weak players, but generally speaking, fairly clean for MIBR. They could afford to lose one player in the midst of all of that.
Love you, Shimbhai. Thank you for the 1,000 मेरी जान के today. Chat morning छुपा दो Shimbhai को.
Jungle still. Nice.
Zekin's more excited that they picked up the gun towards the end of the round.
Back on us from Yay!
Absolute classic bonus round idea. Guys, we have weaker weapons. Let's go B.
Let's go B. It's the rank classic.
It really is.
Got to call it, man.
Well, and that's why G2 got a wall there.
Yeah, ready as well to respond. They do have players in position. Just in case. Smokes, Prowler. Second as well, looking to see if he can bait this one out. Open over towards the top. Aspas. What a bit of a head of that one. Communication not quite clear, but the wall just completely cuts him out of the picture.
Thank you for the membership, मेरी जान के today.
Heard the wall right in front of him and got caught by the C's as well. But like you're saying, slight miscommunication on how they wanted to take that.
Harbour wall, it's cheeky stuff. Cuts off
आवाज दे दिया.
Any sort of attempt of a pivot over the C side. It's normally what you want to do if the B hit goes wrong.
Leaf's position is devious with the door open as well. You're just not clearing this properly, I don't think.
Tex might be considering it. Stun on a peak. Ready to activate off of all that pressure.
Really nice trap.
Prowler's good too. Trent's going to get the acknowledgement. Players are still lying in wait over towards B, but the door flipped open. Looking to see if he can gain some space over towards the C side. The Thorns deaded. Bebe looking to play his life.
Still a slide for Zekin here and a judge in hand.
Could do some damage.
Potential for chaos.
Yeah, and it looks like they want to fight even further forward.
और ज़्यादा let's लेना more love to you by Shivam by ने total 4,000 दिया है heavy वाला छुपा दो tag करके. Thank you so much for the 4,000. Love you मेरी जान के Shivam by love you.
G2, you know they're going to be playing this disciplined style. Not going to let anything slip, but Zekken strikes when the iron's hot. Found that slightest of winner opportunities and even picks up an upgrade in the process, but Jorgamo right from behind. Unanticipated, unexpected, and looks to be that insurance policy. Eventually cleaning up Mazzino, but Zekken's still a player in his own right. Looking to see if he can really take over. It's 3 in a round, he's healthy, he's got that rifle and plenty more bullets. Damage done! ISOing the fight, and Ace is available. Ready and waiting for the taking. Jorg will shut it down.
Almost an unbelievable moment from Zekken there. 18 and 11, looking super hot.
My God.
Jorgamo handles it towards the end, credit to him, but at the same time, yeah, look at this.
कितना close. इसको 5 कर देते हैं
to commit with the blast pack. I think he might have put the blast pack down and tried to cancel it. Just been stuck there.
But actually,
anyway, the story of the round is what happens towards the end rather than towards the beginning. Valen's very happy that they ended up securing it. Of course he is, but the damage is still horrible. They won the round and they're having to eke up.
Love you.
Yeah, that is never a good sign.
Mods, अलग से छुपा दो.
Bandits online.
You could make an argument that essentially won the previous round for them.
Yeah.
Doesn't go up on the top of the board, but it's almost as good as.
Big knock to the economy.
पूरा economy का अम्मा बहन हो गया बे. एक बंदे की वजह से बे.
I mean, wouldn't it be an amazing moment for Jorgamo to do something similar of his own?
He's got a rifle. Flip switched again.
Now Verno, you're the player with the spike.
You can't be doing that. Can't be doing that.
Through a slowing wall.
Yeah. Not ideal.
Well, that is nice from Mazzino, though. Utilizes the teleport to be able to get through the harbor wall, bait out the vice wall, and still get out.
Wall इतना जल्दी 1 मिनट से भी 1 मिनट के ऊपर और तुम लोगों ने wall bait किया ना मतलब तुम लोगों ने बहुत
on the other side of this one, that's Leaf waiting judge in hand. He could do some serious damage to this one. Prowler forward stun over the shoulder. Zekken's there, but even out. Horn dealt with on top of it. Trying to follow the sound cue, but not realizing the text is already inserted himself. He's found that lurk position. Jorg trying to get ahead of that. Sliding straight through it, and this guy is active as anything still. MIBR. Slam the door shut in their faces, now looking for that pivot option. Quick rotation and even faster plays on top of it. Valen, he's not letting them really get away with a thing. He's just trying to catch them unaware. But all handled, all accounted for. MIBR leading this map by 2.
Aspas even playing for the edit bonus on top of being able to get fun money and an extra ult for himself. Leaf getting outplayed in the judge v judge. Jorg nearly had his moment as well. He was the player with the hero rifle. Now G2 can buy again. They're behind by 2.
Nice!
Aspas went for the plant money, as I said, at the all point in the previous round, rather than trying to upgrade to a rifle. So he's coming in to this one with an outlaw. There are a bunch of targets though that you could go for. Light armor.
सही करते हो आप सनक को बहुत दे दिया सनक भाई अभी आने वाले इसको बस पेज पे आने वाला सनक भाई लव यू आशिम भाई खुश हो यार
One more.
Oh my
God.
I make you dodge कर रहा हूँ.
I'm coming back to you guys.
One drop. I'm ulting. One stuff drop. I'm ulting him.
Yep. Thorn stairs.
Drop. Nice.
He's deep spawn.
Yeah. Okay, I'm playing top now. It's planted.
Damage? Any damage on him?
No.
Careful heaven. He can go heaven, Aspas. He can go heaven. I played like a pussy. They have no smoke.
I have your stairs, Aspas. You can hold sight.
Yeah, can you go here?
Like this. Perfect now.
Guys, I first.
Put that flash somewhere.
He should save. He should.
Yeah, he should.
भाई ज़िक्किन भाई locked in लग रहा है भाई
Nice fucking round, guys.
I shit on this guy.
Yes, sir. Let's
go,
bro. Go. Working these dogs.
So guys, they have hardware.
कुछ तो important बात करने वाला था वही part का था
MIBR. I mean, it's interesting inside, isn't it? In the midst of all that chaos, looking to see if they can hunt down Baby, but it's all clear. The communication between all of them. Zekken as well, I love it. Silent duelist just running, taking liberties up and towards heaven.
Yeah, I mean, he knew that Verno was going to be looking to ult the guy, so I think he's looking to play off his teammates.
Yeah, and he knew he had a time sheet.
But it's nice to hear insight from the teams in spots like that. It did look pretty clean, and I like the way that they were optimizing in the post plan as well to make sure that they didn't get overwhelmed by anything. G2 forced to take a timeout at the back of that too. This is the second time that they've been in as many rounds.
Time 5 men
coming out the back of a round that they won.
So
really tough situation for G2. They looked like they were in control of this game at the very beginning, and since then, MIBR have basically just been all gas, no brakes. From round 6 onwards, G2 have only won 3 rounds.
Yeah, the pace has been unbelievable. Finding the right moments to strike. Zekken sitting at 21 kills.
Yeah, just to loop it back to what Mimi was talking about.
2000 beja hai chat Shivam bhai ne
just in general, not necessarily in this match, but across
Shivam
stage
bhai
1,
naam maan rahe, Shivam bhai naam maan rahe.
The neon
और
guy
2000 beja hai subh love you
right?
abhi stream kar sakta. Thank
clips of
you.
him playing neon for EG a couple of years ago
Shivam
are just
bhai
kind of like living rent-free in people's
thank
psyche.
you for the 2000 and we are close to
Zekken's
2k
outplaying
likes.
him here in terms
जिसने
of
like किया
actual
like
impact
करो
in the
और
server.
जिसने
I mean,
छुपा नहीं दिया
Zekken's an
शिवम भाई
amazing
को
player and an
छुपा दे
amazing
दो
neon,
for
so
7000
the more
rupees.
opportunity MIBR have to be able to run him on this, it's going to be tough to hold the
भाई
candle.
सारे लोग kills में आसपास है लेकिन Zekken को देखो
Zekken.
21
Lord
और
is one of the best
13.
players in Americas.
So is Leaf, by the way, but playing
21
on
or
a very
13
off level at the
logged
moment.
in
Not really finding
AF है वो,
that same
logged
level
in
of value
AF.
that you would expect from the guy.
If you're expecting a turnaround, it's probably not going to be around like this one for G2. What is that?
Bro,
Rack him up.
Zekken!
bro.
He's just feasting.
Bro. I know G2's on a line of buy, but it's just filthy mechanically.
Yeah.
Bro, nah, bro.
The devious adjustment, the devious stuff that Zekken was doing when Neon was first broken in that
भाई वो
offseason.
बेचारे ने counter stun भी डाला जोगोमो ने.
Yeah. But
वो बंदे ने counter stun भी डाला बे. Stun के 1 second पहले उसने दोनों को मारा.
So we may be in for a treat this stage.
He's locked
वो
in.
भी सुबह के 6 बजे. वो
And the
मैंने.
maps that we have today,
सुबह के 6
if they're
बजे.
playing double duelist on Lotus, they are definitely playing double duelist on Split and Bar.
It just makes sense.
10
Right?
कर देते हैं.
Almost everyone is playing double duelist on these maps.
Bro, 10.
Now maybe they'll swap it up. Maybe we'll see some Neon Waylay, for
शिवम
example.
भाई ने 10,000 दिए. 10,000.
Player standing.
एड्रेट करके टैग करके छुपा दे दो शिवम भाई को. लव यू शिवम भाई, लव यू मींस अ लॉट. लव यू मेरी जान करते हैं. उतना एनर्जी नहीं है, ज्यादा चिल्ला नहीं सकता क्योंकि पंखो सो रही है. बट थैंक्स अ लॉट मेरी जान.
Either puts MIBR
Thanks a
at
lot.
that point or breaks the economy of
अभी तो end
breaks
कर
the
सकते
economy
हैं.
of G2. Both teams are going to be hyper
मेरे पे heavy
invested in
energy.
Valorant into the next round.
भाई देखो बे स्टन होने के 1 सेकंड पहले ब्रो.
That is rapid decision making.
Yeah, lovely on the
ब्रो
fly
कितना
target
फास्ट है
selection.
तुम लोग को ऊपर वाले व्यू से मालूम पड़ा कितना फास्ट
But
है
the Neon
वो.
wasn't going to be ready to respond.
हाँ
Zekken pulls out a judge in this round.
भाई अगर बेबी बेट ऑफ रैक कर रहा है उसका मतलब.
And we mentioned how important it is. Everything is on the line.
Sorry
here.
to
G2.
say.
It's all about staying into the game for MIBR, get themselves up to map
बट
point.
मेरा भाई कास्टर है.
Yeah, but they made forget, bro.
I'll probably here.
Deep
front B,
flash.
behind the tide.
When this smoke fades, I'm gonna flash. You take your shot. Okay.
Ready. Yep.
He may see the flash.
He's gonna walk through the wall soon.
Ready? Flash. 3, 2. Raise.
Close. Fight. I'm
2.
gonna B.
Go. Close, Neon. Back it up.
Went stairs, no?
No.
Yo, try to
Paranoid break.
out there.
I have ult.
Let's try to play.
One close break.
Break.
We're gonna split B.
In B.
I have the pivot.
Heaven with the shotgun. Heaven with the shotgun.
I can ult.
मैं प्रॉपर कॉल दिया शॉटगन है हेवन में करके.
Fatal thing. I'm gonna fatal thing early. One in heaven smoke.
Should be Neon. I can stun it for you guys.
I'm gonna ult into break. We gotta reset. We should go quick.
Sunny early.
Oh fuck.
Hell.
Still pit.
Front B.
Pit. Nice. Break with shotgun.
Break in B.
From B left side and break.
I'm gonna look for break kill.
He's gun. He's facing.
Cover the bomb.
You're getting grabbed.
He ran away.
Have it.
Yeah,
Wait.
break.
Break.
I heard him break.
Break. Double swing.
Wait, 3.
I'm just on.
Half. Face.
Nice. Go, Jake. Go. Good round, Jake.
ब्रो आसपास ने क्या मारा तू.
That is one hell of a way to turn around like that. I mean, G2 backs against the wall. The site was entirely theirs for MIBR, and
we're
talking about how important it was to the economy. Listen, a couple of their players did end up dropping, but winning a round, keeping it together.
When Aspas gets these two, I thought it was clear.
I thought it was done.
Yeah. He takes down Chokuma and Baby Bay.
Bro, लेकिन ये लोग 2-3 बराबर खेल सकते थे, लेकिन बाद
pushing these people completely out of the side with the harbor ultimate. And then Kovan to be able to get a guaranteed half. But look at the timeline. That's only the 4th round that they've been able to get in so long.
By trap
keep it
play
going.
है.
One step at a time, one round at a time.
हाँ, trap पे है.
Very aggressive though.
MIBR
The rip here to respond to
लग गए.
Paranoia jumps forwards with that judge in hand, and he's skipping, hopping, taking the liberties with it now, and just trying to avoid the eye with a horn tagging up onto him. He's out of there.
What a movement.
Like a thief in the night.
Avoiding the value that Vernon was looking to get. Tex on the other side of the map, trying to open things up, seeing if he can equalize things for MIBR. Baby Bay's just jump spotting this. Baby Bay also has ult. Would hate to go down in a spot. Looking to just play this one as slowly as possible.
MIBR looking to see if they can contact their way in, but not quite. Mazzino's got that paranoia off the contact, catching the players. DTP accounted for. Mazzino.
Almost a prediction name there.
He's locked in. That's exactly where these players are lying in wait as they look to retreat out of the side. It's G2. Been cut to pieces.
And they know that Tex is lurking around somewhere behind too, so G2 have got to either up the pace really fast before Tex can get into position, or constantly be worried about their backs.
Still Garden. Ult's expended
It's not great.
It's not great as a pocket to play in, and that means the rifles remain intact. Util's going to be swatted down out of their faces, and wall up to see if G2 can play in towards it. TP, Mazzino barely getting out of dodge. Barely alive, but it comes down to the sharper shooting and sharper aim at that. Collecting up, corralling up these kills. The players are dropped just like that. MIBR, they find their way to that 12th round.
A complete dismantling of that C defensive setup. G2, 2 players posted on top of it. High-low. Broken immediately. This is a 45 recovery from
Gucci. आज ज़्यादा लाइन यूज़ हो गया. मेरा तो बहुत टाइम हो
गया. From Mazzino as to where Leaf had disappeared to, and the fact that both of the defensive players split in opposite directions against the Paranoia.
Come on. I have to turn Verno up for that.
So those hours of Omen gameplay. There's a limit to the agent.
भाई Zekan ज़्यादा मार लिया.
MIBR now on the precipice.
With an Aspas ult.
वो लोग घुसेंगे इस पे.
Facing a double Pucky and a Sheriff, the buy is so bad.
Yeah, the Aspas ult is one thing, Zekan of a judge is another. DTP, unaccounted for, not broken. Mazzino gets all that space towards back sight. Deep push, it's reactive plays. Texas making sure to account for it with Leaf dropped.
भाई ये जो इतना क्यूट सा वॉल डाला है भाई इसने, ये वॉल क्या करेगा भैया जी?
G2, this round means everything, but they don't even have the weapons to do it. Gotta hope that mistakes are made. MIBR offer themselves up.
ये क्या वॉल है भैया जी?
As it stands, it's a stalwart defense.
Texas, can you explain?
Line now. Those ults waiting, ready. Overdrive is popped just to see if they can show a bit of chaos. Damage is being done. Showstopper avoided. Jorg with that bucky. It's one kill. There was second. It's damage done, but unfortunately, it might just be done. Baby Bay can only do so much in a spot like that. 13-8 is the finish. MIBR. Absolute blinding pace that they play Lotus at, and they take it away. The first match in this series.
The double duelist look for MIBR, so clean, and that's G2's map pick. A map that coming back into the pool is almost like home territory for G2.
Yeah.
And MIBR just kind of blasted them, to be honest. Ever since round 6, fully in control. G2, they've won 4 times in a row against MIBR. The last time that these teams have faced up against each other. It's a rematch of a 3-0 that we saw in kickoff. It feels different.
Yeah, it does feel different. It's time well spent at MIBR. They've been biding their time, preparing, scrimming, practice for this occasion. They're going to go one step further, potentially get their revenge for what happened in kickoff. Don't go anywhere. This match has been explosive, and I know you don't want to miss it.
मेरे हिसाब से. भाई ये बहुत इंसेंट था भाई. ये चीज कोई भी एंगल से देखो और टाइमर लगाओ भाई. उसने ओ माय गॉड इम्पॉसिबल वाला मारा है बे उसने. हाँ जेकन क्या क्रेजी खेला है. वो इतना बाप इसलिए खेलता है क्योंकि वो है ना लो इलो लॉबी में वो नहीं करता है, वो ओनली बैंडिट चैलेंज ये सब नहीं, प्रॉपर नियॉन मेन प्रो, एकदम प्रो पैसा वाला, एकदम क्रेजी प्लेयर है एकदम भाई। तू देखेगा ना ऐसा क्रेजी प्रॉपर प्रो नियॉन प्लेयर, ये ऐसा वो ओनली बैंडिट अस्कंडे मतलब वैसा सब नहीं, वैसा प्रॉपर रेडिएंट लॉबी वाला, प्रॉपर मतलब प्रॉपर एकदम प्रॉपर। किसको थोड़ा नॉर्मल पोटैटो, बेस्ट बात ये है कि पोटैटो भाई फिर भी एक प्रो प्लेयर से अच्छा खेलता है। बर्थडे करके आज वो बच गया बस। भाई अभी मुझे तोड़ा है, क्यों मैं आपको नहीं तोड़ा? आदत हो गई है उससे टूटने की। गुड मॉर्निंग बंदा, स्टार्टिंग डे विद प्रिंसिपल विनर डब्ल्यू, लव यू मेरे जान भाई, लव यू। छोड़ देना चाहिए डायरेक्ट इसको, डायरेक्ट ऑप्शन प्लेस फाइव में है इधर है।
2v3 again. G2 with the suppression on Tex. That is tough. And Valor delivers.
Puta, mas agora deu soninho.
MIBR, they get the map win against G2. And Fraud, towards the beginning of kickoff, you were going for an approach of Second that was playing a bit more passive on the controller. Then he started playing a bit more of the Yoru, and we just saw him running it down on the Neon. What was the mentality, what was the vision to make sure that the compositions with the Yoru changes were going to fit the team?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, that was always the vision. I think kickoff we suffered from, like we've been saying, about lack of practice. We had some off-season stuff going on, so we really had to like make comfort and quicker decisions for kickoff just to like find something to go with, I guess. But we kind of knew that this is what we need to be doing, so we just needed that moment of time to get some more practice in, do some testing, and it was perfect to have that little break after we lost kickoff to really dive into what we've been planning on doing from the beginning.
We definitely want to see more of that Second running it down. Thank you so much.
MIBR pick up a much-needed win, because let's not forget, this is a squad that got taken to town multiple times. BO5s could not seem to get those wins, and they pick up this critical map win. Kind of sets things up for them. I actually did want to talk a little bit about what we were hearing Coach Fraud talk about in that interview, because he was discussing, you know, the lack of practice, the timing, all that stuff. And it does really feel like, from what we saw in that game, Mimi, an MIBR that clearly has an idea of their identity right now.
Yeah, I felt like MIBR in kickoff was behind a lot of other teams in the way that they were playing into the meta. There was a lot of agents that it felt like they kind of had to force because it didn't necessarily feel comfortable. I think especially with that waylay being prevalent then. But here, not only did I think the roles work very well for them, but also the way that they were team fighting and their commitment together looked so much better on than in kickoff. They were so slow that tournament. Their team fighting didn't look up to the standard of the other teams that ended up heading to Santiago. And here it was a complete 180. And Murder, the first half, these retakes exemplified it.
Yeah, it just felt like they were finally moving as a pack that we wanted to see them do. And Zekin was leading the way. He was making that momentum, make it able for the rest of the team to just flood in and be able to fight together. Not only that, majority of the time they were holding hands. We did see buddy systems or group systems, and it worked out well because guess what? Almost every single retake was clear because they had really good spacing, really good trades. It's something that they suffered from earlier.
Yeah, I mean, like Mimi kind of touched on, the chemistry and team play is what was really lacking in kickoff. And then we come into this map, and that's literally all they were doing the entire game, especially on that defensive half. They were having those really quick retakes because they were willing to kind of just over-rotate and play a 5-man retake. I mean, the one that we saw with Zekin and his ult, just 5-flooding from heaven and him initiating it, and the team being that support, being like following him in without zero hesitation is what we wanted in kickoff.
Yeah, I liked how on the attack side as well, how aggressive they were in the post plants. G2's comp swapping in this Harbor instead of the Viper. You're sacrificing stall utility to have a stronger retake. And I liked how proactive they were to fight ahead of that utility and get early picks in these post plants to shore up the rounds instead of playing back.
I gotta say though, it makes me wonder.
Two more.
When thinking about how they played with the Harbor, it's like I could kind of see what their idea was or what they wanted to try and do here. But the problem was that they never got a chance, really, right? Am I reading that wrong? I felt like they never really had a chance to get the plan out because they were just getting punched in the face all the time.
Yeah, I mean, you could see them kind of going for those 4-1s that Mimi was talking about on their attack app. You saw them kind of trying to do that push and pull thing.
ये रीना का भी आया छोटा वाला Oh fuck. गए पैसे मेरे पास किलजॉय साइफर है What's her name, the woman in mid? कौन? अगर MIBR जीती तो लास्ट वरना थर्ड मैप जा तो सकता देखो प्लेयर्स तो है G2 ऐसा टीम तो है नहीं She is so simple. पता नहीं मेरा क्वालिटीज कैसे मिल रहा सबको वो दफा कभी तक लाइव है 24 आवर स्ट्रीम चल रही है क्या कितना घंटा किया मेरे को खुद नहीं मालूम ये देखो बैंच 6 बजे बाई के मन में क्या आया यूजर नेम क्रिकेट का बराबर है भाई बराबर है यूपीआई चेक इसके बाद मेरा डेली ट्रांजैक्शन लिमिट खत्म हो गया उतना लास्ट था एक सेकंड
The key player for this team right now. Those were all 180s, and it's a very good sign for MIBR.
Yeah, so far things look good for MIBR. But on the other side, G2 Esports, they're licking their wounds, getting ready for map 2. Let's see what's going on with the coach, and we have Dryad standing by.
Well, G2 is down one map, but Josh RT, something that we know about G2 is that you guys are amazing at coming back. But going into this series, did you expect an MIBR that was going to be so aggressive with second running it down on the Neon, or were you expecting something else?
Yeah, we were expecting it. I mean, they said it that they were going to change the styles and like they're just adapting to the
भाई
times.
1500 और दिया है शिवम भाई ने 1500 और दिया है ये
we saw them live adjust.
Hashtag OP, hashtag OP, Shamba, hashtag OP.
Sure enough, like it makes sense that they continue that style.
Love you, Shamba.
But yeah, like we didn't do our job handling the aggression. There's a lot
भाई
of
सो
moments
के
where
उठा जस्ट अभी मेरी फटी है अभी तक ये कैसे लाइव है एक्सक्यूज मी
and it's honestly based on us
Mimi's
like, not
coach na?
handling and absorbing the
Caster.
aggression.
Mimi caster है Mini coach है
Yeah, so how do you answer to that aggression going into split?
Again, more about us, just making sure like our coordination is tight.
So मैं black man
not
थोड़ा
rely
मुझे
on our
भेज
own
दो
game, and just
तेरी
make sure our team play is really strong, and that's something that we learned from Santiago. It's more about actually old G2 and make sure we team fight correctly, double peek, make sure there's some distance away from the judge because that judge always multi kills. But yeah, it's always a challenge.
by 21 का हूँ और मेरा भी हेयर फॉर
we'll do our best for a split.
मतलब क्या
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much.
हेलो मेरे भाई
Great to hear from Coach Shop.
ये देखो बर्थडे बॉय सुबह के 6 बजे हाँ शिवम भाई क्या ग्राइंड हो रहा है इसका सुबह के 6 बजे चैट में इधर 10 बजे उठ के लोग प्रैक्टिस करके स्क्रीम्स करते 6 बजे बड़े भाई वैलो ग्राइंड कर रहा था 10 घंटे सच्ची दूसरा यूपी भी चल रहा है वापस चेक करो
Thankfully, Brennan's sideshow will have answers. Kind of. I mean, they don't really have a lot of answers, but you know, they'll show you the game. So in any case, though, Map 2's coming up right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Thanks, guys.
हैशटैग ओपी ही के दे एक और 1000 शिवम भाई ने भेजा 1000 हैशटैग ओपी ए फाफा दे दिया कि नहीं गिफ्टेड आज तेरे को
What to think about and digest after that first map here. MIBR showing fantastic signs that they have really buckled down, I think, off the back of that break and just come out swinging against a G2 squad that, to be honest with you, I think the narrative that's really been following them from kickoff was them kind of trying to find their form, find compositions, find ways to make certain maps work. And we're seeing the continuation of it because the experimentation continues. Leaf is still on that control.
Thank you guys.
Playing the Astra, no Viper critically as well. I mean, no Viper on split with double control is crazy stuff. That's crazy work.
I think that is kind of crazy.
मेरे पास एक बर्थडे गिफ्ट था
Playing double smokes with Valin Harbor on both of these maps. They look like they're leaning really heavy into Harbor being good right now. Valin was great at playing the Harbor on Abyss at Santiago. I was very happy with that. But that's a map where we've already seen Harbor be really powerful. Running it on like a lot of maps in the pool is more questionable. Frankly, having a split match with no Viper on either side is crazy stuff. But hey, if this is the world we're living in Americas, I guess we better get used to it quick. Baby on the Vice too, so yeah. If you
many happy returns of the day, मेरी जान करोटे. Many happy returns of the day. Check UPI. मैं UPI check करके. Many happy returns of the day.
But the problem with using Harbor to do that is that you know the Harbor has to be there.
I mean, that's the benefit of the Viper wall, is that you don't know if the Viper's there when they're putting the wall up. It forces you to use util when you see a Harbor wall going up, you know the Harbor's there. Yeah, exactly. It starts it all out.
Really interesting, different theory going to be shown in some specific areas of the map here. And we get to see G2 start out on the attack side with pressure on them, on MLBR's map pick as well. We were expecting this to be a very close game, maybe even being G2 favored. The predictions were split, actually, pretty much 50-50 between people. But G2 dominated last time they played by running double duelist, and that is not what they're opting for today.
No. MIBR, though, seems to be what they're going to be going for most of the time, at least, if this is any sort of indicator. No real presence in mid at all. MIBR have left it completely vacant, with the exception of just one wall up towards heaven.
Yeah, the wall gives them good information, but the question is, can Aspas get there to help Tex in time?
No playing off of it. Jorg is separated, isolated. Players are starting to get a bit of a move on now. The nade as well rebounds and pushes them back out into the extremities. MIBR looking to contain. There will be a retake from them.
Doesn't look like a retake comp particularly, but they feel fairly happy doing it, I guess. No paranoia to work with, but they've got a stun for Zekken and a horn for Verno.
You could see the pace turned up very quickly at that. As you said, the util's been layered down. This is a defense that G2 are looking to try and hold on to, at least onto this side. The bodies starting to come out now, swinging wide, taking the fights together, and that's where MIBR are going to be thriving here. Aim needs to be good. Tex is just lighting them up at this point. The pull baited out nice and early in his crossfire setup, accounted for, skipping, hopping, and twirling in the air. It leaves it all down to Leaf. He's 100 HP, damage done to Tex, and Tex though, he's a one-man army.
It's really clean, and they even optimized to be able to get in the ult point towards the end too, with less than 2.5 seconds.
माफ करो पंकु जाग गई माफ करो thank you for the 3000 माफ करो पंकु जाग गई माफ करो
Santiago was, it's about the team fighting, it's about how well you play off each other and with each other.
माफ करो
MIBR were way better on that round than G2 were actually.
Give it to you.
They were like a death ball.
क्या हुआ मैं देखा नहीं.
They're a death ball roaming through, picking people off, always having advantage fights. Here's the force though from G2.
Okay. Got the plan down. Why not? Spend the money. Make it work.
माफ करो शिवम भाई, thank you for the 3000 भाई. शिवम भाई ने मजाक में 15000 दिया चैट. शिवम भाई को थोड़ा प्यार दो.
Stingers looking to see if they can really do some damage here. Offload him with a util now. It's a wall is going to be flying forward. Split up, segment up the site quite nicely here, but the thorns are going to be dented early enough. Seeing if they can put a stop to it. And G2
for the jet.
Not looking to commit. Waiting on the other side of things as well as.
ये round आ रहे ना लग गया snowball.
One for the pause though has pulled his MIBR players away. They're now looking to explore up towards mid.
हमने भी नहीं देखा तेरे वजह से. माफ करो.
He puts the pressure on the Tex. He's going to be the one sitting up towards that backside. Does have the wall still, and it hasn't been triggered. Now finally there, Jorg is just trying to find a way to play his team back in, but he is completely separated. And Zekken is there responding off of that pressure. Spraying and hailing down those bullets. These G2 players, lucky to be alive, they are being shredded to pieces.
You imagine that these force buys, in my opinion, must be working better when they run the comps as well. Because you can just burst into sights.
Yeah.
15 crazy.
It's so strange because G2's comp doesn't feel like a burst comp, but in my opinion, it doesn't feel like a slow lurky comp either, because they don't have the Viper. So I'm thrilled to see as this half continues what the theory looks like. But right now,
what is that? It's a crossfire setup. Bullets are rattling on either side here, but that's a spike drop down into the laps of MIBR. No time to work with for Baby Base. So, attempt to the force. That is going to be cutting the economy back quite a degree for G2.
Yeah, it's not great.
भाई वो लोग ने सारा अल्टर भी दे दिया.
Silver lining
वो लोग ने फोर्स भी लेफ्ट राइट हो गया.
They didn't just feed a bunch
अब यहाँ से अगर कमबैक मारा ना तो मैं मान
जाऊँ. The closest to being able to generate his ultimate coming out of the pistol round.
हाँ. यहाँ से कमबैक मारा ना मान जाऊँगा. वॉइस डिले तो रिफ्रेश कर दो.
So there's plenty of opportunity for Tex to work up to that steel garden anyway. I think if MIBR get big ults online, like Texas, it's time to be a little bit worried about how this half is going already. G2 left heavy into the variance there.
heavy वाला shield तोड़ के मार देता है. इतना वो नहीं. One fight में भी वो double ding मार देता है.
Beginning util. Similar scenes to what we
Phoenix
saw in the
में भी इतना नहीं चलता
round.
क्योंकि Phoenix जब भी ult मारता है भाग के मारता है तो लोग headshot मार देते हैं. लेकिन फिर भी वो चल रहा है. Love you, bye. Love you, Tejas. Bye. Love you. Are you enjoying the Cast membership?
Set up. It's two players held down up into the vents, and Jorgamore peeks this alone. He's going to be bitterly disappointed.
Question is, क्या ये stun waste करेगा?
Close quarters combat. That's where it's going to be thriving. Might be looking for the call now, but just jiggling, biding and waiting.
I mean, at some point they are going to drop into the vent. Look where the spike is
3-2-1. They're calling for it off the ropes, but it's disjointed. I'm not sure what happened there.
Don't know. Was that supposed to be a fake jump?
It's weird.
I don't know.
Wasn't together though. Wasn't synced up. That was really the only danger play that G2 could piece together. It was a fight that was potentially up for the util. Won't get them down. MIBR stunned up, but they've got plenty more where that came from. It's damage done. Trent's still kicking.
Heavy damage done.
In an ideal world,
और उसने आसपास को मारा.
Pick up this kill, but you don't want to give Trent too much time to make something work.
No, 25 seconds.
You still got to give him some respect.
Yeah, and this is an isolated fight. Mazzino, he's alone here. No one else to play with as he's being spotted. Cross their placement. Barely off by millimeters there.
Yes, brother, love you. Mix करने लेते हैं healer pros और इतना अच्छा नहीं है ना.
It's the same silver lining though. Yeah, they still haven't built up to any kind of massive ultimate that they can use in this next round.
Rank game में अच्छा है Mix.
Thus far, I haven't really seen anything that's making me super convinced as to what G2's game plan is on this attack side. So this next rifle round, I think, is really important. The G2 showcase that they've got something going with this comp.
To love a crazy dedication and minor respect plus as always. Love you,
Grizan. Really important for both of these teams because they don't
भाई
have
अभी
lurky ways of going
सबका
and taking
अल्टर है. अगर ये राउंड G2 हारती
this one
है,
actually a full deployment of the Astra.
there is no coming back.
Interim in place of the Viper where they would normally be lying, and now you can take a bit of space over towards A, but maybe I've been so good with these setups again. Look at Tex. He's moved a lot of his util. He's already deaded it nice and early off the back of that pressure from that util. The wall. It's cheeky. Could be deaded, potentially splitting them up. Draw them over the top. That's the judge in his hands. Quick work. Zeno is going to be sent straight back to that spectator seat. It's an opening kill advantage now to G2. We slow things down once more.
Yeah, now that the wall is broken, MIBR are actually missing a lot of information. Aspas is stuck.
He's caught in the corner and needs some sort of bailout, but I don't think he's going to be able to get it. There was Util waiting. Baby just offers himself up anyway. Looks to see if he can take that kill. Tex lying there, but Baby sharp.
Caster maar raha hai.
Make sure to dismiss it. Here the drop down. This is just ridiculous.
बस उसका कैम लैग मार रहा है. ये लोग को सबके कैम लैग मार रहा है.
Not much you can do in a spot like that. So
सब लोग लैग मार रहे हैं.
It's a good answer back. It's flawless from them.
And actually, they're the ones now looking closer to getting big ultimates online. They've managed to funnel a lot of the points towards Baby Bay, towards Trent. Can potentially look to play for an ult here and get a big execute.
Mix के ult को तेज से बना दिया तो W होगा. Mix का ult अच्छा है.
Pivot into a ramp.
Paid ult जैसी है मतलब तुमको सुनने नहीं मिलेगा. थोड़ा बहुत slow हैगा वैसा.
Tex with the same kind of setup.
लेकिन ऐसा एजेंट नहीं है जो बहुत crazy team का
You're looking significantly weak here.
Extra अच्छा है 5 star के साथ. टीम प्ले में मिक्स कोई नहीं रहेगा. कोई भी टीम नहीं रहेगा.
पहले बोला that's incredibly brave. I mean, you have full fade util.
और ऐसा रहता ना कि उसका जो यूटिल तोड़ नहीं सकते तो भी शायद एक टाइम पे में भी ले पाते लेकिन फिर भी ऐड आउट वो बफ्स मिलने के बाद भी मुझे नहीं लगता
all your vice util, but they must have been convinced that G2 were going to go for some A ramp default again. Verno is getting constant information that they are outside B main.
I mean, this is so brave. No one to trade him out from a spot like this. He needs his one, potentially more, just to get the hell out. Prowler broken.
It makes it feel like there's more people here.
Exactly, it's so bold. They're thinking, why the hell would there be just one? But still G2, they activate. Cracking open the angles up towards heaven, and now that puts the pressure onto Verno. Finds his one, but eventually traded. Plays and knifes out. Jogamo's way ahead of it. Timing's unaccounted for. Zeka now going to be dropped. Tex back in dismay as the round is just unraveled.
Yeah, I don't really know what MIBR would do with this defensive setup. I think it just left way too much on Verno's plate. They also hard contested B Heaven off the back of a single raise nade that didn't actually put too much pressure on G2. G2 got fed 2 easy kills up there at B Heaven. It didn't honestly matter how hard Verno played that round. Even if he killed both in B main, I still don't think MIBR were winning that one. Kind of served up an easy opportunity for G2 to get back into this
back to back heavily impact around.
Yeah, look at this. I think a bit too close from Aspas and Mazino in B Heaven.
Bro, what the fuck?
Thinking the nade was going to give them free space, or at least relying on the fact that they could win a duel.
Hey, timeout
and now
the
economy's in a bad spot.
Timeout किसने लिया? दो करने
recovery for a team that lost the pistol and a force buy. They're now in a position where they should be drawing.
Yeah, it's kind of unheard of. But G2 have done well. Put themselves in a position like this, and this time they don't use that. Overload of util towards B main. They just contact in all the way.
Go, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Sucking backside. Nothing backside.
One B Evan. They're floating backside.
Nothing. We're good. We have sight, boys.
Save your thorn.
Yep, I'm saving it. Look at my heaven, guys. You guys can fight left with the flash.
I'm walling.
The blue call.
I have neon. I have neon fingers.
Go right. Go right.
Face your fear!
All for my flash to fight left. Hell. Fight right.
3, 2, 1. Oh, default. Heaven. He's in the smoke.
I'm chilling. Playing around the smokes.
Raptor, guys. One hell.
I'm giving that smoke.
I'm not. I'm playing soft. Harden. Never mind.
I stuck around the way. I stuck to जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ा था.
Nice! Come on! Let's go!
Clean round. Clean round.
Disbelief on the face of Trent towards the end. I mean, that was chaos. I mean, Leaf said it best, I think, at the end. They had so much stalled util.
Yeah, they did. I mean, great call. I can't remember exactly who went for it to tell Big Mid to save the Thorns. I think he was already ahead of that. So Thorns saved to slow them down in the post plan. Big Mid's making the call. Tell me when you want the flash as well. You see the flash just there. At the newsstand, ready. You know, it ended up getting smoked off, but they're very much thinking about how they want to delay that. And to be honest, there weren't even that many comms in the middle of the team fight because they weren't taking contact with MIBR until super late. And they were all playing inside the smokes. Yeah. But a nice post-plant hold for G2. He's going to be a difficult comp to retake against. I don't think either of these teams are particularly retake compositions. Maybe you could argue that G2 are going to be able to flood defend off the back of a harbor wall here and there. Sure. But generally speaking, I'm expecting both these squads to look to either fight in front of the sites if you're MIBR,
main है कि defense में अपन इतना alt use करके अपन retake छोड़ अपन normal kills भी नहीं ले पाए.
have been letting them get in a bit too freely, I'd say.
Yeah. Adjustments need to be made, that's why the timeout's called. And you're right, I mean, at the beginning of these few rounds, we were seeing MIBR really posturing hard over towards that B main angle. They were fighting tooth and nail. Verno at some point was alone doing it.
Yeah. One of the things that I think is a bit weird about the way that we're seeing MIBR's idea of having Zekken play the
Neon. I think MIBR can stop them. I mean, MIBR push कर सकता है, लेकिन उसके बाद वाला push क्या करेगा?
Op just a little bit more difficult to play. Sure. You want this guy to have an op in his hand quite a lot on the defense sides here.
Main एक उनका util bait करके crossfire रखना पड़ेगा उन लोगों को.
Speaking of vvvvvvv, he's getting a ton of work done. A lot of value in kickoff for this operator. Roll was a little bit more suited, but this time attack side, lurking up and mid presence. Recall at the start, MIBR ahead of it, looking to re-clear up a bit of the map, clear up the question marks, but it goes on either side. Pure contacting. They hear an abundance of this Vice util. The wall up as well, causing issues, but Jordan just slips to the side and Tex. He just got a glimpse, but he made sure to make the most of it. The TP into the back of him. Leaf, not even a TP, he's just sprinted forwards and around, and he's broken the angles a second. Then the Wiser, G2 already snapping to the side, a lot of damage done with those pellets, but this is pure anarchy. It's MIBR looking to see people disappear through the fog.
It's a 3v3 and there's a Vice wall up at the top of A heaven here, so Tex knows that they can't be deep.
Bro.
Trying to go for that one, just gets the one before the trade is intact, and now it's a 2v2.
Tex OP,
whichever direction G2 go, it's going to put pressure on Aspas or Verna.
अब वो लोग को मालूम नहीं आसपास किधर करेंगे.
And Babybay's op sings out again for the second time on a very similar angle.
G2 perfectly happy to pressure a lot, cut noise, wait for the fight to come to them, wait for the reaction of MIBR. But Verna, played. Chance for the timing. He's adjusting the aim a little bit with the movement there. Now just making sure that he's not that easy target. Nightfall, Prowler, all going to be used. Babybay isolating this, sighted, but he has that shorty. Trent's going to go for the plant. Time pressure. Hard commits to it. Babybay jiggling, feeling uncertain. Verno looking for it now to seize. Lay it down at his feet. He just needs his kill and he needs it now. Lighted him up. Highlighted. Leaves it into the 1v1, but that is a rapid reposition.
No way वो main देखेगा. Plant उसका है ही नहीं.
He has no idea.
निकाल लिया clutch.
Main angle.
Trent ने clutch निकाल दिया.
5 bullets.
He's tried to fake like he's dropped as well, and Trent is not buying it.
Still holding on to that space and time.
Trent ने निकाल
Really
दिया.
starting to mount. The pressure's there. Verna's running out of outs. Got to make moves now because this is it. The chopping blocking around like this. Got to go for the whole stick. Here's the footsteps, but again, it's Trent who plays it perfectly. Time pressure just a little bit too much to overcome.
And Verno can't keep the gun either. Yeah, G2 are doing such a good job in these moments of being able to create something out of nothing, is how I'm going to put it. Because in this spot, how on earth is Leaf being able to pick off Zekken at the back of the side?
वो छोड़, जब ये alt मारा, prowler मारा, वो heaven reveal डाला देखा?
With a couple of big shots.
Push करता था ना, वो reveal होता था और मर जाता था वो.
Long enough that Trent can win the clutch. I think MIBR are looking a lot less confident and comfortable in taking re-clear fights. And we saw them run quite a lot of trap re-fights on Lotus, where they were catching G2 off guard. And they just haven't looked as hot with those here.
Yeah. The money is taking a bit of a tumble here for MIBR. I mean, they can force a couple of rifles, but Aspas has no armor.
बहुत मतलब oh fuck.
Zekken, of course, has the overdrive. Can play with the bucky. It's not the best.
It's
really popular barrels being scraped up.
फिर भी वो short से मर गया ना.
Haunt? No one there to break it.
I think Zekken was expecting Verno to break that for him.
Flash and a peek. Tex. Be careful about it. Util's being handled and accounted for. It's a good bait at a wall. Leaf even managed to pick off Verno. Up the gut through mid.
Zekken down to 2 HP as well. Leaf doing so much.
Yeah, the uncertainty continues here for MIBR. These little pressure plays that G2 are finding across the map. Bit of noise, and then cutting all sound cues, forcing MIBR to ones to react, make moves, and now going into a bit of an A split. There's a lot of space here for Baby. Not too sure if he's aware of the fact that the two players anchoring towards the side, but now spotting them. Elbow towards it, and so much damage. That second overdrive was unleashed in his hands, but he was wrong as anything. Will be put back to rest. 2v4.
Valin deleted Mazzino in the midst of all of that.
First
pick
दे रहे
हैं. Something happened. Doesn't realize his back is open to leave.
और वो ऐसा क्यों है? ऐसा back set से अचानक से निकल गया.
This timing.
You were playing now.
Insurance policy. Doesn't want to show himself. Doesn't want to give it up just yet. Just making it so damn uncertain. That is snappy stuff. Potentially a jump scare, but now time to strike is nigh. 5-3. G2.
GG, it's time for map 3, boys.
Yeah, and it's also much bigger value coming out from Jorgamo and Leaf. I got to remind people that this is MIBR's map pick. The maps have felt like the opposite team is stronger. This was a weird way of playing the refight over through mid. Zeken just trying to distract as much as he could. Credit to Leaf though, he keeps his crosshair trained on the guy behind.
Sick boy! I just accidented.
That might be the vibe differential, I think.
Did you hear Leaf at the end there as well? He just said that he got the accidental.
Second time
I was giving him credit.
Got to be careful about this one, though. All propped up. What a defense. Valin takes to the back of his comrade. Zeken's normally quite a cerebral player. Will look to jump off the chance when he's on the weaker guns. If he thinks there's a pocket to play in, window of opportunity to strike. Glide to the side, looking to clear, dissecting up most of this heaven angle. A lot of players to account for though. And still going down. MIBR
Leave back up there.
They can make anything of this, but now Leaf has been left isolated. It's a good swing. Piece together there. Satchel across to cut up the crosshair placement by Aspas, but now they've got a little bit more to choose from. Involves the name of Baby Bay. Deep insert.
Yeah, look how quick G2 were there to just spread around the map. As soon as they realized that MIBR were bunched up trying to take a team fight in A heaven, G2 reacted by taking all of these little pockets. Trent and Baby Bay spread out so fast to absorb that map control. It was a light buy round for MIBR, but they are running out of rounds to play with in this half.
Love you, Ashish.
Des was talking about it. We needed to see big performance, a turn up from Jorgamo himself. He said
वैसा half of commit नहीं करने का. अगर वहाँ पे flat मार रहे तो निकलो तीन बंदे हैं उधर. मरे तो मरे. Smoke डालो एक slide तीनों बंदे निकलो मरे तो मरे भाई.
Finally with a showstopper.
What's online? It's to make a difference. Same util, standard affair here from G2, looking to see if they can fly forwards though, and there will be nothing to stop them. No semblance of a util, Jorgamo not turning around, he's got a lot of space, but spam down, and that's just off the radar. He spotted where he was on the mini-map, but all from that pressure. Text towards the back.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic information from Verno. It looks goofy from his position, but he just gets to tell Tex that is a fake, 100%.
Just pinging it out.
Yeah, he gets to, I mean, he tells his team to be able to pressure Jorg, but other side of the map, Tex is super ready for this.
You're land agent.
Very ready. So MIBR looking for a clean close to a round like this. If they don't use any ults, even better. G2, no slouches. They're going to be looking to find ways back in, but they are heading straight into that Vice setup once more. Not just that, plenty of players waiting in the wings.
It's a bit of an awkward wall to try to bait out, but they've been doing a good job with it.
Gets them into the area. Seconds holding on one side of this. Going to be waiting for it to dissipate, and as it does, looking to see if they can strike. G2.
Blind pick.
Waiting, biding their time for now. Without a flash and the peek and the spray down from Tex.
The blue blind bit. The blue old bit Tex.
4 kills for him.
Had a great day today, hasn't he?
It's a really good turnaround.
Looking very comfortable in these anchor spots over towards A. Been moving it around as well, but mostly situated on the inside of the map. Verno cooked them in this round. Yeah. And like you said, they get to keep the ults, so they now have a Vice ultimate. Raise ult.
Keep it up. I'm playing it.
All business in the comms.
Text confirming that he's going to anchor A again this round.
Yeah.
So Aspas gets to take an early peek in mid.
So as an operator, this is just blind fire straight through the smokes. Finally getting the better of Zekken. Looking to hold down an area towards this. The thorns are going to be broken. Smokes propped up. Prowler. Aspas forced to off a shot, so warning them. And that is a cheeky play.
Yeah, he's going for the Forsaken push.
Yeah, seen that one before.
Verno gets caught dead to rights.
Someone have to play off the back of this. This is a showstopper now going to be used, expended, looking to see if he can find that target. Jorg is down. With a counter around like this. Fake pressure on fake pressure, but another ult is lying in wait with that Steel Garden. Slight pocket. Narrowly avoided, sidestepped for now, but the wall is a bit of a greater risk. It goes up both ways though with that Steel Garden. It's enough, it buys a lot of time. G2 once again call for the pause, but MIBR trying to get ahead of it. All grouped up, 3 players looking to strike, but Aspas has only got an op to make this. It's an aggro play. Risky business, and these players are so damn unaware. Cove activated hard now, but now we'll see what they can do as it dissipates soon enough. 30 seconds, noise is being made, and now it is.
Oh my God!
MIBR, they take control of the situation. Baby, so much to do from a spot like this, but G2 were not expecting that.
That's such a silly end. The G2 players crouch walking in, being very, very sneaky. And then somehow when the Cove drops, all 3 of the MIBR players find a target. At no point were they... It really did look like Blue had no clue that there was going to be players on the other side of it.
Pieced together. They found one win like that. Now we're looking at potentially a similar affair to the beginning of Lotus.
This would be a ridiculous recovery from MIBR.
No idea about
it really would. They had been up the first 3 rounds, but they were down and out for the count beyond that, so they are dragging it round by round. Jorgamore not firing off the judge just yet. Prowler's getting broken for him. Whittled down to 36 health. Not the most to deal with. Offer's going to be spotted and heard out. Now's that overdrive now going to be used. Nightfall. We can see if he can sidestep it, but it is going to get that tag. Collecting onto a multitude, overwhelming these anchoring players. Mazzino is going to be done and finished. Zekken trying to play the rest of his team in, but might not even need it now. He's taking over control over towards that ramp area fully in the hands of MIBR. They have that heaven angle, and now they're putting and applying the squeeze entirely. It is picture perfect. The retake protocols online, and the aim even truer. Valent do from this spot. Backs to the walls, rocks, and a hard blaze. Barely there, almost.
Bro, what the fuck?
Able to control that rifle in time, but it's MIBR who round out the half. 6-6.
That's the first round where MIBR actually looked like the retake was working well for them. Zekken stunning for Aspas to be able to peek off the back of it. They take some elbow control. Aspas outplaying as well to give them some space. But in terms of the scoreline, if you just looked at the rifle v rifle rounds, G2 were the better team here in the first half. But because MIBR managed to win the pistol and stop the force buy from G2, they've managed to come back and even this one.
Could be anyone's game.
Just like last game, लेकिन attack tough है, और G2 एकदम मूड में, एकदम. जब भी हॉस्पिटल देखता है टूर्नामेंट देखता हूँ समझ के नहीं आता है क्या हो रहा है क्या कर रहे प्लेयर.
Me too.
स्लो मोशन में देखने का.
No, you will always be a worm. Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Appreciate streaming अभी तक. Thank you always. WMK क्या है? Deep by love you. Thank you for the 7 Canadian Australian dollar, and you are the 7th person from Canada. WMK क्या है? WMK क्या है? WMK? अरे है क्या WMK? WMK मतलब विंक. इसलिए तू मेरे जैसे जेंजी नहीं है, इसलिए. WM means why Guru मेहर करे love you मेरी जान के बेटे love you मेरी जान के बेटे लेकिन उसको तो short form में मत डालो बेशरम
underway. Make sure to hit up expressvpn.com/VCT for rewards on advanced and pro plans. Now, Express really being the key word here because this has been honestly incredible pace that we're seeing these two teams play at beginning to end. Adjusting to the right things, G2 with their fast explosiveness, cutting noise, forcing the reaction at MIBR. And it's been even. These teams are definitely each other a match for one another.
I was actually impressed with the way that G2 were able to force such sloppy moments out of MIBR and punish them for it by taking space, especially over towards A. I think they made up for the lack of Viper in the composition pretty well, and now we get to see shoe on the other foot, really. MIBR with a double duelist composition, you'd expect to play at a higher tempo rather than adding in those stutter steps and the pump fakes that Valorant was constantly calling for. But it's the MIBR duelists that we'll be looking towards, Zekken and Aspas, to open these rounds up.
Gearing up to do some damage here.
Crucial pistol crucial.
One set of thorns, Trent waiting towards the back of the site, looking at Anchor with just that ghost in hand. He does have the benefit of an additional player.
Yeah, I mean, look at that choke point. You've got to get through thorns, a pull, and a harbor wall. I mean,
that's a nasty wall.
That looks horrendous.
Yeah.
MIBR instead go at mid, and this is where a Vice Splash is. So G2 wanted to fight them early on. They've given up on that game plan, though.
All the way forwards, though. Zekken can see if he can play his team all the way in the Valin. Sees all that danger and more. Lights up the opposition. Zeno, not to be outdone, not to be outshone. And now we're seeing him already find a lot of space, but the spike is out of reach.
Yeah, good discipline from Trent. Completely resetting out of this fight.
Yeah.
They aren't actually contesting the spike pickup, though, apart from Leaf.
Leaf is hopping across, looking to see if he can get a bit of more information. Shots are fired, so now gets that acknowledgement. Mazzino has got to try and piece this together bit by bit. Time fading away.
It's a robbery.
Yeah, he does pick up the spike just right beneath their noses, and now we're seeing him see it's a bit of a mad dash, a scramble to see if they can ISO where this player is. It is messy towards the end. Cleaned up for G2 in their favor. Pistol round goes a long way.
Calling the hero. Being able to, I mean, the protocol to shut down the B-pop. That looked like a nightmare to try to commit to that one.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the trend was alone, but not quite.
Yeah, it's just
and a half wall rips its way across the mid.
Yeah, the half wall is really nice in the sense.
Immediately shuts them down out of the fight. It is an eco round.
Yeah. Now, the way that G2 were previously playing with their former composition, Jorgmo was just allowed to do whatever he liked in B main. He was solo holding that, stun re-clearing it, sometimes pushing out aggressively to wrap around if the attackers were going for an A hit. I'm interested to see if Jorg is allowed to play with the same level of freedom with this version of the comp. Because I think, be playing as aggressively with this comp, but it gives you so much stall on the other side of the map. If Jorg ever sees a moment where he thinks he can push, I think he could get crazy value out of it.
Yeah, he might just take it.
He's never going to miss a timing, is he? 8-4 type Vice util and pull to try to get through on the other side of the map.
Yeah, stars lay it down on top of it. Trent perfectly willing to give them access to at least a portion of the site. That's a bit of a team blind. That's unfortunate.
We'll be workshopping that one.
Yeah, possibly so. Leaf, though, looking to see if he can fill in the gaps on all the extremities here. Casualties on the side of G2. It is flawless.
Yeah, clean. A much better start to the half for G2 compared to what was going on at the beginning of their attacking setup.
See that one again. That is quick reactions.
One enemy remaining.
2 players coming into the next round with light buys in terms of the armor.
How did my right?
It's life, bro. How does life happen?
Yeah, I have a judge.
Gotta roll with the punches.
Yeah, that's a defense to use if you ever get.
That's life, man.
Yeah.
Mess up your util.
That's life, bro. Deal with it.
That's life. Things happen. When you were mentioning it, 2 players on the light armor.
But वो लोग क्या A ramp ले रहे थे
पहले के? Ended up buying
Oh, they did, yeah.
Yeah, realizing that, of course, the Outlaws had played it. They didn't want to be giving any freebies at all to Jorg. He's posted up.
There.
And that flash to play off too. This is the same flash that they were going to use on the pistol round. I mean, look.
It's another disaster in the making, I have to say.
It's a danger. Now, I thought he was going through the wall.
No. That is...
Jogamo's going to get the pick of the elbow before the flash. No, it blinded Jogamo.
It did indeed, but still, it's going to be going both ways. And overloaded a util to see if they can account for it. But this is two players that into a corner. MIBR. Swing out off the back of the horn. A lot of pressure and a lot of damage. 10 HP. Second. Looking to see if he can just jump onto the heels of it. He is traded out. Trent just with the stinger, but the fight's coming to him. Tex. Almost lucky with the moment there. Just walks straight back into it and has left Leaf in an impossible position.
With the judge in hand as well. It's not the weapon that you want when you're looking to
retake.
Find some level of upgrade? There must be a rifle up here.
Perfect.
3 players tucked onto the side. There's a lot of damage done.
He doesn't like the skins on the floor.
No.
Now
I mean, listen, this judge could do work against Verno from long range. I'm not even kidding. He'll go down to it.
All right.
Found the gun in the end, though.
He finally found one. It's got an MIBR body on it. Yeah. That's why he didn't
want to go for it. Damage diya.
Not really in a position to be picky. Smokes in his face. And at this point, calculating, should I even go for this? Players are weak, but a rifle might be even better.
Got it. Pulling damage.
Oh, just looking to do damage.
Yeah, looking to do damage. Time. Pressing up against them here. No real way for Leaf to win this one, but exits, realizing how tenuous the economy was for MIBR.
Mazzino does a good job there of helping Verno escape.
Yeah.
Definitely a chance that a bullet through a wall could have taken down the IGL. Now,
yes. Okay, now take okay now.
G2 been wanting to brawl early on here in mid. I think they're trying to. I think they're trying to condition that MIBR cannot just take free mid control.
Yeah.
One of the things that MIBR are actually doing quite poorly, you could argue, on their defense side was giving mid a bit too free.
ये round जीतने के बाद G2 को. ये round जीता, अल्टाएगा 2 भारी वाला.
But in a round like this, they just drop
Next round भी जीत जाएंगे, फिर request सीधा 11.
Brave from Mazzino. We can see if we can square up to a lot of this.
Neon close B.
They're up down today.
We have 4 Haven. Take it.
Yo, it's Vies. It's Vies today, guys. It's Vies today.
You're 4 Haven.
Yep. Yo, splitting the Vies to spawn is insane.
Yeah, we're splitting Vies to spawn.
He's already close. That was an up-down guy.
Yeah. Okay.
It's only 2. It's Astra, Vice here. They're gonna go bunker site. They're gonna bunker site right now.
We can
only 2, लेकिन delay देखो ना, already 1 आ गया है.
They're doing mid.
They're not facing. I'm contacting.
Yeah, bomber.
You want to smoke there, Bruno, on you?
Yeah, can you get smoke?
Yeah.
Can you guys pressure? Maybe Optus gets a kill.
They're pressuring now. One spawn.
Right there, where's the A player? Anyhow already?
Map and spawn. Spawn.
They have no spawn info. They have no spawn info.
Yeah, I'm stuck with spawn. One site, one spawn. Nading map.
Back, map still.
Oh shit. Spike gira.
30 seconds left.
You want man.
क्या कर रहे?
The round might not have gone in their favor, but I have to say, I'm impressed with Zekken. The dead comms were going crazy.
Yeah.
He is going for the entirety of the team there, but G2 are the ones that shut it all down.
Yeah, G2 had
You are very hardworking. May your wishes come true. Thank you.
Calling as well that Leaf was one of the up-down
players.
broken.
Come on!
They're then coming that they go back into a more bunker position, but I think they didn't quite realize that Leaf was happy to take a fight over towards screens and stop Verno from taking all of that space. G2 back in control.
Yeah. At this point, the economy out of sorts here for MIBR. Looking to see if they can scrap together whatever they can in a round like this. Raring to go. A lot of stall util. You can already see it being expended. A horn not broken. Zekken is just left to the wolves. Valorant will light him up. All sort of action going to be kicking off. He wants to see if he can piece it together, find a few more of his own. It's 3 in a round. He's going to be squared up to, but Trent has his back over the shoulder. Up to 10 now for G2.
Yeah, they're looking strong here. It's a map that they were pretty good at with the previous composition as well, and it does seem to be favoring them. They've got a unique read. It's really unusual the way that they're playing. I don't think you'll see too many people pick up this comp, but they survive with the slightly slower pace that we're now seeing from G2.
Mid-box से भी ramp
Dangerous
flow
that they
fast.
could potentially be running the fast or slow tempo against you.
Come on, bro!
Excuse me.
You're going to mute that one.
MIBR are going to take a tag time out here. They've got to adjust. Something different has to happen.
True.
And I think that these faster rounds,
True.
I think if you see MIBR play with this comp against a lot of other teams, they are going to be doing a lot of pops. This composition on the attack side just screams we wanted to be doing fast execs into sites. But against G2's comp, you can't do that.
You got Astra Util, you got the Harbor Walls coming in from long range, you got the Thorns set up as well.
Maybe you could do that if you are really heavy faking it at the beginning of the round, resetting into a default and then popping. But
good morning, Binks. Good morning.
Just going for these early round pushes, you saw how isolated Zekken got in that moment. There is no hope if you do that. So Fraud's taking the time out here, getting in touch with Brain Trust and trying to see if there's a way that they can crack into this.
I think you're right on the money. You've got to try and work the map, pull out the util, piece together where the setup is early, find out where the vice is.
Yeah, it's very tough. It can be very tough. We haven't been in a meta where Sentinels are getting played for a while as well.
No, it's, I mean, they're coming back in vogue, I suppose, right?
The
best way to stop and stunt a Neon from just running you down in
the sun. Actually,
and especially now that you
main problem the
Yoru that just gives you so much information. It's one of the better ways of getting info around the map as well on defense side.
एकदम possible था. बीच में 3-0 के बाद क्या हो गया पता नहीं हो रहा. ऐसा momentum था, ऐसा सब कुछ था.
Look at what's happening now.
Yeah, because now you know coming out of that timeout, there's a 0% chance that Frog is going for a side pop.
Jorgamo, clean up, instant response, Aspas. Takes a hit clean off. A lot of util those going to be used. Even an ult expended as a steel guard, and vvvvvvvv putting the pressure and applying it, exerting it, but this is going to be just dissipated. MIBR happy to take a step back and pause.
Love the adjustment coming out of the tactical timeout. Here's the pressure onto Tex.
Never reclaimed. Sorely disappointed, Valen squares up, postures against it, wins the fight out. If he didn't, the trade was probably intact at least afterwards.
Throwing in
वो लोग को लग रहा है ये होने वाला है क्योंकि वो already ramp तक
knows that there's a wall here, but
अब भी हो रहा है बेबी पे retake खेल रहा है.
Are they just gonna 3-2-1 across?
लेकिन वो लोग के पास Valen ult है. वो लोग कैसे hold कर पाएंगे?
Mazino's been left behind.
Goodbye, Mazino.
Yeah, luckily the spike in the hands of Aspas.
And he will have a showstopper if he plants. So a safe plant, guaranteeing that the spike gets down and the ult gets up.
There's win cons. Definitely win cons here for MIBR. Looking to get ingrained in these positions. Tight looking up towards heaven there. There's Zekken. Looking to see if he can put a stop to it. The ult just skips straight past him, so he's not going to be blinded up here. And he can be the playmaker here and now. Here in a drop down. Looking to activate that showstopper. Buying a bit of time. This is G2 that can't afford to play into this one. They're going to let that fuse drop. And eventually the rocket flies forwards. That will give them the right time now to strike forward, press the advantage, but they're already being faced. MIBR are not letting anything said and done. This is fights taken. Full throttle altogether.
Once MIBR get to the site, they can convert these rounds. Beautiful play, by the way, from Zekken, getting deep inside that smoke. Even waiting for a second.
Saturday तभी पानी पी के आएंगे चैट में. I chance to $7,000. Yay!
Never look behind him in that situation.
Yes, everyone.
But also the timing of the showstopper perfect, so that everybody else was cancelled from coming in. This is not a retake comp really for G2. They want to be holding you at the door. So if you manage to get in, you've conquered more than half the battle.
2v3 with no time.
And I think Tex's ultimate should allow them possibly another entry in the mid-round into a site.
A lot of pressure on Jorg from a spot like this. Smoked off though. An operator in hand is not quite ideal.
I think this was meant to be a default to bait out the wall. They realized the wall isn't there, and they were thinking, should we go for it? Should we go for it? They decided to kind of cancel that. Reset, but now they haven't accomplished one of their goals, which was to bait out the Vice utility. They did get the wall out of Valorant,
the Vice wall sitting still intact in mid. MIBR will be able to hear signs of life from it. They walk steadily up to this angle. Prowler, a couple of stray shots. Baby not scared to fight back.
vvvvvvv knows that they are going to be jump peeking that wall, so he is trying to punish them.
There it is. Thorns are going to be dead nice and early, seeing if he can diffuse a lot of this pressure. Zekken's already. The stun from long range. That is supportive util from Jorg. Going for the pause though. Now MIBR going to look to get a bit more of a move on. Valin on a long range sideline still. This is MIBR looking to take it by storm. Altogether now, Valin stuns up in towards the back. The horn is big, looking for that peek off of it. Trent
blue
to get through, especially that Cosmic Divide. Just seeing a glimpse of the player. Takes with the movement. Leaves it uncertain in the hands of Leaf. Bebe's forward. Steps up to the challenge and the mark. MIBR again. More than ready for it. It's exactly like you said, Josh.
The blue execute kiya be.
I like the adjustment for both teams coming out of attack timeout. I think G2 read it really nicely that MIBR were going to go for slower rounds and decided to fight over mid more, but MIBR's adjustment, like Front's impact here is being felt so heavily. The adjustment to go for more of these slower rounds, where you default at the beginning, you pump fake at the beginning, in fact, to try to draw you out, and then it allows you to mid or late round hit. This is working really nicely in the last couple. And now G2 knocked onto a low buy and they're going to have to adjust themselves. G2 still have both of their timeouts to work with, by the way, so Josh at any point could call for one of these.
Interjection. To change this one, but G2 have been pretty much in control the whole time. Good standard util, nade and a haunt. Sets the pace, gets a bit of control up towards mid here for MIBR. They have guns. Just the one ult to work with, but they're worried about walking and wading into a trap. G2 on the weaker buy, and Bucky is prime again. How is that not a kill? What? Aspas barely alive is going to be limping away from that one at 10 HP. Stall util going to be expended. Down to lead. Baby Bay out towards the back. He has that rifle. What is that? Dropping down. Fade away with the Bucky in hand. Still, it should be all managed.
Verno's taking a long time to get the plant down here. He's worried that he's going to get pushed.
He's hoping that somebody else will take up residency in the smoke before he goes.
Yeah, he's calling for Mazzino.
Yeah.
Gets that help, but he also buys it time for G2 to get into position.
Hello, Bandit! None the wiser, these shots are starting to hurt. Bullets for the wall, they might be. C's missing off to the side, the horn is going to be accounted for. Broken by Valin. Valin running over them now, Mazzino! Weak as anything, and a single shot to the chest will do it.
What a fumble for MIBR. What a fumble. Against a G2 half buy. With player advantage for MIBR, they can't hold on a post plant. An absolute freebie in the back. Tex just got taken down on top rafters. They were really scared inside that smoke over towards screens as well. They wasted a lot of time getting the plant down and then kept some pretty poor post plant positioning. That's a massive round for G2.
I'll be able to come back me.
MIBR were getting out of the tactical time.
Momentum chodo.
Pressure off the shoulders.
इतना करने के बाद ऐसा आ रहे बे.
Didn't have to use much in the way of ultimates. Now earns up G2.
What the
Look
fuck?
at the swap up in terms of the defensive setup. B is really light here. Just banking on the fact that MIBR aren't going to go there.
Oh, steadily walking forwards. It's a recall star. Yes, it is. But Verno, more than ready. And already just sending it straight up the gut through heaven. Zekin's not worried about putting his body on the line, but it's so fast and rapid, nobody can play off the back of this. Trent, we're going to put a stop to it. To pull, a lot of util expended, but Verno's still the man of the hour. Mazzino just slips his way through, found the weak spots. Just like that, blink of an eye.
शायद से comeback possible. शायद से.
No longer in the server.
शायद से.
Is that a defensive pullback in mid that caused two players to drop?
Yeah.
I mean, it felt perfect for the attackers, so I was assuming it was Mazzino's, but gotta take a look at this one.
watch party देखकर बुड्ढे हो जाएंगे.
I think it was. I mean, there's another star down, unless it was just there to replace it. But
man,
crazy play by MIBR.
भाई वो लोग बस 5 चलते हैं. वो लोग ये भी convert कर सकते हैं round.
They don't really have the money to
next
work around
round से
it,
तो
but
GG
they keep going from broken buy to broken buy, but they won the last
5 चलते. Easy वो लोगों को सिर्फ retake करने का.
See if they can do it again.
Heavy retake करने का. Heavy.
Again, Tex setting his sights.
सिर्फ दोनों जगह का heaven और Rams रखो बस.
Retreating for now.
Previous light buy round, Trent went walkabouts in B main, got super deep out.
Yeah, I mean, Zeki made a footstep, but I think Leaf was in astral form, so he wouldn't have heard it. Bit of a misstep. Trent flashing a peek, and he's going to be no more lit up from behind a box. Not much in the way of cover. MIBR working them up slowly. Looking to piece together where.
अगर वो timing लेके event push करता दोनों मरते थे ना. कोई नहीं देख रहा था वहाँ पे एक time पे.
There isn't really a stack though this round, is there? I mean, G2 are playing very spread.
Extremely spread.
Just trying to get value out of these Buckies in weird positions over towards this side of the map.
This angle. Hello. Put it out, spotted out into the side, into the corner, and Jorg, he was hoping that at least one of these players would be stunned up.
Yeah, not a great stun from Jorg, that one.
Maybe now with that rifle in hand.
Really?
He's going to be looking to expend the ult. He's thinking about it. Steel Garden flying into the back pocket, but
Oh
they have to
my
be able to
God,
pick them apart
Loevo.
regardless. They're looking to evacuate and make their way over towards B.
Yeah, and there's just nobody home, is there? G2 have left a massive gap in their defense. And thankfully, the player with the spike got past the ice wall.
Balin, he's so damn fast here. So damn fast! Unaccounted for. Picked up the rifle, but lit up anyway by that horn. It's Aspas who responds straight from behind. It's a bit of a backstab. Leaf and Baby 2v2, and now the ults are expended this time for real. Baby hard commits it, but the time is of the essence, and does he anticipate this? Baby versus Aspas. Trying to take that timing. It's Aspas who is accounted for. Just out a second, 15 health. Barely anything at all. Great fake flash. Bring him down, but he's got to do it from this spot. Time pressure mounting. G2 know that they have to get a bit of a move on. Leaf and Bebe trying to clear all of this, but too much to really account for. Plant. It's in a safe tucked position. It can be watched for and accounted for. Bebe will stick it, knowing that there's safety in numbers. And that watchful eye. Leaf saves the bloody day. Up to 12 now for G2.
No way.
Off the back of a thrifty.
The second one, almost in a row. Round 20 and round 22, MIBR massively fumble. Hey, Verno getting caught there, just juggling through his utility up in heaven. Stabbed in the back, Mazzino as well, as he was trying to backfill this space. Aspas going walkabout a small shake of the head there. Verno can't quite understand how they're throwing away the rounds where they have the biggest advantages.
Yeah, it's been multiple thrifties now. This is it, a precipice for G2. Looking to drag this one all the way to bind. Map 3 potential, but they got to convert it here. And now Zekken shredded.
So much damage. They are desperate to bait out the wall in B. And Tex just has not, sorry, Baby has just not been putting it there for the last 3 or 4 rounds.
And setup remains intact over all day. Stray bullets. It's fired back and forth.
Valin के पास ult है.
Use that space
वो
to
लोग
pick up
fight
an
कर
ult for
सकते हैं. कोई
Aspas,
भी vent पे रहेगा तो
lekin
लेकिन vent पे है नहीं.
Awkward in terms of the hold, but it's all down to Valin. Sen's flying his own util as well to expend, but he could be quickly overwhelmed here at a moment's notice. B main control called for by G2, looking for a contact play and a stun on top of it. Aspas, crazy entry. Has an ult to use as well, potential to expend, and now might be the right time to use it as ults are being fired forwards on either side. Nightfall pushing MIBR forwards, and Tex having to take liberties with his positioning in space. Leaves it down to Lee. Anchor spot, damage done. Zekken plays the rest of his team in nicely, beautifully in fact.
dance कर रहा है.
And that should be the round. MIBR.
Bro, वो लोग को Valin ult के साथ लड़ना पड़ेगा वरना OT है.
Like this fall away from you. Leaf had an opportunity to be the hero for G2. Now Jorgen Trent with a chance to close, and they have slipped through.
Yeah, they have indeed, but it's a much better planned spot compared to last time. Up towards heaven. Mazzino was not expecting that it could be a player deep towards that already. The wall up, Thorns deaded. Hold on. Jorg is half on the defuse.
Steel Garden सोचता पर दोनों इसका फर्क पड़ेगा.
Pulls out his ult. Whoa! Okay.
Oh, it is messy out here.
Oh, good. That could have been disastrous, I won't lie. Could have been disastrous.
It almost is disastrous though, Brian. I mean, you're in a 4v2 and you're being forced to use Aspas's ult just to close it out because you're fumbling the post-plant positioning so bad. I don't know, man. It could have been worse. They could have lost the entire map, but...
That's the last of them. Nice.
Yeah.
Gotta laugh it off.
Yeah.
Gotta laugh it off.
G2 are going to take a timeout. The first one that they've used in this whole map, by the way. As things get very tight towards the end. I am really surprised that Josh didn't try to hit the panic button earlier when they were winning thrifties by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah.
But fair play. They got to a position where they're
भाई 4v2 round आ रहे हैं वो लोग. दो
OT, they got a chance to take the entire match.
2 4v2 वाले round आ रहे हैं और ये लोग
At this point, you know that MIBR have been working much more towards B main at the start of the round.
Easy for
and they're doing
MIBR
this regardless of whether the wall is actually being placed in B for Baby Bay, because you can't risk it.
No. If you all in, it's game over.
But also, if you don't default B main in a round where Baby Bay does have the wall there, they are just getting permanent good information.
Yeah.
and don't have to put the strong side over towards B at all. And you're not pulling defenders in that way. So
I think default mid first.
I think there is an opportunity here for G2 to either run some kind of like B-man trap play, maybe take some space over towards mid, like a mid walk down could be interesting as well. On an early timing, but instead it's a massive clash potentially over towards A ramp.
And again, the money is just dire for G2. They might be up to 12 here, but
सीधा साइड चल रहे हैं लेकिन
the prime spot to
Tex को शायद अंडर हेवन है वहाँ से तो खेलना पड़ेगा अल्ट मारने के लिए.
In terms of the weaponry themselves,
there's a flash been placed for Baby Bay, or from Baby Bay rather, for Jorg to play off.
See how he manages in a spot like this. Tucked tight to the corner. Here's a lot of util, a lot of presence, and now the rumble of the footsteps potentially. Deep Harbor Wall, it's going to cut its way across, but MIBR all the way past this one and more. Deep space onto A. It's already going to be gathered up for them. Zekin is the one who's done the hard work.
G2 just didn't think MIBR were going to go for a side pop. They haven't been doing those at all.
It's all in, and it comes down to the gunfight at this point. Steel Garden again. Overlaps up. Harbor Ult's going to be joining it now. Seeing if they can find a way to push their way forwards once more. It's a wall that cuts it up. A slight pocket is created to be able to play in, but time pressure starting to mount. Zekin's there, Judge in hand, and a bit of running cutting. Why not? That's a perfect antidote towards it. Spray control. Mazzino, and we are going to OT.
भाई क्या टाइम पे है बे?
Mazzino with a Spectre appears out of nowhere.
OT चला गया ये.
Pops up from vent.
सुबह के 7 बजे. पागल लोग.
He had the pull to be able to play for the late game. G2 had no ability to be able to scale off the back of the Harbor ultimate as well. Wasted. What a crazy situation. I felt like G2 played the first half a lot better on the attack side, and yet we still ended at 6-6. Next half, I feel like MIBR, to be honest, played way better.
That much
you know, G2 were winning thrifties to be able to get things to a spot where they had the advantage. And MIBR had to scrap just to get it to OT.
Top 4 predictions for Pacific easy.
It's been up and down here on Split. Tumultuous map.
G.
There's going to be frustration there because G2, they had it in the palm of their hands. They could have been sending it all the way to Bind by now. Not quite.
Side swap, and MIBR goes for a very different approach. Double walking down mid, right off rip.
Huh? T1B, top 5.
To get as much map control as they possibly can.
RRQ, top 6, top 6, top
Lotus,
6.
to be honest. Always being proactive.
They're basically walking into Valley.
G2 are going to be broken here. G2 are doing a lot to try and cut this up, but this is awkward, isn't it? Look at this. Verno accounted for. Valiant had his eye on it. Was Verno the one forced to react? Quick snap from behind. And Aspas is not done just yet, but he's again twisting, turning, looking in different directions. This is just madness.
Yeah, I mean, the push down mid got them a decent amount of information, but then they overflank really hard, especially against a G2 team that was playing so slowly on their attack side. Maybe MIBR forgot exactly how Valen was calling these rounds, but the tempo was slow from G2. And this is just free. MIBR are going to gamble stack over towards A just in case Valen makes the wrong decision.
30 seconds left.
But this is going to be a hell of a retake if MIBR can pull it off.
Yeah, everybody has to play it on side with this. Like you said, it will be a hell of a retake. Cards are stacked against MIBR right now in a 3v5. Unaccounted for is Leaf again, this backstab element. Safety in numbers, but Tech's okay, just takes a head clean off. That's one player accounted for. He's normally that danger player. It's a big kill. Not too concerned with their backs anymore.
Don't been streaming for so long. You just love you,
no one to swing off the back of this one. Second to making moves, sliding, gliding straight to the side. And time to see where the next level and layer on this is. Damage done. Second. That is just unreal.
It should not be possible. Rounds like that should not be possible. G2 are going to be kicking themselves. How is MIBR up to match point of that?
There's absolutely no way.
You could argue too much respect, I think. Also, just completely isolated once up until an amazing 1v2 towards the end.
You are he's locked in.
How did they win that?
That's
absolutely
unbelievable. Timeout immediately taken.
Stern words from Josh RT.
Yeah. Because, I mean, so much went wrong. I thought it was a bit odd. You had entire side control, no plan for heaven, no plan for main. They took tight into the side. It forced these really awkward post-plan positions for G2.
But
and nobody ready to trade off with the players.
No, they're never ready to swing off each other in that post-plan, which I think is a massive flaw. And goes back to what Josh was talking about during the coaching interview that we had at map 1. You know, this meta is, they're trying to get the better team fights, the better ways of swinging off each other, trading off each other, and yet a couple of times in this map, they've just been completely isolated. There have been some decent post-plants where they all play together and have a ton of stall, but that was a major misstep.
And it could be one hell of a blunder because MIBR
5v3 और टेक्स क्यों पहले
round we'll do it for
पीक लेगा जो मेन रूम में वो पहले क्यों आएगा है
How crazy does Fraud want to get? Mostly they were doing these like pump fakes, going for the map control, looking to bait out the Vice utility, but then MIBR for the final round of regulation just decided to send it into A.
Oh, here we go. Signs of life on either side, out towards A.
More aggressive A ramp defense from G2.
Yeah.
Instead of waiting for the A ramp control, looking to fight them with a smoke.
Really deep early smoke, like you said. Shuts the door in the face of MIBR nice and early.
They're also leaving B pretty open. Again, just assuming that MIBR are never going to go for a B pop after G2 proved that they can punish it.
See now. Oh, he's taking
लेकिन mid fight करेगा तो फट से भी जाएगा.
Round, and he's found the perfect timing.
Oh, it's devious.
The jiggle. It was just missed there. That was Trent. Possibly watching it. It's one hell of a time to operate off of, and he's already making calls for the rest of his team. Counted for Trent.
All right.
Okay. Well, makes up for it, doesn't he?
Macro game doesn't matter.
No, just shoot them. And Valen inserts himself once more. Prime position to do some damage here because they're going to be thinking that the site is still cleared. He's found potentially a perfect pocket to play and sidestep the C's. The Tex is going to be dishing out the damage. That was up towards mid. Still being well trained up onto this smoke, and it all comes down to this. Prowler spotted, spam through, and it's favored to MIBR. Very good discipline, slowing it down at the right moments.
G2 now asked to do the difficult, possibly the impossible.
Let's see if they can take this one forwards now. It's a 3v4 players.
Text below.
In the appropriate positions. The shots just need to land, and Leaper's already found one. Make it two. Jorgamo's by his side. Aspas now pressed into a corner. Forced to fight and batter his way out. Overexerting himself in the process because now Tex is left to do it. 8 seconds remaining. It's just impossible. Toying with him.
Another player disadvantage. Retake over towards B to save things. And G2 draw level again at 13-13.
Wow.
This time, though, MIBR didn't get the plant down. I think that's a pretty big difference between the two there. G2 able to apply a ton of pressure right as things were getting sticky. But once you're in this kind of spot, 4-3 up,
One enemy remaining.
should be able to find your way further in. Great shots on a crack angle for G2.
OT.
Haven't seen a huge amount of it. He was doing it towards the end of the half on defense side.
Could be a good time to strike now. He's going to be looking to sit into the... It doesn't get better! And you're exactly right, Josh. Doesn't get much better than that.
Bro.
You want to see impact from the operator? There you go.
Oh my god.
High-low setup.
I mean, just pure disrespect for the G2 open and default. Throwing out util, fade away with a smoke as well. Verno wasn't to the corner, will immediately just retreat. Going for the repeat as well. He's feeling himself.
By 4v2
open. MIBR not open to try to defend that though. Gets smoked off, retrieved. 2v4. Should be MIBR going up to another match point here.
We said that a lot.
They're walking back into the Aspas op. Maybe anticipating that he's rotated off to somewhere, but Aspas is digging his heels in.
भाई कब उसको खुजलेगा कि मैं बी को और लेता हूं मेरे को ये देखने का
but man was that impactful.
Askande to Imo
match winning stuff.
Two step to जाने Askande land rank के भाई.
In terms of util, not much to work with.
मारना पड़ेगा हर गेम वही टिप है.
Flash ready and waiting. It's a peek before it even goes off, and he's just more than ready for it. Nade already rebounding, already primed. The util is there to bail him out.
फिर भी off कर 20 seconds.
You might as well use the ult. Why not? 19 seconds left, and fadeaway shot to the side puts MIBR up to 14.
It's
one
beautiful.
more to do it again.
It is beautiful.
भाई पूरा रात के OT चलते रहेगा. हाँ?
Aspas looking to pull out the attack side operator here as well to see if he can close the game. He's feeling it after that one.
भाई डार्क सर्कल सुना है लेकिन डार्केस्ट सर्कल आना बचा है अभी.
Right before the flash, anticipating that Aspas or whoever else is holding there would be turning away at that moment.
सुन ले अल्ट मारने बराबर.
They know that the flash is coming. And yet Aspas sticks around for a moment longer. Like I said, he now picks up an attack-sided operator looking to generate a pick for the team that could see them get revenge on G2. 4 times in a row they've lost to this org. This year getting 3-0'd in devastating fashion to miss out in a spot in Santiago.
W Binks bye. W streamer and thanks for prediction. G seems good this year. Hopefully, actually अच्छा है.
He's 4 kills away from 3,000.
बहुत प्यारा है जी.
First player to do it in an international league, but he'd need this game to be extended a little bit more.
Yeah, he'd need quite a few more actually.
More of an operator of his own. They won't let to break the prowler for him. Waits till the very final moment before he eventually reveals his hand. That's going to be noted. Verno, a lot of pressure being made just by that one player alone. Contact is called for MIBR. Looking to see if they can sneak their way past all of this util. Found out though. Bebe now forced to detonate most of it. The thorns at their feet. It's MIBR in a really strange spot and position, but the wall does a lot to bail them out. Still, damage is done. They haven't removed these ingrained players anchored towards the back. It's Leaf. Back against the wall. Bebe by his side. Zekken! Immediate shutdown. Jorgamo's finished off. Surely this has to be it. Company's players. They're potentially lining up for him second. Just making a mockery of it now, but G2, they're not dead yet, not done yet, not finished yet at all.
Bro, दो बंदे वहाँ पे साइट में लड़े जा रहे. एक सिटी का लाइन रखने के लिए कोई नहीं है. वो ज़ेकिन कितना करेगा भाई? एक मिड लक कर रहा है, एक रैंप लक कर रहा है. क्या? इतना क्या हो गया MIBR को भाई? G2 एक साथ फाइट लगा रहे हैं.
Looking to do a pop into Tex.
Now here it is, the walls are up in their face. This is going to be segmenting most of the site up, splitting it up for the taking. And with those thorns down, it's Jorgamo ISO'd. Alongside that wall, there was no one to really help him in a spot like that.
We've talked a lot about the fact that MIBR can't run pops into G2, but I think the same applies in the other direction.
Yeah, trying to run it into the vice. I mean, you're slamming your head into a brick wall.
Yeah, it's so difficult for Jorgamo to do anything there. This is so aggressive from Verno,
If he goes down, he evens it out. He's going to be taking a peek anyway, regardless.
Oh my God.
Feeling himself.
Oh my God.
Hot-handed, he takes it one step further.
दो कैसे मारे
into a 2v4. So there's a peak to damage. Surely already done. Shred of HP, the nade splits them up. Valen wants to see if he can step up.
Bro, ये.
But surely,
ये round हारा ना मैं जा रहा हूँ. ये round हारा MIBR में जा रहा हूँ. मेरा हो गया.
They know where both of these two players are.
Nah.
Extremity players of Texas Casino just taking the space, getting ready to set up on some devious off angles.
Both of the chest on both of these players do it, and there it is.
One to the chest and one to the toe. MIBR get up to another match point. Can G2 survive again?
Love you,
Why did Verno go for that play?
I don't know. OT makes... I mean, listen, man, when it gets to OT like this, playbook starts getting thrown out.
You're in a 5v4 scenario. I'm not sure that it's the percentage play, but man, did he cook from that spot.
हाँ जी.
MIBR take a timeout.
कि लाइव स्ट्रीम और लाइव में ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं रहता. 10 सेकंड का फर्क रहता है. No way तुम लोगों को ब्रेक्स मिल रहा है.
Aspas has tried attack side open. Probably don't want to go in that direction again, but you do kind of want to run some slow rounds, so I wouldn't be mad about it. What's Frog got? What kind of idea do they want to go for here? In the previous round on attack, or one of them, they noted that Casino could actually get a walkout into B.
Yeah.
So now you're starting to think, well, all right, does Baby Bay then put the wall genuinely on B main this round? You know, these are the kind of mind games that
Red by Sandra 10 second Redux Dapper John Igel. What's your Sandra star?
I'd be very tempted to do some kind of contacty stuff over towards B, just to mix things up.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's the best way of playing these comps, but when you're deep into OT like this, it's about throwing curveballs. You want to throw something unusual, right? Yeah.
I mean, listen, when you get this deep into OT, you kind of try almost everything. So it's tough to do it.
I don't know about this one though. They haven't tried
ये बीसी खुद एंटरटेन हो रहा है एक तरह मेरा करके.
This might do it, but there is Vice Util reinforcing the B setup, the anchoring positions here. Trent might be alone, but they'll be tricked by just a mini-map. There's a lot of global util that G2 have ready at their disposal.
And Baby Bay has
Dream 11 Sen roster kar raha hai wo.
Worried that Mazzino would con that to the rest of the team and they might do something funky.
One's deaded early as soon as the smokes are propped up.
I mean, Zeken's got to want to do something fast here and to be heaven surely with the judge.
Trying to take it now. It's a Prowler. Moves the way, at least a decent degree, but there's that high tide. Rips its way across now. This is going to be awkward to get through. Many layers towards it, but a Util's going to be flying out on either side. Stuns on stuns. A lot of it now onto the back of these players, and it's all onto Baby Bay. This guy's being squeezed from multiple positions. There's no bailout waiting to receive. He needs help, and he needs it now. Long range of the smokes. We're going to see if he can anchor a position here. Weather the storm. Batter down the hatches. But how do you overcome this? This is methodical from MIBR. And they are determined to put a stop to this, to put an end to it. Rounds like this, they are flattening G2 and finally slamming shut any opportunity for Leaf. He's going to open it all up, but it is just gone too wrong. 16-14.
Oh my God, finally, bro.
Split going away, there we are.
This round.
Listen, don't get me wrong, it was tumultuous. It was up and down at times, but for MIBR.
Chat. GG, spam कर दो मेरे में ज़रा भी एनर्जी बचा दी है. मैं कैसे इतना स्ट्रीम किया वो भी मेरे को घंटा नहीं मालूम है. आदियो चैट में आदियो बाय WMIBR W बाय गुड नाइट्स बाय.
I find you a star and we could be in love, lighting up the dark, but there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you.